Yeah, man! Congratulations! Falcons, okay! And I got you a prize too, somewhere. Here, you can have that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, heroic fans. Heroic, heroic.
Thank you, my loser creeps. We all can't dominate like the rest. What can you do? Thank you so much, everybody. We'll get back to the game soon.
Thank you very much, Sir Action Slacks, and the Creeps, and the Helm of the Dominator Carriers, and Tsunami, of course, as well. They're on stage. It is time for the second half of the day. We've had 2 series with elimination on the line, and for now, we can rest easy. Nobody else is going home today. It's time for some upper bracket semifinals. And to talk all about that, I'm joined by Kezu, Tigov, and Effie. Effie, we're going to jump right into our upcoming first semifinals. We got P-Vision, we got Extreme Gaming. Are you excited?
I'm so excited. I mean, the lower bracket was really fun, but here is where we're going to decide the top 3. And a lot of the teams yesterday really showed what they're made of, and who I personally think will be in the grand finals is one of the 2 teams in this series.
Ooh, you're not going to say bias?
You have to tell me which one.
Come on.
Don't put me on that. Okay, I'm going to say it. I think P-Vision will be in the grand finals.
What? Okay,
That's interesting, because I can go be the counter one, because I have XG winning this one and them going into the finals. I think even like through...
G winning the whole thing.
Yeah, like going through the upper bracket, but I will agree. Also, yesterday, I feel like a lot of games were actually 2-0. Same with today. I'm expecting this one to go the distance, because at TI, and especially at this stage of TI, you don't know what's going to happen. Like, who shows up better, you know, who's in better form. Are you going to get some double damage runes when other people are not? Like, it's a lot about just the form that you show up in today.
I feel like this has to be the closest series we have today. Yeah. Like, we've already had one-sided series in the morning. When you have XG and P-Vision, you've got XG, Arme chasing his Aegis, you've got P-Vision, the creativity, a lot of like first-timers. Like, this has to be like the closest series of the day.
Yeah, and one thing that's going to make it very close is how obviously all the players perform. And we want to put our attention a little bit more on 2 players in particular, Kezu, in the support duo of Extreme Gaming.
No, absolutely. Like, these 2 supports, they're so damn good. Like, first of all, they're incredible, like, in their own, like, the items they buy, what they do. Like, here, this is just some, you know, like, some normal stats, average stuff, just like their devs. But I just want you guys to remember their faces for the clip that we're about to watch. And you're going to have to bear with me. This is somewhat of a longer clip. This is from the Road to TI, Game 2. They needed to make a comeback here on XG, and they did. This Rax is 1 blast away from dying, and it's Mega Creeps. So, this is how it starts. And pay attention to the spell usage. First, Disruption here is going to dodge the RP from Amar. So this is how the fight starts. Xingqiu, Disruption save, super good. The Linken's and Lotus also already reflected the first roar on Ame, because our eyes are on Ame and what the supports do. X-Nova in this fight also leaps in and out. He's going to Lotus and Linken's him again. He's going to reflect the Abyssal Blade. He feeds him 2 Lotus Orbs. He has a 4-staff from Xingqiu into a secondary Disruption, while Ame is on super low HP. Now X-Nova runs in again. He gives him a second greater healing Lotus, because people were like, wow, you know, Ame, he's so good. He gets to man-fight this Lifestealer. But actually, in reality, it's about how they all play together. It's the spell usage. It's the items. It's the small things, how they kite in and out to actually come back in this game. There's very few teams that would have won this fight, let alone even made a comeback in this game to win it.
I mean, the critical thing is, Arme is averaging the 2nd most kills per game, right? He's getting nearly, 9 kills per game. Like, he's going to the crazy spots of the map. He's doing the things that will allow him to shine. And if his supports aren't there, if his off-lane mid aren't backing him up, it will look like Arme is just feeding it out of position. So the rest of his team is understanding the aggression he requires. They're backing him up. They understand him. That's why they're doing so well.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Ame is he doesn't really have a particular archetype of hero that works for him. It feels like everything does. He can play the Helm of the Dominator carry if he needs to, with his Anti-Mage or his Void. He can play for the ultra late game if he needs to, with his Medusas and whatnot. Like, he's almost a perfect carry, I would say, in this tournament.
And
you can count on him in any situation.
Yeah, and yesterday he busted out the Klings. It's a hero we didn't see. Sure, you had the Slaughter to like amp him up, and I saw it in pubs, but again, like you're saying, he can play anything, he can do any build, he can play for any timing. Just S-tier player.
Yeah, and all the players here, Tigov, are also very experienced in playing on the main stage of the International.
Yeah, it's been kind of a long time coming for them to find success story. For XG at least, we've got 7 TIs attended for Arme, including this one. For XM, sure, it's only 2, but he started in 2017. Like, they've had such long careers, yet to get the Aegis. And if there ever was a chance for them to lift it, it feels like the form that they're in, the way that they're playing, there is a chance that for all these players with multiple TI attendances, this could be their one.
it could be their one. And on the flip side, I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Extreme Gaming, Effie, but then if we take a look at P-Vision, it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you do have your veterans, of course, in No One and DM, who are no strangers to TI, but we've also got Satanic, 9Class, and Ducalis, who are almost fresh,
Yeah.
you know? And it's a bit odd to think about, because Ducalis is one of the names we've seen in professional Dota forever, like floating from Tier 2 team to Tier 2 team, you know, having his stint in Tier 1 and finally finding his place here. This could be the year for these players as well.
Yeah, and I do want to point out, no, Satanic did not play when he was, I don't know, 6. I can't do the math very fast. It was actually 2023 for his first recorded results rather than 2013, which obviously he's one of the youngest players here at 17.
That would be really
on the
cool,
way
actually.
to-
Yeah, yeah,
6-year-old
that would
Dota
be
Pro.
Yeah. I mean, but his age, like, it's crazy. He's 17.
Yeah, 17.
Like, having, you know, playing at TI, like, already, what, top 6 secured? Like, it's incredible. And to go back to the graphic we saw, like, on XG, you have 3 players who got second place at TI before. It's Ame, who I think he did it twice. You have Jinkyu and Xnova, who also played second before. Like, these are players that have been this close. And this time, I think, like you were saying, this could be the run.
Yeah.
You also have XXS, who placed 4th, I believe, with Team Aster a
Yeah.
couple of years ago.
Like, they have really high placements.
They have really high placements. They also have a very high-skilled opponent in P-Vision for this time. Because when we're looking at P-Vision and the games they have played, Effie, it seems that they have a large arsenal of heroes to pick from.
Yeah, not even heroes. I wanted to point you guys towards their styles in particular, because P-Vision are a team that aren't locked to one particular style. They can play almost everything. And so I just divided into 3, you know, simple categories that you can look at for this TI, but they've got the standard drafts, you know, team fight, combos that make sense. Nothing special coming out, no last pick heroes that will catch anyone off guard. Then you've got their surprise factor, their cheese, if you will. Sometimes they'll get the last pick Tinkers, the last pick Broodmothers, completely catch their team off guard. And then their last one is, of course, the Satanic will carry category, where their last pick is a hero, he plays an anti-mage, he wins the game.
I mean, I'm like super happy with what they're doing. Like, even in one of the first days of TI, I saw their matches with like the Post for Alchemist, with the Tinker, pulling him an axe. It got me really excited because we don't see it that often where teams break the meta, at least early on at TI. So this team, I love how they play and pick.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting to see them here on the main stage, because I'm sure they have studied each other and they have something in store for each other that we're going to find out very soon. Before we do so, though, it is, of course, time to get the teams on stage.
And we're back.
Extreme Gaming!
And we're back.
Extreme Gaming has not dropped a single series this international. It is the most dominant team, and at the moment they are on a fast track all the way to the top. At this point, you might be wondering who can possibly stop them. Well, potentially today it might be their opponents. Let's welcome in P-Vision.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
P-Vision is the team with the most LAN championships, LAN wins under their belt. They won in Bangkok, they won in Raleigh. The stage, it just amps them up. And yes, there are 3 first-timers here at TI, but it seems that it doesn't matter. It does not phase them, and if anything, it is helping them reach their full potential. Of course, still on the way for to be some Royal Roaders here as well with them. We don't have a lot of those, Tigo.
No, not at all. But the way that Satanic's playing, he's so young,
Yeah.
but he's averaging like 2 deaths per game. Like he's at TI, his first TI, he's just dominating. Highest GPM, 2 deaths per game. Like every stat you look at, it looks as if he's meant to be the veteran. It's like he's meant to be like the no one of the team.
He's so good. He's got that team spirit DNA. You know,
Yeah.
back from Yellow Submarine, where he's got the Yatoro energy, where he can put a game on his back if he needs to. But also, after he joined P-Vision, it feels like he's developed that early game aggression, that ability to cheese. He's blossomed into his own player, where I do think you can finally put an end to those comparisons.
Yeah, like I've seen it a lot also in like a lot of the vlogs that they post. Like he has a pretty good bond with No One, who of course is the veteran of the team, who's like, yo, guy, like, yo, bro, after this game, like, you need to chill it out a bit, like, control your emotions. Let's do this more next time to, like, you know, just rally him and make sure it's correct. But I agree with you guys. Like, this guy, it's probably the best for you to be the maybe more so cocky carry player because you're young, you're going to the TI stage, you're going up against incredible players. Like, you need to just focus on yourself. And this guy, if there's one thing he's got, it's confidence.
It helps that P-Vision have such a clear understanding of what they want to do on the map, right? They are the team which buys, I believe, still 100% of Helmet Dominator in every game because they respect map play, they respect how to push on a catapult wave, they want the creep to be able to kind of push the side lane whilst they're playing elsewhere. Like everything they do on the map enables the creativity. If their map play was weak, then them picking a Tinker carry and having an out support, it would look atrocious. But that is why they're so dominant. And for Extreme, they need to try and find a way to break that confident map play that P-Vision often have.
Or match it themselves, right?
Sure.
They've got the ability to play tempo themselves. We've seen Ame on Anti-Mage pick up Helm of the Dominator. We've seen XM play a co-op that just so heavily focused on killing side lanes. They're capable of doing it themselves.
Yeah, I also feel like we have to address the support duo on the side of P-Vision. We talked about Extreme Gaming already, but Nineclass and Ducalis are such a unique pair, Kazu, with unique heroes coming out.
Like for sure, like Nineclass is maybe like the most, like, this is kind of what people expect from the post-4. It's like the most free role in terms of what you can do. You walk around, you know, like people like to make this anecdote of you have this dog chasing a ball, you just gotta let him do what he wants. And I think they do it really well. The map play that you guys talked about, it's Nineclass, it's what he does. And Ducalis, I feel like he's just very stable. People have this meme in pubs, it's the Ducalis ABC. When the game starts, you go here, you smoke it 45 seconds, you take this route, you get the first blood. Like these guys, they know what they're up to.
But if you also put Nineclass with a different offlaner, Nineclass also would actually look quite bad, I think.
Yeah.
Because of DM and his stability, Nineclass gets to shine. If DM was a weaker offlaner, and then Nineclass goes to make all these moves, then DM will have a different offlaner will have a struggling time, they won't feel like they capitalize on it. So like you need a good offlaner for Nineclass to become the S tier 4.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. And interestingly enough, that dynamic is paralleled on XG. Like when you have a 4 like Xingqiu, who's very similar to Nineclass in the sense that he has his own idea of what he wants to do. In that early game, sometimes he will completely sack his offlane. He'll play for his own game. He'll play very greedily. Having an offlaner like XXS, who is very stable and has experience playing with these really greedy Chinese carries, he can do a lot with a little as well.
They're probably the 2 post-4 guys who like share the least tangles in lane or like invest the least money to like actually help the guy. Because they're gonna play for their own stuff, you know, but they just make it happen. And like T was saying, like DM's hero pool and the way he wants to play, your Venos, your Necros, Beastmasters, they free up your 4 pretty nicely. And I feel like DM, he has a good experience of playing with people who maybe don't help him too much. So yeah, he's pretty happy with what's happening.
I want to say though that while we do talk about P-Vision support duo and how they're a bit, you know, specific or unusual, people forget that they can play normal heroes too. Like sometimes you think, oh, okay, what crazy 9-class hero is coming out, and he's just a Snapfire or something. Like that can still happen where you're prepared for these Slarks and these Alchemists to come out, and instead they're just going to pick a stable offlane duo, and that could change your plans or warp the way you want to draft entirely.
Yeah.
Nineclass is probably the player, like if you try to predict what hero he's gonna pick, like you just can't get it. You should play like some 9-class bingo, like 9-class picks Pudge, like you get it off the road and like do some other stuff, because this guy, I don't know where he cooks up his hero picks. I think it has a lot to do with Astini, like they share and then he tries it in low MR pobs and like then takes it there. So I think it's a really cool dynamic also.
You just have to find the line of where does the respect become a detriment of your drafting, right? And when you go to P-Vision, if you over-respect 9-class, if you overthink like oh, is Satanic going to play the Brood or a Tinker, then sure, your draft's going to crumble. I think we've seen it already with the teams where they don't respect the kind of the integrity of their own lineup, right? With Nigma, with Tidebound, they kind of go a little bit too crazy in the draft. For Extreme, they have to draft for themselves and respect the playstyle that will come. Don't try and draft for P-Vision. If we see that today, that's when P-Vision, has the upper hand.
Yeah, so far I feel like Extreme, I mean, they have not dropped a single series.
Yeah.
They have very much played their own playstyle time and time again. It doesn't seem like P-Vision doesn't know what's coming for them, because Extreme Gaming has shown what they do time and time again. They just do it exceptionally well.
I think the main difference for Extreme is, even from the interview you just had from Bach, is from Road to now, they feel like another, they've had another change of pace. They're a slightly different team. Like, they're going for Winter Wyvern and they have their Clinks. Like, they've shown that development that I think both teams are going to have to be ready for something new in this series.
I mean, for me too, I think there's a lot of like really cool things to do. For me, XM and XXS, I feel like they've stepped it up tremendously. Not that they were bad before, but they're like incredibly S tier now. Like, they buy like Lotus Orbs and they reflect Dooms, and they refresh their Lincolns to block Dooms, and like all the stuff they do. But I do feel like, for me, they're still one of the favorites, but I did see some cracks in their armor yesterday when they played against Tundra. They weren't super clean. Of course, they cleaned it up. They got the 2-0 win, but it's the first time where I saw them like more vulnerable than the earlier days.
I agree. I thought their first game in particular versus Tundra showed that early game vulnerability that they were known for a couple of years ago, where, oh, this team might play a little bit slower, they might play for a later timing, and we can exploit that, we can out-network them. And that's what happened in their game 1 versus Tundra. But they found that comeback, right? With that discipline, they were able to pull off the high ground defense into ultimately winning the game.
Yeah, if we talk about yesterday's series, it was a 2-0 against Tundra for Extreme. How can we learn from the series that P-Vision had yesterday against Heroic? Another 2-0. It felt maybe a little bit easier of a route to this point than Extreme had, or was that more a result of P-Vision just being extra prepared?
It's fair to say that, because the series versus Tundra for XG felt closer than the score looked, whereas the P-Vision one was smooth sailing. They were winning confidently in both games. They just had their strategies on lock. I think that position 4 Monkey King did so much for them. And maybe that's something that can be learned from XG today. They could look at what they want to do with the Monkey King. Do they want to try to take it for themselves, address it within the draft, or just let 9class have it?
Yeah, I think critically in Game 2, P-Vision had 3 cores that had lane dominating aspects. TA, lane dominator. Phoenix in the offlane, in correct matchups, lane dominator. Queen of Pain, lane dominator. Map, early game. And that is the thing. XG, we want them to see scaling and a bit more time to then feel like they come online. So if P-Vision come into this draft with 3 cores that break lanes, armies on the back foot, and we don't get to see that pop-off potential from the mid lane on XG, we could see some problems. And yeah, I think respect the aggression from the cores of P-Vision.
Yeah, like one thing that I could see that XG could take away from yesterday also is that P-Vision, more than any other team, I think they play off of map and vision. Like, that's why they love the Dominator so much. Push the waves, get yourself the vision going on. But also, they are quite greedy in terms of their offlane. Like, if I'm Extreme Gaming, you could look to craft a Disruptor Ursa lane, for instance, against, the Monkey King 4, the Slark 4, the Pudge 4. Like, they don't do much there, so maybe there's something they can take into it. But yeah, if we look at, like, the hero pool comparison, there's a lot of, like, team fight and also offlane focus when it comes to Extreme Gaming. Like, Mars has looked incredible in all of these games.
I see stability on the left, and I see chaos on the right.
But for stability, I love what you said about the Mars. I was thinking that XXS has not been talked about enough, because he has had some ridiculous Mars performances this TI. And that is the hero that I want to see him play today, especially if he's going to get sacked. Whatever, just play for Yule's Blink, play make. Be that stable hero for your team.
No,
Be that guy that anchors the fight.
Yeah, and like people, they seem to be playing it so well. Like, you have these 4s that just give you all the damage, you lane well. And I mean, XXS's Mars for years has been famous for, the correct builds, the correct items, doesn't feed, just very, very stable players. And their TI not being able to like kill your opponents or you miss smoke ganks, it really gets to you.
That is quite the career indeed. I mean, it's one of the players that we haven't touched upon yet that much. I feel like we talk about him a lot, and we want to always talk about him a lot. And we are gonna talk about him a lot, probably in the heroes that he's getting, and also, of course, his counterpart in XM in the upcoming series. But if we want to continue talking about the upcoming series, we should start talking about that first game.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 1.
Here we go. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side for our opening match. We got P-Vision Dire, and it is first pick going the way of Extreme. And I do still want to touch upon that mid lane a little bit, T-Gov, because it is a very interesting matchup. We have a lot of stuff happening on the side lanes, and that's why we talked about it so much, because that's where maybe the unusual things happen, but also that's where the Ame versus Satanic happens. We got the position 4s that are interesting to talk about, but mid, it feels like they got fairly stable mid laners going for themselves.
Yeah, extremely traditional from both XM and No One. They want to be the playmakers, they're playing the spirit heroes, they're playing, you know, the odd shaker, or, you know, they just want to be part of the team, part of the game. And of course, when you think about those type of players, it then goes back to the side lanes, unfortunately, where it's how well do they go? Do the supports get freed up? Can they then activate these mid laners that want to be on every rune making the moves? And I love the bans from XG. The fact they go for the Enigma and the Phoenix ban, both off laners for DM, but they're the off laners that make the opponent draft for that hero specifically. Like if you pick Enigma, do you have wave clear? If you have Phoenix, do you have Dispel or some type of healing from your support to survive the lane? So get rid of them. Don't force Ame to play a single hero.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes.
I mean, it looked good this tournament. Like, Slark has seen a lot of nerfs over the last few months, especially after Force Slark became so popular because of P-Vision. But this is the one team that didn't really give up on it, regardless of the nerfs. With this hero, you can just play for superior vision, play for D-wards, play for that superior movement during nighttime. Yesterday, I think they ran a Slark plus Night Stalker to capitalize on vision. Maybe they could look towards doing the same.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like what they want to do. Like they know that, you know, the offlane, it's not necessarily designed to win. You just get your stuff. Then, you know, in the mid game, that's where it really kicks in, the D-warding, the vision. Like you mentioned, like that is what they're going to play through. I do feel like Extreme Gaming, you mentioned the bans. I'm also completely on board. I think it makes the Undying a lot better. Maybe for P-Vision, there is a route also where you could flex the Slark. I think most likely not, but again, it is something that they value a lot. Maybe it's very low chance for it to happen, but you cannot disrespect it at this level of play.
Let's see what is coming afterwards, because with these openings, not much that either team is giving away yet. We have seen the Undying in the hands of XXS, very successful. We've seen Nineclass be very successful on his Slark. Not unexpected heroes, but also not heroes that you could really know what route the draft is taking. We got an Invoker ban and we got a Medusa ban. Medusa ban coming out for Extreme.
Already. Go on.
No, go ahead, T.
Thank you. Yes. Undying in the offlane, right? No stun, it's no control. Therefore, the Slark is going to feel like he has the free game, right? The ability to just run around, do what he wants, like you already mentioned. But that then gives Satanic more time. Because the Slark support, even if his lane presence isn't the strongest, pulling waves, kind of opening XP for his offlane, when you do want to go D-ward, it's an extra 20, 30 seconds of, oh, Slark's here, gotta wait 1 second, hold up. And then Satanic's like, thank you for that extra wave I farmed indirectly because of what Slark is doing. So XG, they need more control and a way to get rid of Slark quickly to then find Satanic.
On that note, I wonder to what extent do they want to address the Slark? Because there are heroes that are good versus Slark that they play. The Leshrac, for example, on XM is something they could run. He's been popping off on that hero. You get that early blink, you punish this hero. You could also choose to address it from the support role with a Disruptor. That hero is a popular pick versus Slark as well. You glimpse back into the Static Storm, but I don't think you want both. That would be over-addressing or over-correcting.
I mean, it's like something I haven't seen enough against P-Vision. They play these like more volatile offlanes, but I haven't seen someone just like double down on this lane. Like you get this Disruptor Ursa, Disruptor Anti-Mage, like whatever, you know, 18 pick your carry, set it up earlier with the 5, because you know this is most likely the Slark 4 who's gonna do that. P-Vision, get themselves a snap, solid laner. You have Low Shredder against the Tombstone if you want. Cookie safe. Just overall, probably one of the best supports of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I actually have XM in my fantasy, and I get 90% more fantasy points if he's a blue hero. So I do hope it's like a Leshrac or a Storm.
Wait, his Lesh is legit as hell. It's so good.
I mean, it's pretty good here. You see a Snap or a Slark, you don't really care. Just jump on them, kill them. Yep. Blue hero, please, XG.
7-0 record on Snap for Ducalis. I mean, that's also probably because there are so many other heroes people want to ban out against P-Vision that he gets his hands on it time and time again. But that is a phenomenal record as the most picked hero from the tournament. I don't know if it still is, but it was for a long time. The Disruptor coming out on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, exceptionally good hero, right? The fact that we even saw Kotomi yesterday on BB. You get Mana Boots, Blink Dagger into instant Aghanim.
Yep.
And then you keep kiting, you keep playing on Thunder Strikes, you're getting vision, you're slowing, you can then glimpse back. Like Slark, as we already mentioned, you want to go in, and then you kind of want to retreat, you want to kind of kite back the fight, buy time, provide information. You get no information. Disruptor will bring you back and kill you. So I think that's the answer to Slark is done. Tick, move on. Now start trying to find other heroes to make your draft have good meaning.
Just a quick sidetrack is I remember during Dream Leagues that every time 9Class got countered by Disruptor, he would just carry iron branches in his inventory, and every time he was static, he would just push himself out with a branch, and no Disruptor player expected that. So I wonder if we'll see the same thing happening here.
I mean, we might. This guy knows his matchups because he pops these heroes like a billion times to actually try to make it happen. Rasta is quite interesting here. Shadow Shaman is not a hero we see too often. I feel like it was maybe during one of the more recent PGL Valakias, people played this Warlock Shaman, Undying Shaman quite frequently. It gives you like very good building and early Roach because you drop the Tomb, you drop the Snake. And I guess overall, it's a good laner. You have people that like bring it to you. You have the fight starter, so more push to back it up. I like it.
I don't know if they want to pick it yet, but it's becoming a very good PL game for P-Vision if they want to get it at some point. You don't care about Undying, Disruptor, Shaman. You just send Illusions. Again, to pick it here with 2 then counter picks for XG might be a bit bold.
And then you would get your last track on 18.
Then you get your last exactly, but like not now. But I want XG to start respecting it potentially in either the next pick or the 2 bans, as I'm already thinking that it's becoming a good game for Satanic to pull later in the draft.
Do you guys want to know what PL's win rate is this entire competitive season?
It's bad.
I looked
It's
I
real
looked
bad.
it up the other day.
No.
All the games played, it's like 18%.
Yeah.
That's atrocious.
So hopefully not that hero, but honestly, if there's a team that could make it work, it would be P-Vision.
Yeah, okay, so you get the Lycan and, okay, so the Puck. So it's on XG to kind of decide, okay, what is more valuable for us? Do we need to close the phase with our mid against the Puck, which this is a hero we've seen pop off a lot, especially by GPK, or do you want to do something against the Lycan? You want to like lock in a troll with your Disruptor, like play fast? I think these anti-mages, you don't really want to play that against the Lycan. There's the Ursa option if you want, or do we feel more like this should be the mid hero, for example?
I feel like there's some major problems right now for XG, where to kill a hero, it's the Static Storm, the Shaman jump, but to do that with the Lycan Wolf scouting you, the Slark scouting you, Puck jumping in and out, finding like ways to initiate the fight, XG need to have a really clean like pick off and play. But pick off and play against all of this wave push from P-Vision will be extremely difficult.
Well, that was a 100% win rate troll up until earlier today, but still an incredibly strong hero. How does it fit in here?
It's very strong. It's one of the OG counters to Lycan. You're playing with a Disruptor against a weak 4. You definitely have a recipe for success. You're gonna get an Aegis in this game because you have the Tombstone, because you have the Snakes. Troll is good at it too, so I think XG are quite happy. The problem still exists though, that T mentioned, the Puck.
But at least they have a carry that can itemize to be the frontliner. You send him in first. What hard lockdown does P-Vision have to stop the troll hitting the ultimate, right? Like, he can stand his ground, which gives Disruptor and Shaman a way to hide in the tree line, wait for the fight to develop, then they use their spells. So I'm looking at Arme to get the early Battle Fury, to get the early BKB, whatever, and then become kind of the forward-thinking player on the team.
Yeah, the way that I see this troll pick is it kind of solves some of the issues that XG had, because so when I look at PV's draft and I see this Lycan plus Puck come out together, I think, okay, this Lycan will protect the Puck, because Puck is picked into 2 counters, Disruptor plus Shaman. These are heroes that have the catch to stop a Puck from popping off. But if you're playing against Lycan and he's throwing his summons at you and you're a Disruptor or you're a Shaman, what do? You don't have the freedom in a fight to lock down that Puck. But this Troll Warlord, if he shuts down Lycan in lane and just makes it so that his entry point into the game is later, then the Puck issue is solved by that, just by extension of Lycan not being able to create the space that the Puck needs.
Yeah, XG just need to hug each other.
Yeah.
Right? When you look at a 20-25 minute fight, it's be together with the vision, then they're going to look strong. If at any point they break away, have a weak formation, P-Vision will, of course, exploit it.
Yeah, actually, they definitely have this type of lineup where it's like they're gonna dare P-Vision to come to them. Like they're gonna go to a tower, drop the Snake, drop the Tomb, Troll's gonna start hitting, and then it's like, how do you answer?
Yeah.
And that's not the most ideal fight for a Lycan. He wants to like go on your back line, kind of snack on your supports, but they're very good at protecting each other. So XG, they do need an XM hero.
I am enjoying their bans though. They're like, Satanic has a last pick,
Yeah.
of course, on the side of P-Vision. Then let's remove his Tinker and his Meepo just to not get anything unexpected out there. And it will be the Slardar coming out. The XM Slardar is a little bit of a classic.
Yeah, and it gives just good initiation to the fight, right? It's if Slardar finds hero with Troll, that's going to be a kill. Slardar plus Shaman with the ultimate from Shaman, another kill, right? It just gives ways to punish if P-Vision are split on the map. So I don't mind it. It is good scaling. Slardar very quickly can become tanky as well with the Aghanims and the BKB. He stands his ground. Yeah, it's a nice way to give XG late game potential and also survivability through the mid game, through pickoffs.
And the last time that XM played Slardar, he had a really interesting build. He went for Helm into Pipe, right? And I think that would be a great game to recreate that, because if you get that early Pipe, you're negating a lot of damage coming out of the Snap and the Puck that PV are dependent on early game. And that Helm, you just play versus Lycan's Helm. You know, take it back, play that mini game there.
Yeah, Slardar to me is a little bit underrated, like, because I think he does very well, especially with this type of draft. Like Lycan, you amp him, he wants to run at you, he's not going to be able to stand his ground. So P-Vision, what do you want here for Satanic? Maybe some TB? Like, I still think they need high damage, like on the hero. You have a lot of heroes running in, sure, but you need to back it up with something.
We talked earlier about the tempo that we saw Extreme have yesterday. Does the Slardar it sets a high tempo, right? So that kind of solves the issue that they had yesterday against Tundra.
No, for sure. It lanes well against Puck. You have high armor, you have good damage, you're going to be chilling, you're in the river, you're the type of hero your supports can play through. I mean, I must say, I love both drafts. I think PV found a very good last pick for themselves too. I'm maybe slightly leaning towards XG, because I just like this idea of the Disruptor with the Troll to shut down P-Vision, but they have what they always want with the map play.
I quickly want to correct, it was XXS that had that build on Slardar, not XM. So maybe from the mid Slardar, you don't want to see the Helm too early, maybe the Blink into the Helm, but I would still love to see that come into play.
Yeah.
I just want to see this game get to like 30, 40 minutes.
It will.
Like, XG with levels take great fights. P-Vision, as the game progresses, need items. If they buy the wrong item, fights can get quite difficult. So it's like itemization on P-Vision and scaling will be really interesting to see, while XG is just kind of cruise control. As every minute ticks over, they get stronger and stronger and stronger.
I guess the one thing I would say is XG is dependent on their lanes going very well, and they've drafted good lanes for themselves, but if PV can somehow find a way to get as much as they can, like mitigate that net worth disadvantage that they may have, then the game will be a lot more even, and it's hard to get a good read on it.
And who would you put the pressure on to create the space, basically, for P-Vision to do all that?
I mean, it has to be the Lycan plus Puck duo.
Yeah, I'm looking at them to kind of do well early, because it is not that easy. Like for XG, I see them doing well on the lanes. They're going to take the early towers. They're going to get the first ages of the game. They're probably going to have a lead. At some point, PV are going to have to find a way to play the map, stabilize, and win a fight, or kind of at least go even, because they need time.
And the Puck versus Slardar, how is that going to go down? Because shouldn't it be Puck favored, considering his range versus melee?
Slard's going to be chilling. Slard's going to be chilling.
Slardar favorite.
Slardar loves that much.
Yep.
All right, we are going to head over to the stage, because before we get into this game number one, we are going to hear some words from Coach Estini.
Absolutely. The crowd quite split here on this match. We got a lot of cheers for both teams coming out here. Sir, how are you feeling about this draft here today? Now, I don't know if you watched this, but there was a certain Lycan versus Troll matchup yesterday. Didn't go too well for the Lycan. How do you feel it's going to go this time?
There's a reason our Lycan players still in the tournament.
Okay, let's relax.
Better. Just better.
Let's relax. Goodness gracious. Very well, very well. Great. Well, it seems like you're very confident about your draft. If you had to rate your draft out of 10, what would you be putting it here? I mean, we got some Puck, we got some Lycan. They do have a lot of lockdown. Did you think you did well?
Yes, I put 9 class in my fantasy with coher kills. So I go for Slark, and I'm pretty confident he's going to make a lot of points.
Fantasy players, get ready to be pogging for this match. Absolutely. All right, my friend, you've had this crowd in the center cheering your name every single time. They go right where you look every time. Thank you so much. Any words to those 5 people standing up right there with those signs in particular?
Yes. Bora caralho.
All right, fantastic. Well, should be one hell of a match by 2 of the most high-skilled teams that we have here today. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Oh, man, this is going to be an awesome game. I cannot wait to hop into this one, Trent. I do real quickly, since we're getting all the players out there around, Dota's best enjoyed with friends, and I need to give a quick little shout-out. I am today on my 10-year wedding anniversary, so I just wanted to give a quick little, I love you very much, wife and kid at home, and I hope you're doing good. We'll be home soon. But we are getting into this match, Trent. I can't wait.
Yes, it's Dota time. The fans, man, the fans are going crazy today. We got a whole section here cheering on XG. I'm sure you heard them there during some of the earlier interviews as well. Very dedicated to the success of their team. So we'll see how well it goes for them here in this draft. Last time these 2 teams met, they haven't seen each other so far this tournament, but a few months ago they did play, and it was P-Vision taking the win 2-1.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, I think that this has been so much stuff changed throughout the course of this tournament, and all of these teams now feel like they have a very different identity than maybe what people were expecting coming into this. And now, you know, if you were to ask me where I would rank these teams going into it, I don't even know if XG would be in the tournament at this point, but they are very clearly becoming the favorites. P-Vision have something to say about that. A very confident Astini going into this.
Yeah, a team that's been gaining confidence for sure as this event has gone on. XG just kind of started dominating and haven't stopped, obviously only losing a few maps through this entire event, whereas P-Vision, it felt like there were some struggles. They were having a hard time enabling their offlane duo and really feeling like they were getting a lot out of both of these two picks. And as it's gone on, we're getting more and more of that classic 9 class, which, you know, he's always been the engine that drives a lot of the success here for P-Vision.
He has been, indeed. And I think, too, when you see him having like a good game, finding those courier snipes, disrupting what's going on, and of course in that mid-game window when people are looking for fights, he can be a real menace. Now the flip side of that is that a lot of times it feels like XG are just cool chilling. You know what I mean? And if they're just out farming, is he going to be able to set up for ganks from the rest of his squad to find kills? As DM is going to do some lane shenanigans here, already pulling the wave back behind the tower.
Yes, things one must do when you have a position 4 Slark player. He is well aware of what needs to be done here, as 9 class will just keep lurking around and being a nuisance down there. Maybe hoping to score some of those courier kills, as Astini said, you know. Now, I have a question about this fantasy here. You know, he said that if XM plays a blue hero, he gets more points.
Yes, that is true.
What is Slardar? Is that close enough? That's a blue hue for sure.
I mean, it's a little purpley. I feel like it should count a little bit. You know what? I think it tells you what it is when you sign up for it.
Okay. Well, for his sake, I hope it's at least blue. You know?
Absolutely.
Help the guy out.
Gotta be. Mid lane matchup, as we've seen, going to be a little bit tough for the Puck, but he seems to be doing okay so far on No One. And if there's one thing you can count on in this tournament, it's good. No One is likely going to be getting the most out of his lane possible.
Yes, I have decided to dub him the Terminator. You know, I feel like he was away for a while and he came back, but it doesn't, like, I don't think he aged very much. He kind of looks the same. So I think something's afoot. I think he might have like some bionic parts in there that we weren't made aware of, because he just came back and he looks as good as ever.
By the way, that is Courier Snipe #1, unless I missed one earlier. So we'll keep our tracks of that.
Damn, Astini's a genius. I mean, that's kind of crazy to like just throw it on one of your players in the tournament purely for the fantasy points, but when it works, it works.
Yeah, you got to win too. Might be getting them a little bit more. But yeah, this is going to be what you see. Blood grenade, boots, grab the whole wave, pull it back behind the tower.
It's disgusting, truly. And of course, that ward, as being shown by the observers as well, of course, to help you snipe those couriers, right? Makes it all a lot easier. So they've got a lock on this bottom lane. They're so used to doing this.
Then in the meantime, in mid, we're going to see this battle continue on. Up top, there could be some more action going on. You can see XinQ contesting this pull from Ducalis, while Undying is sort of battling out in the lane with the Terrorblade. What did you think about that last pick, Terrorblade? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, he's coming for you. At least I got to deliver first.
And, ooh, he's even going to get the D ward on the camp there as well. Make sure he gets the block back on there, so lots of work. TV, I mean, it's a bit of a classic, of course, especially for Satanic, you know? It is always a game winner hero, right? It has so many things it can offer. It does have the opportunity to play in the early game if your team is up, which is really interesting, right? You can join for pushes, objectives, whatever you want to be there with for the meta. But of course, you've got this like mid and late game map control that comes out from Terrorblade that's pretty hard to match from many other heroes. That being said, you know, XG coming into this series, I imagine they'd probably continue their, you know, a little bit slower paced gameplay, but this looks pretty quick for them. And they have had some fast games, but this one looks like it could really get going quick if they get a good lead in these lanes, like the panel was mentioning.
Oh, it never stood a chance. Does he run back down as soon as it shows?
He's pretty far.
No, he's hiding it. Okay, nope, there it is. We'll see if they run down. 9 class instead looks like he wants to stack the camps, which makes more sense. And actually, it taking that ring around the rosy might buy enough time for 9 class to come back in. We'll see what he decides to do. Instead, he's making his way over towards mid. XM does get hit by that, and now a jump in. Only going to be able to find a couple of punches, but the blood grenade isn't enough.
Nice spacing.
Not able to quite find the finish there.
I mean, you're okay with that, though. Obviously, this is a lane that's supposed to go pretty well for the Slardar. Just Puck over the years has lost quite a bit of strength in that mid lane overall, but Slardar, of course, has just got buffed and buffed and buffed when it comes to being near water and having the reliability here. It goes for the coil mid.
Does have level 6, though. The jump up is there, able to find a bash, tries to back out, and he's able to play himself out of it. XM, what a player, and Xnova is going to be the one that draws first blood.
Woohoo, that was nice. Very quick rotation. Disruptor, not always the best hero to come in and save you in the mid lane.
Oh,
not
yeah.
always something you can count on, but Xnova makes it work there thanks to some fancy footwork despite having no feet on XM.
Very solid move, and Dream Coil down too, so that kind of opens up some rotations here too if they want to try and pressure Satanic, particularly pre-6. We'll see if there's any movements that come in. These twin gates have been a classic, but when you get your courier sniped, starts to feel a little bit rough.
Gloves and boots? That's really annoying, especially the gloves, obviously. It's an interesting way to try and deal with Ame. I mean, every game that we've had the pleasure of casting of Ame, his heat map is just the bottom lane.
True.
And he stays down here forever, and then his teammates pull the enemy everywhere else on the map. Anywhere else but bottom lane. And Ame just chills down here until he gets his items. And P-Vision have decided to just like kind of let that happen again here, but they're getting the trade of their Lycan also getting very farmed.
Right, he's almost going to have a helm completed, which could turn very quickly into that tower being taken down. So that's something to watch for here, as we are going to see 9 class. Still just level 2, by the way. He's able to do a good amount with that. Finally getting the Wisdom Shrine. XinQ taking the other one on the other side of the map. But this is going to be the thing to watch for, is how do they change up their gameplay for Ame? Are they going to still try and keep that pressure on, or are we going to see something where maybe they leave that lane?
It's just this courier.
I know.
It's like trying to find the Northwest Passage, you know? It's just like, where is it, man?
Nowhere to be found. Maybe a bit of a wraparound going on towards mid, though. They were looking for no one there, and, well, yeah, it's not going to be an easy jump.
Well, I mean, the coil back does usually open quite a few opportunities for Puck, right? Puck loves it when you get to catch someone diving your side lanes and you show up, Dream Coil, and turn it around. Not the easiest heroes to do that versus, right? Like an Undying, it can be a little bit risky to go for it if there's any sort of backup. Your Lycan's not really playing the tower anyway, so no one doesn't have this natural accelerant of just defending your side tier 1s that you like to have. But he does have these stacks to accelerate him that 9 class has been prepping for him. So this is also great, of course, just for 9 class, because as a position 4 player, you want to get as many stacks as you can to get that golden XP for yourself.
They miss on one of the sentries. It's just off to the left there. And so XG, after making that rotation with Xnova, are not going to be able to make any type of substantial kill happen. And this could be an issue as this game goes on. I feel like between a Lycan, Terrorblade Illusions, and now a Slark support, how are you meant to sort of keep vision out on this map for XG?
Yeah, that's a very interesting part heading to the late game too, right? That's you're trying to just deal with wave push and also trying to find these ganks. Your smokes are at a complete premium on XG. You cannot waste a single smoke or it's going to feel awful.
Ducalis hitting that level 6 is now going to come back over this direction, and Ame is a potential target if they can find the right control.
And it's a juicy level 6.
Look at this.
I mean, what's the duration? 6.5. Kisses go for what? You got 8 globs. I don't know. It's not bad.
There's a chance.
It's over 5.5 seconds. You get that ulti pop to the right time, he's going to be in trouble, even if he has it.
Well, they're going to realize the danger, and actually leaving that little illusion there of the Slardar scouts out the gank coming their way. They will lose the tower on the side of XG as Ame tries to build into his Battle Fury. And you know, I'm reminded a little bit of that game that we saw yesterday of XG versus Tundra. Tundra started off, got this good beginning lead, and if not for maybe some weird Roche fights, XG could have been in a lot of trouble. And I'm seeing a similar story here. You've got some pretty heavy push potential from P-Vision.
Yes, 100%. I think that would be the conversation I could imagine Astini having before leaving the booth, right? It's just like, you got to make sure those first objectives are going to be so important because they can take it very quickly on XG, but you can as well on P-Vision.
Moves. The Hex is there, already hit. XM backing out, though, and the Kisses not doing quite enough damage. They will be able to bring down XinQ here. But
and
finding any more than that, Well, they'll pop the glyph. Is there going to be any defense here?
Look at this army.
I mean, it's really hard to fight against this. They have the creep there too. XM already taking a boatload of damage from the creep, from the summoned wolves, and they're trying desperately to keep the tower alive. Will manage to. Xnova has a glimpse.
It was on CD for quite a while, so he couldn't manage to pull back DM there when he was looking a little vulnerable.
But they do protect their tower.
And the carries just off doing their thing. Satanic's been hitting a lot of jungle creeps. He's back on the lane now with the attention put towards mid. Ame's been farming through the Ancients of the bottom lane like he does every game. Tower or not, he's still confident enough to stand up here.
Well on his way. And then on the other side, it's really XM. The fact that he didn't die there, I think, is really important. Working towards that Blink Dagger, almost has it completed. But do they need to do something to deal with Satanic here? I mean, he is just free farming.
Yeah, I think chasing him just sounds like a bit of a problem, right? It would be nice, obviously, but when the Blink Dagger's up, you could try one smoke at him and try and go for it. It would be nice to have 6 on Xnova at that point, which is probably why he's here camping mid, trying to catch as much XP as he can here on the tower. So you could go for it once, at least drop some good vision as well. But I imagine that attacking the structures could also be a solid play to go for it too, right? If you get 6 on your Shaman.
The call is there to get back underway. P-Vision versus Extreme, in both teams at this point not putting high priority on trying to find a ton of kills, just 1-1, 11 minutes in.
Oh!
A nice little move in. Xnova able to get the deny there on the tower.
You take those little victories when you can as a support gamer, you know?
Oh, yeah.
TP up top here. No one's looking for his first rotation.
Oh, finds it there. Dream Coil down. Satanic in the way as well. They have Tombstone, they have everything, but this is a hard survive. And Exodus actually almost able to sneak his way through the trees, but a kill is a kill.
Yeah, knows he doesn't have a chance there, even if he pops the ulti, so he'll just take the Ceaseless Dirge and immediately go to his Ancients, which are well stacked up here, of course. This was something that we saw from XG where there was not a big priority on stacks really at all. And there was the danger that the enemy could have came and stolen them away. They're going to scout them out here right now.
Looking, hunting. DM about to lose a creep, goes down to Xnova. Does have glimpse, doesn't have vision.
Is Xingqiu going to snake these, or we're just leaving these all for Ame, no? All right, this is Ame's piggy bank. They're going to smoke it up here. So what do we have? We got the snakes.
Right under a wolf, though.
That's not good. We got the Static Storm. I think Xingqiu pinged it. So this is your Satanic hunt that you're hoping for as an XG fan right now.
It didn't turn green, though. They just barely walked past it. Is there any way that they actually managed to find Satanic up to the east side? Doesn't look like it.
No, he's out. So they can use this with the Helm of the Undying to just push the tower, so it's not too bad. They'll even drop the big bad snake there, too.
Was wondering if maybe they thought he ran to the gate, but instead ran out to the other side, and they are going to cut through the twin gate.
Instantly scanned by 9 Class, who still walks over here, by the way. Puts a ward on the side.
Okay.
Like,
whoa, what?
Oh,
he planted the tree!
He did the tree
oh, 9 Class.
It's so insulting.
You sneaky, sneaky fish.
You scan that they're there. You ward and walk in anyway, and then you do the tree plant escape. He's done this already, too, while we've been casting him as well.
Dude, he was so ready for that.
Unbelievably ready. And his ward's going to live.
That's crazy.
I feel sickly watching that.
So we take a quick little replay.
Let's sum this up for people. So you see how there's this thing called the kinetic field, all right? He's going to plant a tree. It creates a collision box with his own hero. One can stay, one has to go. Hero goes outside the kinetic field. Amazing.
Breaks the game.
Blows your brain just like that. It's like, whoa, I can't see a thing.
Now, 3K gold lead now, and Helm Slark is done.
Then you watch Slark pick up a creep.
All right, I'm not sure if I'm prepared for what's going to happen in this game, Trent. I don't know. I don't know if anybody is. We've still got a Battle Fury Troll, which has been an indomitable force in this tournament. But I got to say, the Terrorblade is pretty spooky in this one.
You're not wrong. I mean, it's a classic for a reason, right? It gives you many, many choices.
Ducalis nearby with 9 Class DM. They know that this Ancient stack is being taken. Do they want to come and contest it? They're moving into position. Vision down. XXS, what do you have in the tank? XM is there too. It looks like they're going to back out, seeing that everybody's there.
Guys, that was just one Helm creep.
I see another one now. DM takes away the big old
He's getting so
Ancient
many.
Black
he's getting
Dragon.
all the bounties. Like his fire pool just destroyed so many ancients.
Now they move in, want to take that down, but Ame is a little bit too far forward, forced to pop the ultimate, in a ton of trouble. They do have control over Puck, though. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Yes, they do. The
Ame,
snake,
though.
it's doing work, but it's not doing enough to save Ame.
And the dragon lives.
Dragon's still alive. They will take out one more creep with the big snake, but this is the power of P-Vision right now.
I mean, how much effort did they put into the first neutral there, and
Yeah.
then the second one? Right? Like, they're fighting this just massive army being provided here by DM, and then at least they're able to get the catch there onto no one, thankfully for them, but then immediately losing Ame is really going to hurt their scaling.
Man, very difficult moment here to try and figure out how you deal with this, because it's really, they need Ame to kill the creeps, and even for him, it's not quick.
No, it's certainly not yet. And he's going to need that defensive item to try and deal with the silence there from the Puck to ensure that he can actually play his game. I mean, usually 9 Class has been going for these like early Orchids, but because of the existence of Helm, we're getting that instead. So at least that gives him a little bit more breathing room, perhaps, for Ame.
2-3 and a 4K gold lead as Undyne working towards the Shivas.
That's obviously, it's very nice versus Lycan and all the units. You're going to get a lot of benefits from that, and the various healing that you're going to have going on there too. But it's not really like a game changer item.
No.
You know? It doesn't really change the flow of things too much. You're going to have to look to that from XM. And he's hoping to just get to his his BKB after the Blink and Shard.
And on the other side, with just this swarm of creeps, P-Vision start to do some pretty massive amounts. I was wondering if we were going to maybe see something like a Crimson Guard out of XG for XXS.
Yeah.
Still could go back for it later on. Obviously, tremendous value when you've got all these summons you're dealing with and the Terrorblade illusions.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard choice for his itemization, I'd say. Getting them all eventually would be great.
Yeah.
As we do, Slider, at least he is really good at this, right?
Yeah.
Like, if there's an isolated Helm creep, he can deal with it very quickly, which is something that we have seen a lot of heroes struggle with, particularly any support heroes. But being able to grab those is a nice gold boost for you if you can guarantee they're actually going to die.
Absolutely. And I mean, you can see though that when you have all these summons, the answer for you is just start taking objectives.
And they're going to scout this out here with 9 Classes creep as well. This is something that the Radiant can do very quickly as well. They have a Slider, they have a Troll Warlord, they have Snakes. Dire are not even choosing to bring Satanic. He's coming now, but they started this without him.
A little bit late. XM could go for a big jump if they want, but they drop the coil to start. Backs out, kisses out. How much do they have left in the tank? XXS, there's the Tombstone down. Kinetic Field and a Static Storm to back away.
I mean, there's no Ceaseless Dirge here. If he dies, he's going down.
And the Dragon is chasing and not quite going to fully commit for that one. So Roche still up. It's not even below halfway HP. Can they come back in here and contest? I mean, Ame is not even in the fight.
You got Blink Slider, you got Blink Zinq. Is he feeling a little crazy, perhaps? I don't think so.
I mean, they smoke back up again, maybe trying to take a fight once this is all over. A big get, though, for P-Vision.
This might be one of those hope they split up immediately after taking Roche, right? Yeah, exactly, like this. No one comes down to push the wave, and they try and catch him here because they have the Blink on the Shadow Shaman. This is going to be your answer. So Ame's going to drive him back. They're going to catch no one under the tower.
Looking. Zinq, they need to get vision first.
Oh, he knows.
Does he? No, jump in. Hex is out, and they got him. The TP, that one probably needs to be canceled, although he did have the Aegis. Are they going to try and do something? They jump on through, 9 Class, trying to keep his buddy alive, and they're able to back away on that Puck. Ame caught, Cookie connects. Is there any follow-up, though? It doesn't look like it.
Beautiful. Very well played here from XG. You take away all the advantages of that Aegis.
In the mid lane, they're hunting a little bit onto the Undyne now. They jump Dream Coil in the mid lane, finds him for a moment. He does not look like he needs to actually worry that much. Instead, Zinq, he jumps and finds the Puck. Static Storm down, also connects on a 9 Class. They might try and pull him back in here, but they do manage to get that kill. Back and forth we go.
That's a nice swing for XG, though, right? Like, you lose the Roche like that, but then you quickly dismantle the Aegis, get rid of that as an issue, take a little free pick there onto the Slayer, because he kind of has to play a bit of interference to ensure that no one escapes. very good for them, as they're going to have to try and start pumping more gold into Ame. He is now third on the board here and working his way through the jungle. Just trying to get a Manta into a BKB. Not necessarily the biggest like feel-good items, but it's Troll Warlord, right? As long as he gets his ulti off, he's going to have the damage.
Just saw in the mid lane, while this is Ame's farm, it's also XM killing another one of these Helm creeps. It's been a really, really good answer so far, it feels like, in a way. He's still a bit behind, though, in terms of the net worth for the Slardar.
Well, it is time for the next objective of Dota 2. Kind of gonna Tormentor.
The Tormentor gonna go down. And easily picked up for P-Vision. 9 class now having access to the Depth Shroud.
Oh, good.
and that's the one that really can start to make things difficult to play around.
Because he wasn't annoying enough already, so that's
Is he gonna
great.
get another one? Oh, no, he's not going for it on XM. Working towards that BKB.
Yeah, this tier 1 tower is still very healthy in the mid lane right now for P-Vision. That's a helpful one to have. Keep this big forward vision on the map right now.
So one other thing that I'm a little bit concerned about for the side of XG is that I believe this is Terrorblade most of the way towards a butterfly at this point. And Troll is still queuing up into a BKB after the Manta.
Yeah.
There could be some timings in here where Satanic is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, the high armor is annoying enough, but paired with evasion, plus the additional bonus armor he's going to have from Butterfly fully completed, it's going to be a bad time.
See if there are any changes that come up with the build, or if Ame is just going to have to stick to it. In the meantime, Lycan also gets an AC. Man, this timing is going to be nuts.
Yeah, it is a very powerful timing. Butterfly plus AC. You have this Depth Shroud. XXS is trying to counteract it by getting the Shard finished up on the Undying. So maybe if someone is, you know, in trouble, he can try and get a big save onto that during the kisses, during the coil or something.
Man, for both of these teams, a win here would just be so huge for them. Guaranteed moving on, and obviously a ton of love within the crowd for both of these orgs, as we've heard multiple times throughout this event. But very much one of those windows right now where P-Vision, if they can find the right fight, feel like they can really put the screws.
Kala's put a crazy ward down here. This big aggressive smoke. Trying to catch up to X-Nova.
X-Nova underneath a ward, TPing out, and does manage to escape. Out they go. So 3-3.
XXS. He's going to walk away from the team as they're going to smoke up here. Kind of shadowing Ame a little bit. Maybe hoping that P-Vision are going to think about Potassium. Crowd is generating power here with the wave.
Oh, we do have a little wave going through the crowd a little bit as well. Oh, wait.
A little bit of hydro power here, trying to help out. I like this. This is good. And they will take down that tier 1 tower mid. So, you know, it's kind of painful. I'm not going to lie to you, to smoke for that, unless it gets a kill in 9 class. Not quite. Because so they basically smoked to kill a tier 1 mid.
Yes.
Which doesn't feel great versus Slark, Lycan, Wolves, couple Helm of the Dominators. You really need these smokes to make your way across the map. But it does open things up a little bit more and just create a little bit more mystery for P-Vision, so they don't have this giant beacon of knowledge in the center of the map.
Yeah, you got to take that one out as quickly as you can. A tough situation now, again, for XG. If they want to try and make another move, it feels like every time they're just completely scouted out immediately.
And that's the
full butterfly.
Butterfly and the finished BKB. That's what I was trying to figure out if that was done too for no one. That's a powerful timing. So if they want to kill this puck, it's going to come down to XM, right? That's pretty much it.
Oh, and 9 class hunting around, spots X-Nova. Can he push him to the low ground with the effect? No, not going to happen. So X-Nova in some trouble, going to fall here. And the area in which XG is allowed to play grows smaller and smaller.
Yeah, still just holding meta right now in Satanic, but I mean, he's got the Demon Seal. That's what's so nice about the Shard, right? Just use that for your smaller pushes, but when like the big fight comes, you can fully commit with meta.
The butterfly pushes. We saw 2 games in a row of it with that Medusa in the last series from Ghost. Is Satanic gonna be able to replicate a similar type of strategy? Get butterfly, walk down lanes before there's an answer.
Jeez, they just really ignored XXS, huh?
Oh, yeah.
They just had no cares for that guy. He's walking up, throwing a Shiva's guard out. They're just like, you are so not worth it, man.
I mean, they see Ame there underneath some wolves. So understanding that he's in the area, are they gonna try and mount any type of a defense here? XXS steps forwards, throws out some decays, a quick little jump through, a stun onto Satanic, maybe a chance here for a fight.
Okay,
Do they want to jump onto Satanic though, really? Slowly, steadily, Static Storm down, now a hit, a few more, but they don't have any vision, they can't find him! This walks away!
Little Depth Shroud save there.
Oh no! Can't get on top of him, and now, with Kisses raining down, they're not doing a ton, only Disruptor has gone down so far.
That was not looking good for P-Vision either, right? You see that ulti coming, you're like, oh, they've done it, right? They jump in, Satan's getting low, but then just
9 class.
able to back it away with 9 class. There's a reason this is his signature support hero.
We did see that Leshrac ban that the panel was talking about that could have been a solid fit for this, taken away in that final stage. You think about how different this game could have looked if they were able to get a hold of it.
It feels like there's no winning, though, because it also just feels awful to commit so much in your draft to this thing.
Yes.
It's like roaming 4, you know? You have to think about all these other matchups that are happening in the game.
There's a reason that he excels on his heroes. So, another couple of towers taken. There's still one more tier 2 tower on the bottom lane that XG are trying to hold on for, and well, XM actually gonna get jumped on again. Xingqiu is nearby, able to find a Hex onto the puck, but the Eul Scepter lift up. There's not an easy way out of this one. The crush, but the damage, it keeps on coming. Satanic with the amplified damage destroys XM.
Yeah, and with that meta pop right now, he is gonna annihilate this tower. They're thinking about marching on here.
I mean, what's the answer? You don't have much on XG.
I mean, with an amplified damage, who could resist this?
I mean, this is an easy step up. And, you know, you think about other games. Where's the Magnus? Where's the tiny tossback? There's nothing here to defend this high ground right now without fully committing. The Tombstone is down. That's gone in an instant. XXS, no answers, and Satanic is too damn big. A full set of racks done, P-Vision. They are not playing for the late game.
No, and there's no chance of a chase down here either from the side of XG. They're going to be able to back away as P-Vision, reset, and 9 class, he's going to know there's a ward here as well as he steps up there. But it just means that they can back away, reset, go to Roche, set up there. And the side of XG, they're just waiting, right? They're waiting for Amin to get these items to feel like he can maybe do something. And he's going to need the most perfect fight as Troll Warlord here, set up by his supports.
Can they do it? I mean, you're still looking for another couple items on Ame before he finishes off that MKB. He's going to have to go with just the Demon Edge now. And they are heading into an area that could potentially turn into a full fight.
All right, we'll see how does the Depth Shroud play out in this one. Maybe they can get 9 class first. Maybe they can get a Blink Hex onto this puck. Maybe that's how they start this fight.
I mean, they walk up there and they take the Watcher, and that immediately alerts P-Vision to the fact that they're in the area. Roche, 28 seconds until it's going to be back up again. And it looks like they're going to have to back away again on XG. Has a single smoke of theirs worked? Like, they haven't been able to get anything.
Well, they only have 3 kills, so it's... Hey, you know what? They got that tier 1 tower mid.
That's true.
Skelly Bros doing work.
It can't run away from you. Hit the towers.
That's right. As we have some Warpine Raiders here scouting out the pit. Friends, even on opposite sides of the battlefield. Truly a beautiful sight to see.
Well, Roche is up. And now the question, as XG, are you going to come and contest this? The Warpine Raider scouts them out, sees that they're in there, can start doing it. We're also only a minute away from Roche switching sides.
Lycan Wolf is running through them though right now.
I mean, oh, it's so hard to make this happen. There's a disarm. Ame is on the other side of the freaking world right now. He's not getting involved in any of this. He will TP now.
And they're smoking.
Okay.
All right, what's the start? Who are we going on?
An opportunity here. Shiva's guard to show what's going on. Roast below, half HP. XM jumps in, gank the creeps. Charlie, it will take you to victory.
It is the least maneuverable unit.
It is so hard to get anything done
all
against
right,
this
hold on.
lineup. Wait, he got it.
He's got the MKB in time.
Oh, they bought enough time, and Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now?
Oh.
You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Unbelievable.
Oh, it's a wise man once said, that's a hard fish to find, Lyrical.
Oh, he's so good.
Even
so
his teammates know how good. Just tip, tip, tip.
And of course, the damage coming in from the whole rest of the squad. 3-8, 16,000 gold lead.
I can't carry on after this.
Oh no.
After seeing that snatch, like if I'm X, that's me. I'm just XXS. Just take it.
Dead on the screen, and P-Vision ready to not just end this game, but break their spirits. P-Vision come in, completely destroy XG.
You know, there were some questions. Like, who's going to have the edge here this early game? You know, which team could run this game down a little faster than the other? Well, we got our answer.
Oh, yeah.
It was, in fact, P-Vision who very quickly, you know, there were still some chances there. You're like, okay, you know, they're looking for this animization. Get the MKB. Maybe Ame can get that perfect fight. Troll Warlord, a hero that's obviously had some pretty crazy games so far. He's not doing too well today.
No, it has been a bit of a rough one for the troll picks indeed. And I think some of it is just this answer of these like agi carries that are coming in, buying a butterfly, and just walking high ground. And we've not seen answers to it. I mean,
oh yeah, there they are.
Oh, they're ready. They're feeling it. The crowd is into it, feeling the love for the P-Vision squad, and still a lot of games left to be played, but that was a statement.
There's still a loud segment over there. The XG fans, I know they'll be back. You know, game 2. There's of course some chance to regroup here, so we'll see what XG can try and find. I mean, they did change up, I would say, a little bit from their more common game plans. Like again, they've had some faster games, but this one looked like they were really trying to hit something a little bit quicker, and it did not quite pan out for them.
Man, what a freaking amazingly dominant display from P-Vision as they take game number 1.
This was a slaughter, or rather, actually, can you even have a slaughter when the kill count is as low as it was? It was just calculated and cool, Kezu. This was just P-Vision in the driver's seat from the get-go.
Yeah, it was just very slow from like maybe even start to finish, right? But XG didn't really get to do what they wanted, like do well in your lanes. Didn't really happen. I would say P-Vision, they got everything that they wanted. They got the 9-class Slark, he got through the lane, the DM Lycan, he got through the lane, Satanic got to farm all the game 2 on his TV, so I feel like XG, they really fell flat in this game.
Yeah, I think XG's draft were very dependent on these lanes doing well because that was their entry point into the game. That Lycan would have a slower timing, that they'd be able to play without their supports getting completely crushed by the wolves, but every time they tried to go on this bug, that Lycan just covered for him so well. He just ate that backline.
I mean, it feels like one of those games where if XG don't have any kills to their name, it never compounds to a little bit of tempo. A kill was a Roshan, a kill was a tower, a kill was anything, any purpose. That's the whole point of Dota. And for P-Vision, the fact that they just kind of stall the game, chill, take the fights they want to take, reset, it makes it so much simpler. Like when you look at Puck, Slark, Snap, Lycan, Terrorblade with Illusions, like every single hero has a way to wait for the fight because the lanes are always shelved.
9-class is such a nuisance, this game. Like, we're watching, and I'm just looking at this Slark in all of these highlights, but he was just running circles around them, he was dewarding, he was drawing attention, he was forcing spells, he was pushing himself out of kinetic fields. Like, he showed us why so many teams just hate playing against his Slark and why they've been banning it for so long.
Yeah, and he also did the cool Treant or the Iron Branch play against Disruptor that you mentioned, he would be already ready for everything.
Yeah, and here they also, like, they did the Dominator. He had his creep in the pit that showed them vision without Extreme Gaming being able to see the Wolf. And you'll see later his entire team is tipping him because not only did he do that, he jumped in. He snatched the Aegis for his team. I mean, likely they would have won without this play too, but this was really like the nail in the coffin. And I'm a little bit worried for XG because I like the idea of this Disruptor and the Troll. You play fast, you try to shut down the Slark, which is one of his weaknesses. But even that, it didn't damage them at all. They just fully free-farmed in their offlane.
Already we see from the stats, right? XSS, right? A statement offlaner that we've been praising a lot so far in both the Road and the playoffs. What, 0-3 there on the Undying?
Yep.
Like, you first pick the Undying, it feels reminiscent of Nigma. They first pick a Nature's Prophet, the draft kind of comes crumbling down, the Prophet becomes one of the problems. Undying is the first pick, and down the line it's like, brother, you got 1 assist. It's like, imagine if this game you had the Mars or the Centaur, any other hero to facilitate the initiation, the fight, and you weren't hoping the fights around you. It's why P-Vision stalled out the game, right? Do you really want to run into a 15-minute offlane Undying? Of course not. Wait for 25 minutes, you can poke them, but when you want to break the game, you're already outscaling the Undying that never found the correct fight.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer for XXS to be on a different hero in the next game because I think you want to shut down Satanic. Like playing against Undying, it's very tailored what this hero is going to do. He's going to decay you in the lane, but he doesn't pressure you on the map because, yeah, I feel like P-Vision, they just got to do what they want. Play on the map. 9 class, very deserving MVP on the Slark. Did everything he wanted to do, succeeded with it because this game, this was quite easy for P-Vision.
Yeah, it felt easy,
Yeah.
and I want to know in how much, to a degree, this is very impressive for P-Vision, which it was, and I do not want to take anything away from that. But at the same time, I can just imagine myself being the meme and poking Extreme with the pick, do something. Is that unfair to say?
I mean, maybe a little bit, because I think like something happened in the lanes. I didn't quite get to see what happened, but their safe lane with Troll Disruptor not going this well, not being able to play through there, and also the Slark 4 making the first move to help no one mid to like pressure XM. I feel like there's a lot of things that didn't go how they had planned that then made it harder to then do what they wanted to do.
It's not like they lost lanes, they just needed them to go better because the lanes were even and then higher after they went to the jungle. Like suddenly Lycan was left to his own devices. He got that bot tower early. That whole part of the map becomes open. Like maybe they should have focused more on just playing bot and shutting down that Lycan because when you look at that draft, that's probably what needed to happen. That's what created the issues with the map and the lane shove and not being able to take fights clearly. Like if your two supports are Disruptor plus Shaman, how do you make a move? How do you clearly take a fight when enemy Lycan is just going to eat you?
I mean, you could also do something if you got the Aegis, right? 9 class stealing it. Sorry, but there goes tempo as well, right? Like you take that gives you so much more.
Like this just going here, if you go to the draft, you wanted to shut down this Lycan, that's what you picked for, but look at the GPM, look at the net worth at minute 7. Lycan is about to have his helm completed, he's 600 gold ahead of the Troll. Like this is what, you know, Troll and Disruptor, they want to win their lane, they want to play forward, you want to go through the gate to your offlaner. We didn't see any of that. So P-Vision did some really cool stuff in the early game, they must have, because otherwise you don't have this net worth in this matchup. It is impossible.
I mean, we heard how confident
Just better.
how confident Estini was in his Lycan player. It's like, you'll see why we have the superior Lycan player. And I think XG are going to think to themselves, let's not give this hero away. It's creating too many problems. Shutting down lane is not enough. We might not even do that, if anything.
Yeah, and then Kezu, there was one moment where we already thought it was going to be over before that last Roshan fight, when we did see P-Vision pushing high ground for the first time on that bot lane.
Yeah, I just do want to show like how nicely they do it. Of course, they are up 10k gold, but so the thing is, it's just such a low kill game. Like it's 3 versus 6, but you have the amplified. Like look at all the buffs. You have a Solar Crest, you have an AC, you have the Thunderhide hiding below, and everyone else they're just making sure. Satanic, he just pushes on his own. He even puts an illusion. Give yourself the vision. So if you're Extreme Gaming and you find yourself in this position, like what do you like? Look at this Tombstone. You can just feel the frustration. You just pop it in front. I mean, Satanic, he's just gonna snag it up. They take the free racks and they chill and go back. So if you're Extreme Gaming, this is the type of moment that you cannot let have happen like this easily. You need to do better early on in the game.
Yeah, that was some free real estate coming out for P-Vision. And it does make me wonder that if a game happens like this, and it's, in terms of kills anyway, a stalemate, what do you do? Because someone is going to get ahead from farming, and do we feel like already Extreme knew that they were getting out-farmed Tikov? Was it the nature of their draft, potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I've already mentioned the Undying, but if you want to have a stalemate game, you need to make sure that at the point in which the stalemate breaks, the fight is easy to follow through, right? With a Lycan, you have the backline, the puck, you have a jump. Undying, it's like you need kills to feel good. So again, I want to repeat it. Extreme, coming into this next game, I don't want to see them first pick an Undying. I don't want to put themselves in this position where P-Vision can identify that a Slark and map play means you will overcome the aggression. Like, Undying's very predictable, very strong, but predictable. You cannot be this predictable. It felt kind of easy mode for P-Vision in the draft.
Maybe a big part of that also is just having XM on Slardar mid. He is one of the best Slardar mid players. We've seen him play it a lot over the years. But when you think about the heroes he's typically played, that he's shown on this tournament, it's like the Queen of Pains and the Leshracs. He has carry ability, he has pop-off ability. He's not just there to enable his troll or set up kills. He's something that can get a rune, rotate to XXS's lane, make pressure on that enemy safe lane, open the tower. His hero just did not allow him to do that in this game.
Yeah, and we must remember that for this first game we had, it was Extreme that had first pick. They went for the Undying. The answer coming out from P-Vision was the Slark. And we thought maybe Extreme's got good plans to deal with this hero, but it seemed like 9class had quite the field day. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shira. Yeah, he had a really good game for sure. Fantastic game for Slark. This was a hero that was very popular with him 3 or 4 months ago. It actually got the hero nerfed, but what the main little refresher for what it does, you get vision. Now you know when people can see you, basically using a buff on your little bar, so it's very easy to kill observers. And what this basically does is it makes it very hard for high-level players to predict where their opponents are going to be, because normally they have a little bit of ward vision at least, and that ward vision is going to make sure that they can protect their heroes, they can have efficient farming patterns, that they die less, that they get more kills. All those things really combine to big advantage. And 9class can basically play really aggressive for most of this game because of Dark Pact. Here's that really cool Static Storm kill that they had against him. This should be a 100% surefire kill, but what he does is he puts himself at the edge of the kinetic field, and then he puts a tree basically right here, and because he was on this spot, it forces him out. It's one of the only ways to get out of this ability, so very difficult to do, but the fact that he got out of this and stayed alive means he's still on the map, getting farm, getting gold, creating Helm of the Dominator creeps. I don't even focus on his Helm of the Dominator in these creeps and in these clips, because this whole time he's using it to doubly scout. He can go spot for heroes. He's going to use the nice puck orb with some vision to get an observer ward here. This means that now Extreme Gaming have to make more risky initiations to go into the Roche Pit, because they don't necessarily have vision of how close it is to die. And that Centaur dies before it gets close. So ultimately, P-Vision just gets advantage after advantage, knowing that they're going to be able to start the fight on their terms. In this case, Slark escapes once again. Just a cascade of things that are really, really effective for P-Vision. They even get the shard, luckily, which worked out extremely good as the game continued. But before that, take a look at this map right here. Look at the vision that they're forced to play with. Extreme Gaming basically planting these wards. These are the ones that all these 2K MMR players plant when they're losing the game. Not high-level players, but they felt they had to do it this game because there's a Slark. He's going to be able to find those wards if they're somewhere else on the map. They're not going to be able to protect them, and then they don't even get ward vision anyways. So very, very difficult for them to play, but definitely the most crucial fight, I think, was this one here, where they got the BKB finished on Troll. They jump on Satanic on the Terrible, and take a look at the vision from Extreme Gaming side. There's the Hex. They're going to do his full Static Storm and a Kinetic Field, and they go on him with BKB Troll, but that shard from the Slark just makes him completely invulnerable during this time period. So they get a full disengage. The full BKB is wasted on 2 of their cores and all of their ultis. Just a really catastrophic team fight, all because P-Vision Slark did such a good job this game.
Thank you very much, Purge. That seems like I have a very easy solution, Kazu, for the upcoming ban Slark.
I mean, it is a problem,
Surely.
right? Because you have to ban so many other heroes too. But I love the clips because it just shows you that there's so many things that it's hard to spot as a spectator, but you can feel it in the game. You know your wards are dying. They have TV illusions pushing. There's a Dominator here. There's a Slark taking out all your other wards. So for the next game, I think for XG, they need to find an answer for this Ghost push. Maybe you take it yourself or combo it with having a playmaker on XXS in the offlane, because something needs to change.
XG are a structured team, right? Slark is the best hero to break a structured team. Just ban it. Easy.
Yeah. Then we're going to find out what they're going to ban, of course, in the game that is upcoming. But before we are going to watch game number 2, we are going to watch another short film contest. Contestants, it is time for Dream Team. Thank you very much for that one. Another contender, of course, will be keeping them coming the whole weekend. And in the end, we will be having a champion, the best one. I hope you have your favorite one in mind already. In terms of this series, we had our favorite in mind. And I think it was a little bit split in the panel, which normally insinuates, okay, the series might be fairly even, TGov. That was a grim look for game one.
Yeah, pacing is just critical. And I think P-Vision, they were a little bit, it felt slower maybe in the road. And at least in this first game, it has shown that they've changed that a lot. Maybe Extreme weren't expecting that. They weren't expecting P-Vision to be as fast-paced on every hero. And when I say fast-paced, I don't mean kills, just to be clear. I mean the speed in which they scale to which you don't really want to fight them. Right? Because again, you might think, oh, it's only 6 kills in 20 minutes, but the way that P-Vision just choked the game out with, you know, Purge highlighting the Slark, the way that they didn't overplay their hand, these are the things that stop Extreme ever feeling comfortable. And we've identified multiple things, right? It's the mid Slardar, it's the offlane Undying. There's very clear things to improve on for Extreme.
I mean, I underestimated, because I favored XG going into the game. I think I heavily underestimated the Ghost push and what is going to happen if you don't do well early on in the game. So that's what I feel like. I don't know, Effie, do you feel like there's something else that we missed that they should change for this upcoming game?
I mean, for XG, I think they just need to draft Teamfight as well. There's no way. It was a very one-dimensional draft, which works if your dimension happened, which was you stomp the lanes, you shut down the Lycan. If that doesn't happen, what's your re-entry into the game? They didn't have that plan B. And I think making a plan B is quite simple because they have really wide hero pools on their players. It's not like they're one-tricks on XG. Like, instead of having a Slardar mid, all of a sudden you can have an incredible damage dealer in Leshrac, for example. Instead of having an Undying, what if you have a Centaur who can set up kills for you earlier on? What if you have a Mars who can play with the Leshrac?
Yeah. And
just go down that path.
And even with developing that, when you think about the bans, we spoke about, you know, Slark ban, Monkey ban. Imagine in a lot of those clips that we saw, or if there's a Monkey support there, without the Depth Shroud saving the Terrorblade. Like, the game's so different, because as much as we hype Slark up for the Vision game, the save is insane.
Yeah.
Like, unless you have AoE damage and a way to burst, again, like a Leshrac or something, that has to be respected.
I also think the Lycan is a big problem. Like, this hero, to me, was the really big problem here because it stopped so much of their potential playmaking. Like, I mentioned it a few times already, so I feel like I'm really being annoying about this point, but when your supports can't comfortably enter a fight and disable heroes for you, unless you have disable coming from anyone else on the team, you can't make plays.
Yeah, it also hurts you twice as much when you actually pick to shut him down, but then in the game he's like, no you, he's like top net worth, you lose the lane even though you're supposed to win it. Because yeah, this is not the type of game we usually see from XG, but at the same time, I have to praise P-Vision, like also for their bans. I believe Mars was taken out early on, like maybe also forcing like something else happening. And I believe the Leshrac was also last phase ban. That is a hero we did want to see. So if you're XG, maybe you need to up your priorities on a couple of these heroes. Maybe you 18 pick those. Try to get it early in the draft before it can get banned out. Because yeah, I'm just looking for a new game to also make sure that, you know, they should feel still very great, like the way they got here. They're an incredible team. So show it to us in the next game.
But they have been in this position before, right? Against Spirit, they had the same style of game where it was kind of low kills, Spirit kind of hit that stride, shut them out, and then they adapted and they won the game free to win the 2-1 in the series, right? So it's not as if this is the first time a dominant team has been winning every game and then, wow, a slap in the face, wake up, right? Like, they've been here before during the tournament, so I am expecting them to have the correct adaptations, and of course we'll have to see it in the draft.
But what adaptations are you creating? Because one of the points that we were making was that P-Vision, they have a lot of different styles. If you're adapting to their Ghost Push style, their Vision style that they played last game, they could bust out easily one of their cheese drafts.
I mean, in the time they have, minus Slark, everything's then playable. That's how I see it, because again, you don't have time to adapt to everything, but with how much you've done, like how regimented they are as a team, if you have Slark on the enemy team, you're asking to lose. Like, XG will never beat this hero. The way that I see them playing and the map state, if XG play into Slark, I just don't see them beating it.
Well, this is where experience might come into play for Extreme. I'm sure there's been plenty of talks on how to adapt in game number 2. Of course, P-Vision only one win away from being top 3 here at the International. Let's see if they can do it, or let's see if Extreme has been able to figure out what to do next.
Extreme Gaming versus P-Vision. Game 2.
This time around, we did change it up a little bit. We got Extreme still on the Radiant side, P-Vision on Dire, but first pick going the way of P-Vision, and that means Extreme Gaming gets overall last pick, and we do have some adaptations. Slark left in the pool, by the way, but we do have a change up with the Monkey King making it through. This was one of the bans that Extreme went for in the previous game. They get their hands on it now, and an answer coming with the Disruptor from Extreme.
They looked so good on their Monkey King yesterday. They played it 4, and it's very similar to Slark in that it will provide vision. It's going to buy that helm, give you that ability to push lanes, and also just roam the map early on. And if I was going to pick a hero that's more problematic between the two, right now I would say it is Monkey King, because the flex to core that exists on Monkey King is much stronger than the flex to core that exists on Slark.
Based on the draft position as well, opening with Monkey King is stronger in position. Like, you want to react with a Slark, so I can see why, because Extreme is second pick, they didn't ban out the Slark. I fully respect that. They might, again, down the line, but based on this, it makes full sense that Monkey's available.
I would also say that both teams should be happy, because like you're saying, Monkey King is the same archetype, and I agree with the flex, especially against XM. Sure, he has a couple heroes that would be good against the Monkey King mid-later, but you can also ban us out with the Leshrac again. We touch on it. This hero is very strong. Would like to see that on him, but I still like that they do go back for the Disruptor. Like, it is still the idea of what you want to do against P-Vision, it's still there. I feel like there was something in the lane and some of the execution where P-Vision just really had their number, so the fact that they run it back, I'm happy with it.
Will XG respect Lycan with the single ban they have available?
Yes.
I hope so. I mean, they could have this idea to run maybe Disruptor plus Ursa instead of Troll, because Ursa will play on an earlier timing on that Troll, and they won't be locked into farming for 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah. No, I like the point of banning it. I believe it's also somewhat set up. You did take out the Beast and the Enigma in the first phase. From their side, they do only have one ban that they're able to throw in on this stage, so you kind of set it up to be able to only put it on the Lycan to secure your lane.
They also pick out a phase.
Just kidding.
So potentially they want to get their hands at... No, and they don't. They want to get the Storm Spirit. Potentially that can be an answer to a dog that's running wild.
Catch and lockdown is always nice in a draft, and we've seen how a lot of the Spirit heroes, if you have the player that wants to play them, they don't care about picking it blind, right? And here it is. You have the catch to pick off the team fight. Sure, pacing, P-Vision can still run at you whilst your Storm's coming online, but they have the team fight that we want to see from XG.
So just want to quickly point out the heads-up ban of the Meepo by XG, because there's an ET ban on the side of PV in that first phase. And ET, when you ban it, you're typically saying that, oh, I might consider picking Meepo, or I might be considering picking Chen, because those are the heroes that he typically counters. So instead of banning Lycan, they're just like, you know what, we're not getting cheesed here. We're taking Meepo out completely.
No, I like it a lot. And this hero has looked very scary in the right hands, right, of specific carry players. You have Satanic, obviously he plays it very well. I like the Pugna pick quite a lot here. Like, when people get glimpsed in, you want to save them. Also, Net Award, super good against these two heroes, so you keep yourself topped off. So for P-Vision here, you kind of want to decide. I would assume you just kind of jam your mid hero here. You see the Storm matchup, I would say you know what's coming. Make it easy and simple.
Let's say this is your 4 and 5, right? The Monkey being 4, the Pugna being 5. You've got Pugna with Decrep and Life Drain. You've got the Monkey with the Boundless Strike Shard to be able to jump out. If Storm gets onto a support, if you don't kill the Monkey, he's jumping out. If you don't get the Pugna, he's going to Life Drain something or Decrep himself like this. These two supports aren't instant food for the Storm Spirit. Like, they're making the game somewhat complicated.
Secondary jump with the Storm would be nice, or just some kind of follow-up range damage to make sure that they're not in that situation where they can re-engage.
Yeah, we've seen how they played both Invoker and Monkey King with first item Dominator. So we are now already expecting 2 Helmet Dominators in this game for P-Vision. That will be lanes getting pushed out, and XG, they need to find ways to shove waves cleanly. Disruptor doesn't do it, Storm does, but you need at least, I think, 2 more heroes so that you're not forcing the obvious that one guy has to go and do it. Like, it needs to be your entire team naturally doing it.
I would say what we're looking for XG with what we've been saying too, in my mind, you want follow-up damage into your Storm jump, like maybe with the 4, GQ's hero could be what the Snapfire himself, or maybe a Hoodwink. I think there's something else you could look for, which is maybe SD, but I think your support duo isn't the greatest. I like Lycan a lot here. It's good against all these heroes. You rush Nullifier against the Pugna, good answer. You have the Global Howl in the nighttime also to make it easy for your Storm. I like what's happening here.
And then you get the follow-up damage from Hoodwink that just came out for that Storm Spirit. So when he is jumping this backline, they make sure they can kill the targets they go on.
I have seen this before.
Yeah.
If you're able to shutting down Lycan in the early game, it matters so much. Like, sure, you have 2 Wolves and a Dominator. Do you think Brood is going to care about this? You're all single target. So yeah, this pick is very nasty.
And normally when you have Broodmother, you kind of want to play away from her webs unless you're really strong. But now when you're playing away from her webs, you're going to be running into 2 lanes that are shoved into you. You then eventually push them out, and all that time, Brood will have that additional item, that additional kind of resource. So it is a really toxic lineup from P-Vision where the map play is just exceptional. It's what they're doing so well to make sure that they are, close to being top 3.
Maybe it's a little bit weird, but what would you guys think about actually putting Ame on the Lycan and you pick a new offlaner, like Magnus?
That can deal with the spiders a little
Yeah,
better.
or do you just put the Lycan in the lane, it's like, okay, bro, you do your stuff, you buy your helm, farm your jungle, and you give Ame, like, the absolute win condition?
I wouldn't mind a carry that could also just twin gate. So when Storm gets 6-minute room with a carry twin gating, you just collapse on the tower, take the tower with the Lycan, and then you can play more traditional game, but that is an option for sure. Just
I would personally prefer Ame just on a
You give him
standard
the
Ame
24?
hero. Yeah. Because a game comes to mind from recent times, but I believe it was the EWC and it was a Tundra game, and they were playing offlane Lycan versus a carry Brood, and we were worried about the Brood outpacing the Lycan, but the way that Lycan was able to play the map, it made it so that they were just trading map play, and eventually Tundra did get the win. So it's not like this Broodmother will completely catch the Lycan off guard. Like, both teams do have map play.
But if there ever was a time for it to happen, I think the Lycan flex to carry, Ame taking it, like this could be the game. In all the other games, probably not, but they need a Brood answer. A simple one, not one where it's like you need level 12 and 3 items. It needs to be a early game answer to Brood that can then just follow them around the map.
What is an answer to Brood? Is it like, oh, I need cleave in a sense of like a Sven type? Or what kind of answers to Brood?
I would say you want like someone that can lock down the area of where the Brood is in, and killing spiders is kind of what you're looking for. It could be your Magnus. It could be an Alchemist with Acid Spray, Rushing Radiance. You play fast with your other heroes. It could be an offlane Tidehunter for all I care. Like just team fight building block.
It can also just be as simple as a strong laner that isn't dependent on high cooldowns, because Carry Brood takes advantage of high cooldown enemy lineups, because every time they're using these big spells, she's taking the entire map afterwards. She's just running at their team.
So what is the DM hero here? What do we feel like he wants to have? And I would say maybe someone that goes in. Sure, you have like your Brood. Satanic is going to be incredibly big. He has Alacrity. You have the map play. Maybe they could look for like a Centaur or a Tide themselves. What do we feel like he's looking for? I was kind of eyeing Phoenix, but it's banned.
Yeah, it's banned, yeah.
They need more reliable lockdown, I believe, for the Storm Spirit, because we're talking about the Brood and everything, but there is the issue of the Storm Spirit on the enemy team. If the game does go too late, your lockdown isn't there outside of a Boundless. They just go for the Centaur. Gives you an early stun, gives you save as well.
They're going to be tanky so quickly. Like the first 2 items that every hero buys on PV is we are harder to kill in the fight and we want to fight. There's no hero that is, I need to scale, there's no battle furies, nothing like that. It's just all skirmish in these heroes.
I mean, what I see is you have the Lycan into safe, and if you want, maybe with a Magnus, you could go for the Ame Sven. You want the Brood answer. I don't really care specifically what exact hero is going to come out, but have high damage, maybe be a nice combo for the Wolfbite, no matter what role the Lycan is in, and be able to also jump. Because right now it is all on your Storm, so Ame, I'm sure he's going to find the one.
Do you guys hate Lifestealer here? I feel like they can map play with Lifestealer and Fest Bombs. It's a good lane versus Centaur. The Rage is going to be very useful against the Mischance from Brood. Also a free BKB versus Invoker.
Then there's no hero to stand in front of the tower when Brood comes online. When like two Dominators come down the lane plus Brood, Lycan has to kill the hero. He doesn't stand in front of the tower. Storm, Hoodwink, Disruptor. Like, there's no one right now going, don't worry, guys. The aggression's coming. I will weather the storm, and then you follow up after.
Yeah,
be it from an offlane or a carry pick, but that hero has to be able to take the fight to PV at the towers.
Yeah, I would like someone who can just like eventually take over the area. Like when Lycan says, okay, I'm not touching this offlane, I'm gonna jungle. Someone's like, okay, when there's a lot of spiders, like I can take it over. Radiant Spire, whether it be your Sven, Alchemist, like whatever. Because for now already, I feel like XG are set up nicely to give themselves like more kills on the map. You have more playthrough with your 2 supports, because last game, I think Jinkyu, he ended the game with like 1-1-1. This is not a stat you want to walk out of with on the stage.
You could reference any XG player in this stats, don't you?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a rough one. We'll see if they have a better shot this game around with the last pick, Bristleback. Now, this is fitting into the category of you want someone to go in and stand there and take everything. Kind of does that job. How are we feeling? I know you're looking a little thoughtful there, Effie.
I think it's good. Like, it's a good pick here. It's something that can play into whatever lane Brood is on. It's a low cooldown hero, which I was mentioning is very important. You can't really be cooldown dependent versus a Broodmother lineup. And with that BKB, it's going to be quite strong. So it definitely fits the bill for XG.
Will... Okay, no, he's just going for the Feeding Frenzy facet. Because against big heroes that have regen, like Alchemist and Bristleback, you sometimes go for Necrotic to go for the minus HP regen. But I do think that Broodmother is just going to go for Feeding Frenzy and play normal. But that could have been an option.
Ame took Snot Rocket.
He might stick with it just because like maybe they're looking to play for, like minus armor is quite good against Centaur and you have it from the Lycan too. Maybe he wants to play for more minus armor to then get more damage instead of having Seeing Red, which is what we traditionally see from the carry Bristle.
Oh, he switched, thank
Yes,
God.
he did, yeah.
I was going to say, if he stayed on Snot Rocket, I was going to
What's
bet
happening?
against him.
There we go.
He would have been the first one playing
As a carry,
Snot Rocket this entire event, but so far Seeing Red is selected. And the main question I have, we talked a lot about how P-Vision, they look like they have got good tempo setting heroes. Can Extreme answer this tempo? Do they have what it takes? Is it going to be similar to game number 1, or do we have an entirely different paced game on our hands, T-Gov?
Couple mistakes and P-Vision just fully run over the map. But at least they have an answer to Brood. Is Bristleback strong enough to be an Invoker as well, plus the like all the other layers? Like Bristle is good to be Brood, but everything else, it's scary. This is still very scary for Extreme.
I like their game 2 draft here.
Yeah,
I
me
think
too.
they have good map play. I think they have strong timings. They also have a really great pick for XM, very different than last game. He can scale, he can do a lot in that early game. And they're going to have that Nullifier on Lycan, which will go a long way this game.
I'm very happy that they just have more tempo that they can play through. Like you said, with the Nullifier, with the other stuff, you have the Bristleback. I like what XG have.
All right, let's see if we can make that game number 3 happen. It's all in the hands of Extreme, or potentially P-Vision will be your first top 3 team. Before we head into the game, we're heading to the stage where Slax is standing by with Xiaowei.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. Mr. Director, Badao, don't laugh, all right? I did it right. Okay. During the International, the road to it, we had very long games. It was kind of a drawn-out meta, and you guys excelled extremely well at that. That was a pun. But now, things have kind of changed. Faster games, different kind of heroes. How do you think the meta's changed, and are you guys going to be able to adapt to it for this game?
八岛就是想问你，因为感觉在国际邀请赛之路上呢，当时很多场比赛时长都非常长，节奏也相对来说慢一点。现在到了这个正赛舞台上呢，就感觉快了很多，英雄池也有点改变。就想问你，你个人感觉是为什么，以及你们战队是否有做出适当的调整呢？
因为打到淘汰赛以后，队伍的实力就越来越强，然后大家的侵略性都越来越强，然后我们需要慢慢的去适应。 然后这一场，所以我们选择一个 M1平时玩的不多的英雄来试一下。
Well, as we progress into the international, the teams are stronger and stronger, and every single team has a strengths, have their secret weapons, have their heroes that they specialize in, and it is something that we absolutely have to adapt to. I mean, this game right here, Bristleback, it's not a hero that Ame has been playing a lot recently, but we have to pick it just to react, to respond to what the opponents have.
Thank you. What thing did Dong, by the way? As I was watching your drafts there, I did see that you let them get their classic support Monkey King and they had a Brood. You had a lot of issues to solve. Do you feel like you solved both of those issues with this draft?
那目前就是 PV 战队呢，他们也选出他们的玉母蜘蛛以及9 class 的这个大圣。那相对于就在他们的 PV 当中给你们出了这2个难题，你觉得你们的阵容是否就是能够应付这些问题呢？
这些我们之前赛前模拟 PV 都讨论过，然后不管是蜘蛛还是米波这些英雄，包括他玩的听歌，都是我们都有聊过的，所以也在做针对。
Definitely, I mean, we are very prepared for some of Satanic's unique heroes. His Broodmother, Meepo or Thinker, we've all prepared for it. We've considered the possibility, so I think that we're pretty ready for this.
All right, thank you so much, Jit. Thank you so much, Mr. Director. It is an honor as always, and we'll get right in that game.
Thank you so much, Slacks. Indeed, a lot of questions coming out right there as we get into this game number 2, Trent, and it is an unlikely pick that they run at the end, that they had to do at the end, an Ame Bristleback.
Yeah, as you just heard said in the interview there, he's only played it 16 times in his career, which, I mean, for Ame is not a whole lot. The guy's played a lot of games of Pro Dota. And last played it 4 months ago, but yeah, it's a response, right? It's what you have to do. You have to find some sort of an answer to this Broodmother, or you're going to have yourself a very bad game. Back in the day, you used to have to run them in the same lane was the idea because the spiders used to come out so much earlier, but these days the spiders don't come out until level 6. So we might see this rotation where XXS starts farming elsewhere, and that's where you'll see the matchup where they'll start just like forcing Ame into the direction of Satanic. But, you know, there's other concerns throughout this game, right? We've seen the Broodmother already. We've seen how it's very effective at shutting down this Helm push. So when you go for this early Lycan, this has been a very solid answer that P-Vision have already used before.
Well, and furthermore, there's this other problem, and we saw this during that road to the international playoffs where P-Vision were kind of backed up against the wall, were trying to find a big win, and they ran this Invoker with the Broodmother in response to the Lycan and just completely ran over the game. It's sort of insane how quickly this zoo formation starts building up and taking down your towers, especially because they even have the Monkey King building a Helm in these games.
Yeah, and then they just went on a tear, right? They played like, I don't even know, like, I think it was 5 out of 6 games where just now no one Invoker. Like, he just started playing Invoker every single game after that, win or lose. So he's definitely gotten his practice in so far this event on the hero.
I will say that it is going to be a little bit of a different look this time as it's XG with the Lycan scouting out everything and making it harder to find an initiation or an opening, as XM also on a hero that he is very comfortable with, the Storm Spirit, playing out of the mid lane going up against no one.
He's also shifted, at least from some of the games that we're watching, in terms of the facet as well. He's gone for the Galaron using the Exord rather than the Quas build that we had him doing some of the games previously with the Ice Wall build up eventually.
Early TP. Oh, 9 class trying to make something happen maybe up top here. Is it?
That tree's looking a little suspicious over there, I gotta say.
Yeah, they see him. So that is not going to turn into anything, I don't think.
This is the life of DM, you know? You just, your monkey, he just leaves, but you're a Centaur War Runner, right? There's a reason they picked this hero. I think it was a great pick for the game. Don't die immediately as I'm saying that, but it just gives them a little bit more control. It gives DM someone who is sustainable, survivable. You can at least get something out of this laning stage, and you're gonna open up a lot of opportunities for 9 class to do 9 class things. And in this case, he's going to give a little back to DM. You know, sure, I left for a little bit, but I'm going to make a nice little double wave for you. It's going to come to that tower. I got you covered, big buddy.
Yeah, that actually is pretty nice now. So this at least ensures that the waves are shoved out a little bit more than they would be otherwise. Now, Xnova does have some ways to play against this. With the Glimpse already online, will force back the tree, dodges the damage at the point it landed at. And even if he dies right here, which I don't think 9 class is going to, it still is going to be fine because it will be a double up wave that shoves to the tower.
Yeah, so I thought he was just going to go for the shove. He just draws the line, says, I'm coming. I'm doing the long walk, buddy. I'll meet you there.
Another thing that is very frustrating to play against as Ame, but as a Bristleback, he might try and go and connect this, and this would be a big problem for DM. They're pulling the wave already over, and he is going to draw at least 1 away. So this is not easy.
Yeah, modern problems require modern solutions here. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
Has the wave pushing underneath the tower, and Ame thinking about, oh, do I go into a pressure? Do I hit all these creeps? Both are kind of nice.
Everyone is like slightly better at dealing with this thanks to all the Helm creeps.
What is happening? They're pulling this one over. They don't draw aggro onto the creeps, it looks like. Oh wait, no, the creeps re-aggroing? Okay.
I think 9, oh my god, he stacked it too. That is just gross. I can't believe he stacked that camp while doing that. 9 class is truly miraculous.
Very fired, but not going to be brought down. No one does not have Sunstrike invoked. Could go for it. Xingqiu trying to play aggressively forward. Does he have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. So with 4 stick charges, no
3
one was
seconds.
safe. Wait, he scanned?
No. It's too late.
Okay.
Yeah, it is way too late.
That doesn't feel great though for XM, having to walk all the way back to base there. 9 class, hurting, dropping low, and with the glimpse back, Xnova gonna draw first blood, taking down 9 class.
That's 2 games straight, I believe he's gotten that first blood.
Yeah.
So another good start for Xnova, but he's not going for the tree play this time. I noticed.
Yeah.
Didn't feel it. Thought it wasn't quite worth it. The branches are a little more valuable in the early game. Doesn't want to give it up quite yet, perhaps. Be an expensive death if you die while also losing one of your branches.
Yeah, true enough.
All right.
So,
well. Helm watch here. We got, what, 3 coming out, I believe? Sound right? We're going to have 1 on 9 class. Oh, sorry, it'll be 4, right? Because it'll be 1 on 9 class, 1 on no one, 1 on DM, and then 1 on XSS.
Do you think Ame gets one? I don't think so. Oh my god, Ame's going for a Battle Fury on Bristleback, actually. That is not something you see every day.
Modern problems, modern solutions.
Oh, Satanic in the meantime gets dove.
All right, there. We love to see that. Little squish on the spider.
Able to take out Satanic early is something that you definitely want to see if you are an XG fan.
Oh, they're coming alive. I hear them. They're recovering after game 1. They say 2-0. That's like going to be half the kills of this game.
That's true.
We're already crushing.
They're ready. So the Wisdom goes over to XingQ, while down bottom it's going to be 9 class picking it up. Ducalis spots X-Nova. And that ward is immediately going to get taken out. So XG getting control of the vision here. And this is the benefit. Like, think about how many times we've seen teams just run at Ame and try and knock him out. You're not going to do that against a Bristleback.
No, that's certainly true. That's, I mean, he's he's gonna be looking like a lot of his other games, though. I gotta say, he's gonna be in the same part of the map. He's gonna be farming, like he's going for this Battle Fury. He's gonna use it in combination with Seeing Red. He's gonna have all this big damage. It is an interesting way to do it.
But a little bit of a change-up, deciding to go through the gate now. And with the Disruptor nearby, this could be an easy kill. It looks like they're just gonna make the move to secure the tower for the moment. We'll see if X-Nova is able to find and hunt down Satanic there. It doesn't quite look like it yet. So yeah, Ame just moves on in. Gonna take down this tier 1 tower in the top lane, and this push that they're building, it's gonna be a little bit tough to deal with.
I mean, he's only gonna miss a couple creeps down here anyway. Still gonna get back for this next wave coming in, so not the worst rotation. Even if they did just abandon the tower, he kind of guarantees it's gonna happen. Snags the last set on the way back in with the Quill Spray, and he'll just go chill back in his lane as 9 class tries to pull it in, but it's just more farm for Ame.
Now one, Helm done, XingQ nearby. With Ducalis also, and everybody sort of converging to this lane together, it doesn't look like P-Vision are in a great position to fully come back and defend this yet. There's Wolves scouting all of it too.
Do we know who the best RTS player is in Dota 2? Like, are we aware? Should they be getting signed to a team soon? Like,
there's a chance.
That's really the stand-in we need.
Absolutely. All right, XM backs out, tower down to about a 3rd HP. Every push does it a bit more. 9 class only level 4 on the Monkey right now. And are they going to make a push of their own? The Helmet's definitely possible, but it's hard if Bristle decides to TP in.
Yeah, he is the wall, right? He can just like pop on in, make sure stuff slows down. I mean, we're imagining some sort of an issue where perhaps he has to match up with the Broodmother, right? Where maybe Brood starts getting these kills at level 6. She's hunting down some individuals in her lane, but not quite there yet.
No.
As the wolf howls in the arena, XSS will continue his push into some spiders.
A bit of a gank set up here on bottom. Ame gonna stack up. Now, this dive underneath is pretty crazy if they go for it.
I think they need the Sunstrike.
Underneath the tower, Ame, do they decide to jump on him? The channel, there's a lift up Disruptor, the first one that gonna get hit, but do they have enough to bring down Ame? I don't really think so. This guy is hard to kill. And at the same time, while this is happening, wait, maybe a minute, fully surrounded by 4 heroes, Ame, they jump onto him now, trying to blow him up. Where's the TPs? Ame living for a while, but not long enough.
Yeah, I thought you might need Sunstrike, like if he got help, but they just decided it's a lost cause. They say, whatever, can't deal with it. Let's just take the mid tower instead. So he does get punished there on Ame, and this is likely going to continue into a push, you would think, on that tier 1 bottom. Can't imagine there's going to be any sort of a defense now. So now we got to think, how do we hunt the spider again? 1 death so far on Satanic. Can they get another with the help of XM Storm Spirit? And of course, the ulti from XingQ will be the other part of that.
Does have a regen rune ready to go if XM gets wind of where that spider is at. No Orchid yet done, but is building towards it on Satanic. So something to watch for there, as 1 component is already completed. Still nursing this 2K gold lead. XG feel to be in the driver's seat a little bit in spite of that death on Ame.
Yeah, I think his Battle Fury is coming out right now, so not bad, right? You take that. 12-minute Battle Fury, obviously standard for Bristleback.
I am curious to see what the numbers are. Pretty sure it's the first time that's bought, but we'll see. 9Class tries to get out and will be able to. If it's an annoying hero to play against, 9Class is going to be on it. You know that's true. And almost a full Helm of the Overlord as the gank onto the creep will be good enough. They take down the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. XingQ spots Ducalis, can't quite hit with the bushwhack there. A little bit too far away on the low ground, and Ducalis is the one that takes the Arcane Rune. XingQ in some trouble. They heal him back alive. It's not going to be enough to keep XingQ up, and instead it's going to be the Pugna trying to run away from XXS, but the hits, they're there. And it's enough to bring down the Pugna. Support for support.
Okay, just a fair trade there in the mid lane. They did indeed finish that tower afterwards as Ame backs away with his Battle Fury towards the Ancients. He just looks like he's playing Troll. Bought for the first time on this hero. For this tournament, shocking.
It's such a, I want to see what he gets next. Like, I have no idea what's going to happen, but he is the most net worth in the game right now, despite that earlier death.
I want to see a big Ancient stack with just the Seeing Red. Like, I want to see what it looks like when he just goes at it with his Battle Fury.
I mean, he's going to hit hard. It's a pretty cool hero for him, I feel like, in a way. So still farming quite well. They are losing a little bit of the pressure that they had earlier on the top side of the map. And now 9Class coming in to pick up some Lotuses for himself. It is going to be a Sanjin Yasha indeed.
Yeah, he's going to go for the Sanjin Yasha, and the Howling Wolf, I imagine it's probably his responsibility on XXS to get the Nullifier this game, right? It feels like you're going to need one, right? Otherwise, you're going to be dealing with Decreps, and I'm sure there'll be some additional Ghost Scepters picked up after as well. Unless you're really confident in your ability to just purge people with a creep.
But a smoke up, and there is a creep here scouting for them while Brood tries to back away.
I mean, if XM jumps in here to an Orchid, this could be a disaster.
Thinking about it, goes Satanic, pulls him back in. No, that's the Orchid, but they get the glimpse. They got what they needed. Find the Brood with the Sunstrike, and then they stampede away. That is not the way that was supposed to go at all. They destroy the Storm, and, well, are they going to be able to fight into this? Satanic actually getting hit there by the Tendrils of the Deep.
Jeez. You know, sometimes the best defense is a strong offense.
That's right.
So you get jumped on, you just throw an Orchid and a Sunstrike and say goodbye to your mid laner.
Wow. A quick blow up and XM punished. And without that Storm, the entire rest of this engine does not function.
It's just like, it's a house of cards. It just falls immediately. Like, you all just retreat back to hitting neutral camps. The second Storm isn't able to jump on someone for you right now. You don't have the levels or the items on anyone else to provide that same ability. And XXS, you know, as kind of expected, because that's what he's been doing, he's going Auras. He's not going for that Nullifier, which is why I brought it up, because I didn't think he would. So I wonder just how much value you're going to get out of this Decrep this game when you've got Ame, who's, you know, now moving in towards a BKB next after this Battle Fury. He's actually abandoned the SNY, at least for now.
A lot of strange itemization that makes sense when you think about it a little bit. Storm Spirit now, after getting the Kaya, is trying to build into a Manta to help deal with the Orchid. That might be another first of the tournament for us, depending upon...
I think I did see someone else do it.
Oh, really? Okay.
We've had at least one.
All right, another Manta.
I want to say it was BZM, but I'm not sure.
That would make sense. 4-4, 15 minutes in. And a lot of questions about the direction of this game. I have no idea how these heroes are going to scale against each other as we get to the later stages. Everything is all funky now in Dota.
Yeah, still pretty
close
close
here.
here.
Thank you, crowd. I appreciate that.
It is nice. I really like it. Yeah, thank you.
I think they get louder when it's nighttime. That's what it seems like.
And the more levels. Like, right now it's only one level at Howl. Just wait till it's 4. Like, it's going to get so loud in here. It's going to be crazy.
Werewolves of London. That's a great song.
Wrong
Glimpse
city.
back.
Maybe next year.
Chance. And a Boundless drop down with the creeps. Is it enough to find the kill onto Ducalis? It will be. But they also bring down X-Nova. Now Ame running in at 9Class. The Wukong's command ineffectual and sad as Ame gets the double kill.
Yeah, not exactly the forte of the early game Monkey King support, is it? Not a very terrifying Wukongs to have to deal with there, but geez, no one, he cannot miss right now. 5-0 and 0.
He's killing it, man.
Nailing these Sunstrikes, and now 1,000 gold away from the Aghanims, which, well, that makes more Sunstrikes, Lyrical.
Oh, that's true. That's a lot of them.
That's a lot. It's a lot of damage, and he's got a little bit of help to set them up too with the Centaur.
Is going to depend upon that Centaur to find some good hoof stomps to really make it all work in concert. And I'm not sure if that's going to happen too quickly because Centaur is going for a Crimson Guard. Finish the pipe first, has the Crimson queued up next. DM just wanting to be a big body.
This is why you have 9 class, right? He's going to be giving vision.
Oh, hello?
Yep.
Goodbye? No problem.
Yeah, he'll be the one just like giving some vision, letting them know what's going on, and they're just gonna rely on Stampede instead for initiation as XM jumps out of that one.
Good decision. And Ami standing right and running right into them is gonna have to deal with an issue there, which is the Quas Invoker. A lot of team fight out of him, and Ame pops the BKB, but he's already so low. Ame in trouble, tries to get away. Do they have enough to slow this down and keep Ame alive? Xingqiu throws it out. Needs a bushwhack to stop, but the hits, they keep on coming. Satanic can't chase anymore, and Ame knows the limits of his hero, apparently. Able to get away from this one. They decide to go back in. X-Nova off the side. Static Storm down. It only really catches onto one, and as the chase continues, trying to find this finish, the Sunstrike hits! Ame in trouble! Ame low! Ame, get out of there! Save Private Ame! He's got to run, but there's nowhere left to run. They get the finish off the back of another beautiful Sunstrike from no one.
It's just the confidence there from P-Vision. They just know they don't have anything to stop us. We can just keep on chasing. So many times that's the moment where it gets turned around on you. Like, they're going upstairs into a Bristleback who's already survived so much, and they just don't care. They recognize there's not enough damage here. They don't have an answer for us. We can just run them over.
Very strong performance. And again, it's still only 1,000 gold separating these two teams, but look at all these summons they have to deal with.
Because XM's getting like 400 gold right now as he kills summons in the mid lane. That's why it's so close.
That was 243 gold for killing 3 of those. So it is a bit of an issue for P-Vision. Keeping it close by virtue of feeding away gold. And the other thing was, that, to me at least, Ame getting a bit too big for his britches there on the Bristleback.
Well,
you know, he plays against it all the time, and he's like, every time they do this to me, I'm fine. They're fine.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, now you can see he's the one who has to go for the Nullifier now.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I don't know, doesn't feel that great to me, I'm not gonna lie. But someone has to do it, so he's gonna be getting it. The problem is that you get bonus damage and movement speed per stack, you don't get attack speed. So like he's adding all this flat damage, you know, but it's not that threatening, you know?
Right.
Just as a count on what he's getting with the combination of Warpath.
Eventually, if we end up seeing XXS go towards an Aghanim Scepter, maybe that's something that can help with it. Already has the AC done on the Lycan, so...
I like this idea. If he's forced to go Nullifier, I think that's only fair that XXS buys the eggs.
Yeah.
I agree.
Oh!
See, that's level 2. It's louder.
Oh, that's good. Very nice. No one getting in on the action, too. Smoke up. Many heroes heading up to the north side of the map.
XM showing mid as well, right? He's trying to sell that they are not coming to contest this.
Tormentor over to the side. They see the creep.
But he's waiting for the rune. All right, can XM get something to give them a good fight here? It's an illusion. That's not it.
A good thing to save the silence. The howl out. That signals their charge forward. DM already a little bit low, backing away in his Centaur forms. 9 classes drop the Wukong's command that the wraparound is happening. XM jumps, finds CM. It's not always great to go on the Centaur at the start, but they don't have another great target. There's 9 class, turns now, wants to find something. Satanic hunting now onto the Disruptor. Can they chase down this bug? XXS getting controlled off to the side by DM. He's low, but they're trying to kill Satanic. XXS gets out. Satanic, not so lucky. Can they find more? XM, low on mana, can't break it. Yes, he does! 3 dead for P-Vision, and XG up the hill for the Tormentor.
Oh, finally getting themselves a win here as they head over to this objective. A Sunstrike will come through, but it's not going to catch anybody. So into the Tormentor kill they will go. XM goes right back to the mid with 9 class lurking nearby. They might get themselves something here.
Low on mana, low on mana. XM in some trouble. Can he zip away? Get some separation, and with the TPs coming in, that stops the movement. XinQ already has...
Oh, XinQ.
Oh, XinQ, no! He's low. But can they kill off no one? With Ame here, they have enough damage, but do they have the control? The save is coming in, and the Sunstrike! Oh, XM almost dead! XM trying to get away, and XM is gone! It comes at a cost, but they do get the no-one kill.
Okay, they've still got a decent lead here, and now 9 class as well. This is going to work out well for XG if they still get this to the end.
Can he jump away in time? I mean, Ame instead chasing over Ducalis, just looking for a 2-hit, but P-Vision are getting away for the moment on the supports, the channel, but it's not going to stop the hits. Ame coming in strong.
All right, showing some signs of life here. They get the Tormentor. They get a little defense before eventually losing XM, but they're able to trade for a couple of kills, so it still comes out net positive for them. And it's Ame who's getting the lion's share of these benefits. Will he commit for the Nullifier? Is that going to be his plan here? And XXS for now going towards that BKB. Wants to have the ability to actually just like play through these engagements. And you imagine Satanic, yeah, thinking the same thing. After that fight, getting stuck inside the Static Sword, he was almost able to fight his way out with the Incapacitating Bite in combination with going for the Insatiable Hunger, but it wasn't enough.
Well, some of that too shows the value of having these two really quick heroes in the Lycan and the Storm Spirit, and they were kind of able to pull the fight apart for P-Vision and just sort of isolate that Broodmother left alone. We'll see if they can do that again on XG as they are smoked up with 4. Ame showing on the lane as they head into the triangle.
They got lots of sentries, lots of dust to deal with this Glimmer, to deal with this Invoker. And they're just going to start out on Roche. Now, 9 class is nearby. Sunstrike comes in. Crowd howls. That's level 3. Good work. Good job. I'll tell you when it's level 4. Then you got to get really loud.
And an Aegis onto Ame as XG. They will lose the mid tower, but Ducalis is going to pay the price for this one. They even dropped the Static Storm down as they glimpse, pull him back in, but Tornado is there, Sunstrike to follow. Damage out, he's...
Oh, he's okay.
Oh, baby.
That Manta coming in clutch there. Ame now dominating as he walks away with a kill, an Aegis, and a Nullifier.
It's gotta be frustrating though that that's the position 5. You're running him down trying to find that kill, and it's so difficult to make happen. That's true, they did make it happen. You're not wrong. I would just be angry.
Yeah, P-Vision, though, choosing to kind of take this slow, right? Like, I think ever since they decided to go for the double auras on DM is kind of what they've resigned themselves to, is the inability to actually go for any aggressive plays, really.
Right.
It's been pretty slow paced because of that. They don't have that Blink Dagger initiation. He's going back for it now, but it's still going to take a little while. And I think XG has done a good job of taking advantage of that, kind of forcing these objectives. There's not a great way for P-Vision to start these fights. And even though if they have these visions from like the Helm Creeps, the Spiders, they have their own vision with the Wolves, that they're able to just like find these good fights and take them. And also XM playing really defensively, playing around this Orchid really well.
Well, and I do wonder now that DM is, getting his way towards that Blink Dagger, how much that's going to change the complexion of these fights. Are P-Vision going to be able to get that back line jumped upon? Will we see a little bit better engagements for them? Because while XG is winning right now, they're controlling the tempo, they have this Aegis, they don't have a tremendous gold lead. It's not something that's insurmountable right now.
Important. It is level 4 Howl.
Oh, there you go.
So the next Howl needs to be really loud.
You guys ready out there?
I'm
Proud?
just saying,
Get ready for a big Howl.
When it happens, I want to hear it really loud and proud, okay?
To be honest, they're better at hearing it when I am. They know. On the lookout.
Oh, and it's nighttime. That's a buff as well.
Oh, howl it up!
Oh, that's
good. The crowd is into it. 9 class goes down.
I think it's what's empowering these kills,
Ame jumped upon BKB, held. He has that Aegis still. Are P-Vision going to stick around, or is this going to be a quick snipe? Looks like they're going to call it there.
Now, of course, there had to be the question, though. At what point do we find a break? Right? Because it is a Bristleback, and it is currently being worked on now by Satanic. Oh, sorry, I take that back. He's going Bloodthorn instead. He was leaning towards the Silver Edge, has decided against it. Because honestly, even without the break, he is falling pretty quickly, right?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Don't lose your voices now.
That's a good point. We got a long
so
time.
got a long day. It's every 16 seconds.
And to be honest, like the way these games are going, this is not going to be the last Lycan match that we see. It's going to be around for a while.
An unfortunate reality.
I do that with my dogs sometimes. They get all like
They get
love
pretty
to do it
amped
back
up,
at me.
eh?
I know,
Yeah.
I know. That's great. Sometimes. That's how you know there's still some of that feral blood in them.
Much like there is in XXS.
Absolutely. Oh! I need to stop. I'm gonna lose my voice.
All right, DM.
Thinks about killing the hero, realizes that's impossible, so instead tries to kill the Croaker. Now they turn on to the real hero, and with Ame here, they actually have enough damage. Forced to go for that Stampede, but the pullback in is there. Cataclysm ain't gonna happen.
I mean, he is just on an island. Absolutely no one nearby right now. As Class is being very annoying.
Just trying to be a tree. Don't mind me.
How well do you know your minimap?
You know what that is, too? That's like, it's like he got that huge Aegis steal before, and now he's trying to do it again. He's like, I just got to make it happen. I need one more.
He's going to have to wait a while, though.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be a bit. He's just, scouting it out for next time. That's what's happening here.
No, what if you got a Quelling Blade, cut the tree, and stood in its spot?
Oh, I like that. That's
really
good.
just sell it, Some good cosplaying.
I mean, that could win you the game. You never know.
I mean, he's got the inventory for it. The guy, he just buys one item at a time,
That's true.
Speaking of which, I believe his defusal is done. Once he can eventually get back to his side of the map to meet up with his courier, who's just sitting under the tier 2 mid. And that could become an issue for Ame, potentially. Although, his mana pool's all right at this point. It's almost up to 1,000.
Yeah, it's true. It's a strange one in a way, because you also have a lot of, activatables later on. I mean, I guess it's just mainly right now the BKB, but regardless, Blink Dagger is completed now for the Centaur. Oh, always so nice. Love to hear it. Satanic underneath a wolf.
All right, well, we're at 28 minutes.
Yes.
We've got, 14 more kills than last game. That's cool. Something like that. No one's really feeling too aggressive right now, Lyrical.
That's true. And we might just be waiting for the next Roche. If something happens, we'll let you guys know. But in the meantime, I want to hear from the crowd. How many out there think that XG is going to take this and we're going to game 3?
XG fans? Ooh.
All right, now out in the crowd, how many think P-Vision is going to close this one out? I think they won 3 games. I feel it.
It's pretty even, I gotta say.
It is, honestly. I think people just like making noise. That's where the howl comes from.
That's fair. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
That's good.
Yeah.
That was the loudest cheer of them all. Yes. They just love Lycan. You picked the perfect TI.
Yeah, you came to a good one if you're a Lycan fan, that's for sure. Ame's looking to change the game. He's going for the Abyssal Blade. He's almost got the recipe done. That, moving into an engagement, plus the Blink Dagger on DM. We got a couple different ways that these can now start. P-Vision, again, they're starting to play the Vision game, right? You're trying to battle up against this Lycan. You've got the gem.
Oh.
This monkey.
Satanic? Okay, no, they're just ganking spiders.
And remember, that still has 9-second BKB, so you don't want to waste this on anything too bad.
I think back to, again, that interview that we had this morning with Tundra going out and talking about this idea of what these top teams are doing, which is either taking risks or not taking risks.
Yep.
And it feels like both of these teams are very risk averse right now, not wanting to give anything up for free.
Yeah, you want a lot of knowledge before you go in. Because even though they look kind of crazy game 1 on P-Vision, it wasn't really risky because they knew everything. Because they had all the vision, right? And right now, when they can get their vision and feel confident like this, they're very happy to step up. Alacrity Spider, look at this. Oh my gosh.
We're in daytime, tried to Manta dodge, doesn't happen, but does get pulled out. Now Glimpse back, in some trouble, jump forward, XM, trying to make things happen. Ame also hitting now onto that Spider, but all of the heals coming out from Ducalis, it stops the action in its tracks.
XXS is ready to chase though, he wants this.
5 heroes, all grouped together for P-Vision. Do you run in with Ame? Is it a bit too scary? They're gonna hit creeps, kill creeps, still looking for heroes. DM there, glimpsed about 20 units.
Look at how they're just planting DM up front, right? He's just sitting at the top of these staircases, daring them to engage into them right now, and they just can't. There is almost a BKB done on XM. He's trying to get this done as fast as he can. because he wants it in case we start a fight in the Roche pit. We're going to find out in 10 seconds how quick this Roche is. A really fast Roche would be great for P-Vision if it stops the Storm from getting a BKB first. Anything later than that, I'd say probably favors XG.
Let's see what the timing is. 2 minutes. That should be enough time for him to finish off this BKB and group up with his team again. So already out across the mark.
Tormentor. They do scan it. They know this is happening, but I mean, XM standing nearby holding a gem with a BKB on the way. There's no chance you're going to be able to get in there anywhere fast enough to stop it.
So BKB's completed now for all 3 of the cores of XG. And on the other side, we're still waiting for 1 BKB on Centaur. Has it eyed up at the moment. And less than 1,000 gold separating these 2 squads, anybody's game.
Yeah, Satanic trying to get the Silver Edge done as fast as he can as well. Try and give them a good answer versus Ame. See if they can catch him by surprise and just dump everything onto him and kill him.
And you know, if you have not seen Broodmother in a long time, a lot of people remember this hero as just like spider spam, you know, take down towers with it, don't really show up to fights. This is a whole new Spider right now. Incredibly strong right clicks, has a level 25 talent, depending upon which way you want to go, that also lowers your BAT. It can be just an incredibly hard-hitting hero, and going now for that break option.
Yeah, and the reason why you see the Bloodthorn before the break is that Bloodthorn is one of like, the most broken items on this hero. It just gives you an insane amount of damage in the right situation between yourself and your spiders. Plus, as you just saw, like Tormentors and stuff too, just fall instantly. So you definitely have the ability to just blow up heroes, not simply rat the map like the olden days.
That's going to be something to watch for. Is I think while we saw the early group up potential and taking towers that happen from XG, the later game shenanigans that can come out from P-Vision are going to be really hard to deal with.
I do think they have some of that as well in XG though. Like the Aghanims on XM I think could be a really big factor in this game. The Aghanims on the Lycan, this is a Sunstand game. You know, I heard him talk about his Aghanim being his favorite item. It's true. But
we got some claps out there. The crowd happy to see it so far.
We need Ags all over the place, though, on the side of XG. Except for Bristle. His is usually good, but with this build, you know, Ame's not really thinking Ags.
Smoke up with 5. XG as Roche respawns.
All right, they have the Wolf inside. Spot Satanic beginning it.
They know this is happening. Nobody else showing on the map.
Look at no one, though. He's just up here pushing with his helm, pushing into this tier 2 tower. What are you going to do now as XG?
You have to deal with one or the other.
Another Wolf goes in, sees that they're not there.
While top lane is pushing in, they're getting some damage onto that tower.
That tower is falling. It is done.
It's going to be gone. This is a problem for them because no one also is still sticking around. They can do this to the tier 3 top as well if it keeps them over here.
I feel like there's a world where they get frustrated and just send in Ame.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to do something. The current situation is XG losing the game by split push.
No, you can't, right? Like, there's wisdoms in a minute, right? You cannot just sit here. You have to find something else to do. That is a good reward, at the very least, for controlling mid. They will get an Arcane Rune on XM.
And meanwhile, that's happening. No one still pressuring in along this top side. Look at this damage.
Look at the spiders on the bottom half of the map.
Yeah.
They are just marching.
They're heading down.
The Brood laughter.
Keeps that pressure on the bottom side. Ame shows up. Notably does not have his shard yet, which we often see on these bristlebacks.
Yeah, I think, again, it's just kind of the build, you know?
Yeah.
He's less concerned about stacks and quills and everything.
Now P-Vision gonna group together, see where they opt to make a move for. XXS is halfway to an Aghanim Scepter, and as Roche changes sides, now it's XG that might have the better angle towards the pit.
And there might be a different solution here from P-Vision, though. They are just shoving this bottom wave in. I mean, it's a classic answer to a team that when you think they're doing Roche, you simply start shoving their base, right? And they either respond or they get the Aegis, but you cannot just let this go undefended right now. Like, Roche is just getting to the pit now. They have to be so fast here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to go down. They're going to get the Aegis, but how much do they lose in return? There is no way that you can come and contest that on the side of P-Vision and get there, but They are up on your high ground, starting to take this down. Cataclysm out, shows everybody still there. They're committing for the Aegis, but they've lost an entire set of racks.
Ooh.
A big trade.
You know, that's not the best trade deal, I would say.
I mean, once you're in that position, if you try and TP and defend, though, you do just die, so...
Oh, yeah, it's true. There wasn't really a great answer at that point, was there?
But regardless...
Wow, 100 FPS.
I wish I could get that.
I was going to say, Jesus.
These
oh,
pro
my
players.
golf clubs don't fit in the back of my Corvette.
As they will go for a quick disconnect and be reconnected in just a moment. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough situation, right? Because the ideal spot is that you are not having to make that choice between one or the other, but they had to commit, and that meant that, of course, you're going to lose your racks. No other great answer for them right there.
So demotivating when that happens, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when you're forced to take such a bad trade.
I mean, I don't think it completely matters a ton for them, because they still have, like, you know, a great team fight potential. They're going to get the Ags soon on Lycan. There's a lot of answers they still have here. As Brood reconnects. We're 36 minutes into this game. P-Vision takes the first lane of racks, but not pulling meaningfully ahead. What are the item tidings that you feel like either team is really looking to abuse here in this one?
For me, I'm looking towards XM getting some sort of a solution, whether it's the Aghanims or whether it's the Scythe that he's looking at. I think one of those two items is massive for him, but he's a ways away, unfortunately. Oh, actually, no, no, that is his real goal. Never mind. Yeah, he's a ways away, unfortunately. Lycan, also, he is going for the Boots of Travel first, so I mean, it also means the Aghanims is pretty far away, but that's because he has to deal with this bottom lane now. It's likely the reason he has to go for this. Right now, XG look like they've just fallen a little bit. You know, they've tripped.
Okay.
It's going to be a while, I think, before they're back up to itemization. It's going to make these fights feel really good, unless the fight somehow begins where Ame is like in the thick of it and wailing on somebody. Because if they actually secure their target, they don't have, you know, there's no depth shroud this game, and they've got the nullifiers on 2 heroes now to deal with this Pugna.
That's true. And a decent way for them. Oh, thank you so much. Love to hear that. It's just like, it's revitalizing, you know?
A little bit of a post-pause moment here where everyone kind of forgets where people are on the map, so just kind of move their way back a little bit here as we start crafting into that next round of neutral items. Ooh, got the Pyrrhic Cloak here on DM.
Okay. Seems like a pretty good answer. Obviously still has to run into issues of the BKB, but once those are down, can do some good work.
Ame seems to love Satanic.
They miss
go-to items.
Multiple abilities onto Ame. And he is just going to walk this one off, obviously still hanging on to the Aegis. Perfectly comfortable with the current state of thing. And actually just Satanic's back up. I guess it's on a low enough cooldown. But I guess with this Aegis, there is this other thing that you could do on XG, which is just walk at buildings. We'll see if they decide to do that or if they're going to play it a little bit safer.
I'm curious what 9 Class does. He has 5,000 gold. He has a BKB queued up, but I don't know. I feel like he's going to go spicier. I feel like he's going to like buy a Scythe or something and try and break one of these fights if he can get away with it. For now, he's just jumping ahead, bringing creep. Look at this. They have 9 Classes creep and DM's creep in the top lane, just grabbing these creep waves up here. Meanwhile, XM is at the base catching the farm there. They're pushing in through the mid. So they are successfully dealing with this a little bit. They also just don't have XXS. So I don't know how far this push can really go.
Wow.
They planted the banner. I mean, he's got his boots of travel, so it's a good thing he's not found by the Monkey King. He can get here.
Drops everything down. Ame low, not dead yet. He dodges away, but is eventually gonna die. Wait, he didn't get a BKB! Didn't pop anything. The storm is gone, and now Ame, he's in the ice wall. What has happened? This was not the way this was supposed to go for XG, and Ame just stuck here to the side, forced back away a second time.
I believe he was not supposed to get hexed. That's probably the issue there.
Oh, jeez.
As no one just catches him out, and that's the end of his life.
You remember what I said about taking chances, trying out new things? The BKB reaction from Satanic. And in the meantime, 9 Class jumped in, but immediately had to stop. Ducalis is already gone, though. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. And while 9 Class might be chasing, he's got the creep right on Xinq's back. And the squirrel is going to be brought down. The Hex reaction is there. XG, they don't know what hit him.
Yeah, the fight ends just the way it started. Just a little sight there from no one, and kind of turning this idea of XG, thinking they can force something, into a whole lot of problems.
And they just got Aegis, and now they're walking up to high ground, and they don't have Ame. He's supposed to be the person standing out front, stopping this push from happening. 60 seconds before he's back up again. I mean, they might need to buy back on the Hoodwink. Actually, I don't even know if that stops it.
I certainly don't think it would.
Oh, no. P-Vision open up a tremendous hole here in the defenses. Ame 1,800 gold away from buyback. I don't know if you would have wanted to anyways, but it shows what happens when this P-Vision lineup gets a victory. They immediately can start running down lanes.
I think the good news for XG is that there's so much gold on P-Vision, I don't think they want to push this right now.
Static Storm, Aghanim Scepter is done for the Disruptor. Can they find the target though? They need to get something. Static Storm down, they got him. But do they have the damage to kill? All the heals are there. It's not going to be enough. They take down Satanic. What a masterclass there from X-Nova, who will be punished now. XM in the meantime gets hit this wide. They do have buyback on the Storm. Ame TP's right in the middle of all of them. Forces back P-Vision. What a hold.
Yeah, can't get the grab either there on 9glass. He just leaps out of the way there. So things looking okay for a little bit, but then they immediately killed XM and kind of taking the wind out of their sails on any hopes of that being a valuable defense. But the game goes on. That is the good news for them. But as mentioned, there is a ton of gold right now on P-Vision. Like, a crazy amount of gold. Everybody's gonna get an item.
So we see this replay. This was assembled at the last second right before this fight. Ag's Static Storm.
A massive way to actually finally deal with Satanic here and get a bit of a streak there on XM, which was great until unfortunately 9glass puts down this Wukong, zones them to the side, and with the whack there, just double Sunstrike into the kill for DM, getting a double.
Too much and too quick. And 16 to 15.
Can the Wolfbite solve it, though? Could that be it? The Wear Bristleback.
I mean, it's been such a weird little initiation because it feels like XG have just been making these little flubs where they get out too far ahead of themselves, they don't anticipate the Hex, and then somebody just gets blown up in the fight. And I think that if they can get an actual fight going their way, it still should be okay, but now they're 12K behind. Every fight gets harder. Tough situation. P-Vision standing tall in this, up one game, looking for a top 3 finish. If they can manage to take out one last set of racks, and a couple of those towers, they'll have access to the Ancient. And they've just got to hide now. Wait for that timing. I mean, the plus side at the very least for XG is that you can all in on this Aghanims if you want to for XXS.
That is true. It will be really nice for them too, especially if they're going to decide to fight at the Roche Pit. Okay, Sunstrikes come out there. They're able to dodge away from that. And I mean, yeah, I think you're going to, right? Come on. Surely we're buying it on this as the Tormentor goes down. Right now, as P-Vision, they're just waiting for Roche. They're going to chill this out, get themselves the Aegis, collect all of the Infinity Stones here, and then go high ground. That's going to be the plan.
No one now having access to those Forge Spirits when he hits the Sunstrike, and he does decide to buy out on XXS.
All right, let's go. The Wolfbite. Now that's a howl. That's when we're really going to get it, you know? That's
I mean, we've seen things like this before with Ame. Remember, time and again, getting the Wolfbite and starting to run at people constantly. The problem is these lanes are just shoving out so much that it's hard for them to find a way to get a good fight in their direction. Of course, the big thing will be Roche, which is a relatively long spawn, which means it's going to be heading back up to the north side of the map again.
There's also a bit of a question of just like how long do these fights last? You know, like what if the Wolfbite, what if they can't catch you? You know, then it's gonna look really bad.
Oh wow! And after finishing, instead of going for the AC, Invoker decides to go Refresher.
All right, so currently there is only buyback on Xingqiu. Everyone else has bought out on XG. where we are all in, fully committed here into this next engagement for them.
Will be
as they slowly start to farm them back up. I guess X-Nova's got it. Ame's now got it, so we're not too bad, actually. I love Ame's idea of the butterfly as well. I think that's a great solution on this bristleback.
Yeah, and if you can sort of surprise the Brood with it, could be really nice there too. I mean, obviously you do still have the Bloodthorn, which provides that pierce, but...
And he just got the 25. He got the bat reduction.
Yeah, this thing right here is nuts. If you have not seen the bat reduction during Insatiable, it is insane how hard this Brood hits. Something to watch for when they get into the straight-up battle against the Bristleback. Crowd trying to cheer on the Lycan here. He's gonna need it, that's for sure.
And the patience here from P-Vision, again, just not taking the risks, because why bother? There's not a whole lot to gain at this point.
You know what actually could make a pretty big difference in this too, is if Lycan gets to 25, because he has that Howl reduces total attack damage.
That would not hurt.
The Howl might actually win them the game if he can get to that.
It would be very fitting, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. Because a ton of Brood's damage is plus damage.
Yes, yeah, 100%. Well, not literally, but you know.
But still a ways away from that 25 for the Lycan. Needs to find a kill or two. Ame, he does have 25.
Is he gonna send some wolves here as the Roche spawns? Or, oh, the scan's out now. They're probably gonna miss it. Oh, this ward sees XM.
They know the timing that it's capable of respond right now.
Abyssal on Satanic.
And P-Vision looking for a big wraparound. They scan and immediately TP out. All right, if they do this again, if this happens again, you need to respond if they go for your Ancient.
Like, they're sending the wolves. They're like, where are they?
Cataclysm down. Dude, are they just going to run for high ground?
That was only a Sunstrike, too.
Oh, yeah, it was just a Sunstrike. You're right.
They're going all the way back.
They're backing out. Or they're going to get this really quickly if they fully commit to it, but XG, I think, a little bit afraid based upon what happened last time.
They get roared, right? Because they took it last.
And they go for it. Start to take it down. They did go for the wolf bite. Roche roars and they back away. Tornado out. Meanwhile, they're dealing with creeps in their base. That was very bizarre.
You know, it's the pressure. They kind of just were YOLOing. They're just hoping that P-Vision are up here and they kind of catch them a little off guard.
Runs in, trying to find somebody, a target to stick onto.
The wolf bite's running out.
It's running out very soon. But that at least stops for a moment P-Vision. How much longer do we have on another wolf bite? It's going to be 40 more seconds. And while this is happening again down bottom, you look and you see, and all of these waves are getting shoved in.
I'm surprised that P-Vision aren't putting more focus on just simply taking the Roche as well, you know?
I mean, they are being a little bit safe for my taste, but maybe that's why they're going to be able to come away with the victory here. Because it feels like you outmaneuvered them, right? You outplayed them around the map. You pulled them down to have to defend their base. Now go and claim the objective, but they're showing so much. A chance of Force Staff away, though, and he's fine.
All right, back he goes.
Ame dodges out of that, does have Satanic to heal back up if he wants.
Fine, loses 2,000 HP. 2,000 HP from just spells hitting him in the back.
He's fine, he's fine. Don't worry about Ame.
He does have 70 HP regen, he'll be all right.
So Lycan gonna have to send himself and some summons back down to deal with the tier 4 tower. Hoof Stomp duration is out.
He's got bots level 2 as well. He can immediately just
call
himself on top of Ame for the wolf bite.
So XXS does have the ability to get back into this fight. And also, while this is happening, he's gaining levels towards 25. P-Vision not opting to make that move into the pit. I don't know how much this is going to change things.
What are they waiting for? What are they hoping is going to change? 25 on Evoker is pretty nice. That'll give him a lot to do.
I mean, I think it's just, again, one of those, like, they never want to take a risk.
Yeah.
The BKBs are down now, so that kind of makes sense. But XXS is going to deal with the push coming their direction. Xingqiu, can he find that Monkey King? Doesn't look like it. Already away. 10 minutes away from 60-minute items. It's been a little bit. A lot of the games today have been going relatively fast.
We'll see if we can get there in this one as the goal just continues to pile up here on P-Vision. 5,400 available on DM.
I mean, this is always the thing that I think about. This reminds me of, some of the BB team games back in the day too, where it's like they're so concerned about throwing away an advantage and they're defending this lead that they have.
Yeah.
That eventually, are they going to become? I mean, this is 25 Monkey King down.
Right.
Very strong.
Ame has sold the treads and has got a blink.
Looking. We already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with the Static Storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the Wolf Blackboard. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. 9 class now hits. That is a buyback from him. And as they get back into the fray, XXS running away, trying to escape. There's the hoof stomp, finds him from DM, and long range jumps. They get that wolf dead.
Oh, they got a few things in that fight, but it's just not enough. No one tipping over to Ame. Buyback needed here on XM. He's gonna have to retreat back to the base, and that's gonna be the prize of Roshan here. Refresher and Cheese going to P-Vision.
Oh, the real curse, though, at the end is that Lycan went for the extra wolf summon. It's so sad. But take a look at this again. It could have been so great, but DM, look at this.
Yeah, I mean, the eggs, that was one thing I really liked about the Centaur pick, is I was thinking, if this game goes late, they don't have that same save, right? They're missing it from 9 class this game, so they get it out of the Centaur Warbringer this time, and it absolutely came in the clutch in that one. 9 class, maybe very nicely played there from XM to chop his tree down, takes him. That was a ridiculous heal from that Satanic.
Oh, yeah.
But just whacked there on the XM, no chance to escape. And now, perhaps the final push beginning to get sorted out here in the top lane.
We'll see at least if they can do it. The Refresher, BKB ready to go. And at 51 minutes in, XG gonna need to really figure out some sick plays now to deal with the fact that they have the cart. 9 class drops down the big Wukongs. XM backs away. There's the break onto the spider. Glyph already used with no more wolf for 10 seconds. It's a hard fight to make happen. BKB is out. Ame starts to hit on the Satanic, backs away. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS. XM backs out of there too, still 1,000 gold away from buyback. P-Vision, they've done everything in this series. They're going to take another lane of rack. This is going to be Megas. Too much to handle as they run through XG.
सबको ही वैसे XG डाला था.
Fewer hits is all they need. GG is called.
कहाँ पे जाके हार गया?
परिविजन OP baby.
हार गया भाई.
Stone cold there.
परिविजन OP. शैतानिक है वो
शैतानिक. ये शैतानिक मेरा को मार दिया. सारा शैतानिक को हटा के हम आमे देखे थे. शैतानिक तो मारवा दिया हम लोग को.
शैतानिक है वो, बच्चा है तो क्या हुआ, बूढ़ा लोग से
ए भगवान. ये नॉकआउट स्टेज था ना?
LB जाएगा.
हाँ, अच्छा लोअर ब्रैकेट है. हाँ पर वही.
It's a 2-0, not even a 2-1.
नहीं वो नहीं, पूरा तो प्रेडिक्शन का.
हाँ वो तो पहले
क्या ये तो
मैच देख के
फादर मदर सिस्टर ब्रदर सब कर रहे एक
पहले ही मैच में हम बोल दिया नहीं जीत रहा है.
क्या हुआ?
परिविजन दुगो बच्चा लोग ना, ये साइटानिक और 9 क्लास.
ये साला भट्टस प्रो ना.
giving them some love here.
शैतानिक और 9 क्लास साला
And be secured towards top
कुछ
3
तो
at the
फूक के
very
आता है कि
least.
बहुत मारता है
Still looking for
अजीब
a
ही
lot
खेलता है
more.
ये आमी इतना अच्छा प्लेयर है काहे इसका यहाँ पे जाके
As, 9 class is
भूल जाता है
भागना होता है
trying to escape with his
और वो
teammates.
यहाँ पे जाके भूल जाते हैं अरे हम तो गॉड लाइक प्लेयर है
Talk to you fine people.
ये तो इसमें तो उसका गलती भी नहीं है
As a
अरे
solid
कोई गलती नहीं किया वो लोग
performance,
शैतानिक बहुत अच्छा खेला है
victory
ये मैच हम पूरा नहीं देखे क्योंकि हम दुकान में काम
I
कर
do
रहे
have to
थे
say, a lot of
पर
it, a
हम
ton
जो
of it,
देख रहे थे
so
हम
much
समझ
of
गए
it
थे कि
was down to
हाथ
these
से निकल
early
जाएगी
picks
वो
that they
एक
were
मिड में
able to
हुआ था ना वो जो
get.
रैक्स के पास गया था वो लोग मिड रैक्स के पास वो जो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था हेक्स हो जाएगा
एक्स हो जाएगा
वहाँ
स्ट्रॉन्ग
पे
स्पिरिट ना
हाँ वहाँ पे जाके हम समझ गया कि ये गेम ना हाथ से निकलने वाला है
It's very cool. I'm glad to be here.
एक्सपेक्ट कैसे नहीं करता है भाई तुम्हारे पास लिंकन पिंकन कुछ है
अरे बट
निकी भी है
मतलब इवन कास्टर लोग भी बोल रहे थे एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था सोचा कि ठीक है घुस के करेगा बट उतना जल्दी
On main stage, I can feel additional power.
एक तो 9 क्लास का इंटरव्यू हो रहा है
It's fun. It's always fun to play in front of crowd. Yeah.
9 5
Absolutely. I do want to talk about game number 1. We had that Aegis steal from you. What was the communications in your team like at that?
9 क्लास हमको थोड़ा सा पॉइंट्स देगा आज
सार के 2-0 करवाया वो बंदा लेके ही और दोनों बार भाई मेरे को चाइनीज लोग का समझ में नहीं आता ठीक कंप्लीट कर
एक चीज पता चला क्या होने वाला है
हाँ
मंकी पिक होगा टर्बो में और झाड़ी में ऊपर में रहेगा ये क्या स्काउट करता है ना झाड़ी से झाड़ी वो झाड़ी पे ही रहेगा साला बेस्ट वे टू काउंटर मंकी पता क्या है नहीं खुद का टीम में टिम्बर से उठा लो वो सब नौटंकी करेगा साला पैर ही काट दो
And also he cheating us, so yeah. By the way, it's Astini's first time he said me, oh, maybe you try Slark, and I can try.
सबका प्रेडिक्शन RIP लिख रहा सब कोई
Long ago, and look at you now. You've made top 3, but 9 class. Can P-Vision take it all the way? Do you think you can win this thing?
ठीक
Yeah, I think, yeah, we are ready.
Awesome stuff. Hamburg, make some noise for one of the best position 4 players in the world, 9 class and P-Vision.
Congratulations on top 3 secured for P-Vision. We mentioned it earlier, this team, it does level up in front of a crowd. It's the team with the most LAN wins this season, and they do not show any signs of stopping here because
अच्छा अभी भी तो दो गो रशियन टीम लोग हैं
game compared to that first one, it was still very dominant for P-Vision.
दोनों रशियन टीम अच्छा है
After that 30 plus minutes, that's where their lineup or the way that they played kind of adapted inside of the game, and they just played to scale, like we just heard 9 class say. But they just made excellent decisions this game. Their macro was on point, like where they were playing, when they decided to stop team fighting, when they decided to
thanks for
push,
playing game.
when they decided to trade the bottom racks for that Roche. It was all beautiful.
Yeah, and this clip we're starting with is such a critical time, right? Because P-Vision, they're doing a great time, doing what's delaying, but when Extreme finally can get a creep wave to the point of the high ground, then they don't execute in the moment, right? Army's hitting the tier 3, you got XM jumping in with a Storm Spray, getting hit by a Hex and dying. As soon as he dies, the fight construct collapses and they have to run away. So you have to deal with 2 things for P-Vision. Can you deal with the waves? And then can you execute in the fight, be it at a high ground or a Roshan or a Tormentor, anywhere. And XG, they just weren't able to deal with both major problems that P-Vision was presenting.
I'm really impressed with P-Vision. Like, their players, the fact that they can perform like this with such little experience, with like how young they are on their players in a game where you're pressured, they're down, but they know what to do, they know what they're waiting for, and even here, sure, you're top net worth on this Bristleback, but P-Vision, they got to delay it so long, they have all the items attached.
शैतानिक को
Just
देखो
1v3ing them, running in FSU, later on talent. So overall, I think XG, they looked so good in this early and mid game, but eventually they had so much trouble, and I really feel like that P-Vision, they're like the masters of map pressure and making you feel like incredibly bad during the game.
I think XG, really concocted up a beautiful draft here for themselves, and they played that early game quite well. But some of their decision making was a little bit off, I thought. They could have put more emphasis on wave shove by the way that they itemized, and it seems like they itemized for an early 5-man into wanting to force a lot of fights, and P-Vision just did not give them that.
Yeah, P-Vision, they're just so calm, right? I feel like you watch other teams in this situation, having the Storm jumping you, the Lycan, everything in the early game, like the way that they did play out the early game from XG, other teams would crumble. But P-Vision...
by the way.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is
Whoa,
what
whoa,
they
they won the
game!
Oh, I thought it was just after like a team fight or something.
No, that's winning the game.
All
You
right, they're
don't take your
chilling.
headsets off before the
People
game
have
is
done
over.
that before, Shiva, and it didn't turn out very well.
No, it did not. It did not. It is a very strong performance, and I think especially for the team that will be going up against P-Vision in that upper bracket finals, one mistake, that was all it took for Extreme to have their entire momentum crumbling before them, and P-Vision, it felt like they always knew that that mistake was going to happen at some point. They just need to be ready for it, and ready they were.
And no one on that Invoker, he played incredibly well. We talk about the difficult early game, but he was the hero doing well in the early game. He was hitting beautiful Sunstrikes. His supports were playing around mid. They were getting kills for as long as they could. And when the game started to get really tough, that Hex pickup clutched that high ground defense. When XM zipped in, he got hexed by the Invoker, and it was all downhill from there.
I mean, there was a lot on him to do in this game. You need to protect your supports with the Tornado, with the Deafening Blast, keep your Pugna alive. Like you said, the Hex later on to crush it back in, to keep the map in shape as well with your Monkey King and everything, to delay the game for Satanic to come online and carry. Just S-tier gameplay.
Yeah, and I believe, Kezu, you also want to highlight how exactly the wheels were turning for P-Vision in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Effie, you already mentioned it's around like how they traded the map, like the Roche for other stuff. Because here, this is first point in the game, 33-20. The game is incredibly even. P-Vision, they need more time. They don't want to fight. So look at the vision that Extreme have. They want to force Roche, but it's really hard because P-Vision have the heroes here. Look at the map. Top lane, you have no one with his Dominator, with his Forges already pushing. We fast forward a bit. Mid lane is pushed in by DM's Dominator. At the same time, still a stalemate around the Roche. This is 40 seconds in between this. In the meantime, Satanic just really farming, so XG, they get forced back. Here, Roshan was still in the bottom side. Now, the game prolonged so long, Roshan actually walked all the way to the top river. XG, crucial mistake. They tunnel vision this Roshan so hard because trading Aegis for a Rax in this game, it's not good for you because you already have a wave problem. Now you're going to be down a Rax with this Aegis. P-Vision aren't giving you this fight. So these trades, these macro movements, ultimately this is what makes the difference of you winning or losing this game. So P-Vision, honestly, hats off to whoever made the shot call.
Yeah, and then right after that, Roshan was taken for Extreme, and their bottom Rax, unfortunately, for them, was also taken. We're going to take a look at the Lycan at that point, Effie, because you have something to say about that.
Yes, like Kezu mentioned, there was a wave problem, and around minute 36 is when they got that Aegis that they traded Arax for. But what I really wanted to look at was Lycan's items. He skipped Shard. He got his Shard like 40 minutes plus. But if you are playing at this state of the game and you have a wave problem, why don't you create that wave problem for the enemy team with your Shard? It was such an odd decision to me. What it seemed like was after he built that, nullifier, he just thought that he could keep going. He'd just eventually be a carry himself. They could force the 5-man fights. I really think that you could have wedged this Aghanim Shard into the item build even before the AC. It could have come out a lot earlier, and it could have made it so that P-Vision couldn't play the map as well as they did. But if you're talking about map play and your Lycan is getting Shard at 40+ minutes, you're losing a lot of that early game advantage that you can get from this hero.
No, I mean, it's such a cheap item for a core. He probably just tunnel visioned under the pressure of answering so many different problems, and mistakes happen, and clearly, I think he might have made a mistake there.
Yeah, there's quite a few things we still need to touch upon for this game, though, because I want to give credit where credit is due. That was a fantastic Broodmother coming out for Satanic. I know we gave MVP to no one, but I think you can make a good case for almost any player on the side of P-Vision to be nominated for that one, and I think that Broodmother Kezu is definitely going to be one to watch.
He absolutely clutched, and he has so many specific heroes, which is also crazy to think about with how young he is. Like, this is not some 30-year-old guy who's played 10 years of experience. Like, he's new to the scene. He has perfect itemization, the Nullifier, the Silver Edge, the Bloodthorn. You buy the Shard for the 25 talent. I mean, this kid's crazy.
I mean, with the Broodmother as well, you create new problems. And clearly, we heard in the interview with Zhao 8, they had to find a solution, right, to the Broodmother. They went for the Bristleback, and clearly, Arme was also trying to invent in the game, right? He goes for the Battle Fury. How many times has that happened in the history of Dota?
Well, I know the answer to this, Tigov, but we do also have the answer to show.
There we go. It's only 4 times now with Arme buying Battle Fury. In 2014, Universal Battle Fury around the 60-odd minute mark, he lost the game. In 2019, Gabby also bought a Battle Fury around the 60-minute mark. He also lost the game. Ace in 2025, he bought a Battle Fury under the pressure of Team Spirit. He lost the game. Arme, under the pressure of Broodmother conceptually, bought it very early in the game and also lost the game. Therefore, historically, Battle Fury on Bristleback is a 0% win rate in all of the history of Dota 2.
It was an intriguing item because he was like topping the net worth and it was looking good for a while.
Yeah.
But there was this one chase that happened early on where they chased Bristleback on P-Vision for almost a minute. And it felt like if he had a Lotus Orb and like an SNY, he would have killed everybody. But he's just running away with a Battle Fury. You could see the trade-offs that were happening because of that item.
I like this stat a lot because I think it's very funny that it hasn't won yet, and I think in the other games maybe it's against Mega Creeps.
Exactly, yeah.
But even here, like buying it this early, it put them in a cool position. I think this is why Dota is like so amazing. You can buy so many different things. Depending what your enemy does, you have to react differently, and then this happens and this happens. So yeah, I love to see it.
Yeah, it was very clearly part of Extreme Gaming's plan. We did see this Bristleback queuing up that Battle Fury very early on. So we knew from the laning stage already what was going to happen. And speaking of that laning stage for the Bristleback, it's Purge that's going to break it down.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the Bristleback because I thought it was such a good pick. It really solved a lot of the problems that they were encountering in this game. And one of the big ones is 9 classes Monkey King. Most of the support heroes that he's playing are very annoying and they're hard to deal with. But look at this early ward that was placed that spotted 9 class over here. And normally the way that you escape on this hero is you use this skill here to jump to a tree. But if you take any damage, it gets interrupted. And then you have to rely on your very low movement speed because you don't buy boots here. So with Quill Spray in the vision, he actually interrupts 9 classes jump. And with the power of the Nasal Goo, that basically allows you scaling damage and permanent slow against an opponent. So 9 class actually had to play this lane completely scared because of this Bristleback pick that was also good against the Centaur, which is really cool. So now, because they got that first blood, Ame basically gets to do whatever the heck he wants in this lane. Look at him. He's 1v2 right now. We've got the Disruptor going through the Twin Gate. He's 1v2ing this lane because this last pick made so much sense. And look at this. Even walking to the Secret Shop to maybe scare 9 class again, he jumps on a tree. That just shows you how much kill threat that there is. So with this early advantage that he had, he rotates through the Twin Gate. A lot of people have been doing this with the Helm, the Dominator. He doesn't need that. He's doing it with his regular hero, and he's going to put some pressure on this tower. And he's doing this in conjunction with some other heroes. Once XXS shows up with his Helm, the Dominator, Ami's out of there early because he's like, okay, back to farming. I did my job now, and I can go back to getting what I want, which is ultimately going to be the Battle Fury, which, as we talked about, extremely rare. But it does have a lot of good synergies. You're doing cleaved physical damage. Obviously, it's better to, it doesn't like leverage your abilities other than your ulti and your first skill very well. But the increased net worth that you're gaining and the AoE cleave damage paired with the Lycan. Do you guys remember how a Lycan lowers armor? Can you make that sound for me, please? Anyone? Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Howl, it lowers armor by 10 in an AoE, basically global at night, but in an AoE. And that minus 10 armor paired with Bristleback's minus armor is super synergistic. And frankly, it gives them really good chances to get kills on the hero like the Centaur. But unfortunately, this decrep from the Pugna was extremely crucial in protecting him. It basically gives him a window to buy time. If that Pugna decrep isn't on there, they can just blast through this front wave of DM in the front. And so between decrep and later on the Ags of Centaur, it really undercut the synergy that they were going for with the heavy physical damage and the minus armor. It was hard for them to kill the P-Vision heroes, and that's what was ultimately their undoing, despite this really cool draft.
Thank you very much, Purge. The undoing of Extreme Gaming. Well, undoing. Don't worry. There's a lower bracket. This was the upper bracket semifinals. Nobody's getting eliminated anymore for the remainder of today. So Extreme is also not eliminated, just down to that lower bracket, which is starting to look scarier and scarier. But we do have, of course, a couple more names to pen in on our bracket, Kazu.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I hope that we have maybe something that we had yesterday. You know, we had 3 2-0s into a 2-1. I expected all of these games also to go the distance. Well, they didn't. I'm hoping that this next series of Falcons versus, you know, BBT, maybe they can show us a little bit more. Because right now, I'm seeing a lot of one-sided affairs. And that's really not what I'm expecting.
No, me neither, especially not after that road to TI. You're absolutely right. And if we want those games to be drawn out and be back and forth, a lot is going to rely on the carries having a good game and being able to go toe-to-toe with each other. But who is the best carry? That is a great question. And of course, we would ask the pros that very question as well.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your off laner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. And here to look over the results with me are two Dota experts, esteemed Dota experts, and see if they agree with the pros' choices or whether you have your own choices. Which carry would you choose as the best TI winning carry in Dota history?
Okay, let's think here.
I think you can discuss amongst
I think
yourselves.
this is Ana, right? How?
Choose.
Hey, how?
TI winning carry. You're saying how?
Who's
Okay.
on first?
Who are you going for?
They're thinking Yadro.
I think it's actually Yadro. Yeah, I think it might be. How do I choose?
You just select a name and use your brain to speak it.
Yeah, how? I select how.
Okay, good. Who are you going for?
He chooses newbies how.
How?
Yeah.
To be clear to anyone who was missing the joke.
Probably for some of the younger players, they like watched Ana win, and now they're getting beat by Yadro, right? So it's like the legend that's gone versus like the bully that's here.
Yatoro and Ana. So for me, I feel like the carry debate is between those two.
So you think they're going to vote Ana because that's like ancient history? They don't have to play against him.
Exactly.
So they're more likely to vote.
They don't want to inflate his ego anymore.
I think they're going to take Yadro. I think I would probably take Yadro.
I mean, Yatoro's the GOAT, so easy, Yatoro.
You're saying Yatoro?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, it was Yatoro the one, obviously. Yatoro overwhelmingly, by the way. Overwhelmingly.
Ana second.
Ana is not second.
Okay, well, it's obviously not Ana then.
Yeah.
Is Ana third?
Ana is not third.
Wow. People hate Ana.
This was chosen by the players themselves. Ana is not second or third.
How? How did you?
We've covered that. He's not on the list, right? Who are you putting in on 2 and
Fear.
3? It was Matu. Matumba Matu.
Really?
Yeah,
That
was
makes
second
sense.
place.
Matu?
Yeah, he's number 2.
No way.
Yes. I think it was kind of an unusual choice.
Yeah,
I might have put Ana in there, but I think Matu is such a legendary player. Everybody loves Matu for sure.
What players did you ask, Puppy?
Every single player at the event.
He asked one
was
player.
most of the votes
He
went
asked
to
the
Yatsu.
oldest player here? Who's the oldest player?
Over half
He
of
asked
votes.
art style.
He got 7 votes.
He put himself third, so it wasn't so obvious.
So give me a sort of personal anecdote about something that Yatro did that you were like, holy crap, that was amazing.
There were so many moments where it was just over and over again, that team coming back from a victory and just putting everything on the back of Yadro and being able to take the win. Like, that guy, he played out of his mind at TI-10, and he hasn't really stopped.
Over the wall, they go. JT drops the Echo Slam, but they're all falling on IG. It's an ultra kill for Yatoro. It's down to Gekko's a rampage for the Drow Ranger.
I felt like TI-12, there was a moment when he walked into the arena before the final, and his aura was like, as the kids say, max aura on this guy. Like, I mean, everyone was just like, oh my God, he's here to win the international. Like, he just walked in, bold boy buff, and just, it was incredible. You could feel the enemy team just shrinking and shriveling.
Not just play in the game, but outside of the game, commanding that respect.
Aura, just pure aura. Yeah, a worthy winner, I'd say.
Yatoro might be a worthy winner of the best carry. He's not going to be a worthy winner of the best TI 3-time champion carry right here because he's no longer, unfortunately, in the tournament. We're going to find out which one will be the worthy winner of our upcoming series. It is time to start talking about that because it's going to be quite the blockbuster we got going here. Team Falcons versus BB Team. One of these two teams will be facing P-Vision in that upper bracket finals and secure top 3 with this upcoming best of 3. And I think this might just be the one that is very close, Tigo.
I hope so.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I feel like Falcons are the favorites. I think BB are going to be the underdogs, and it entirely depends on how pure he's able to navigate the emotions of yesterday through to today. Because when we finished the series yesterday, I'm in the lift, I'm going back to my room, I see Pure also in the lift, and even though he'd won the series, he'd looked like he'd just been eliminated from the international. You know, head was in his hands. He was just like, soldiers left the body. He was just a shell of himself. So he struggled a lot yesterday. So I think for them, if he can overcome that, yeah, it might be competitive. But against Falcons, you need all 5 players at their best game.
And maybe he wasn't happy with himself, so they had a talk. I'm sure I feel like they've developed a lot as a team. They're gonna help each other, like feel good, come in today, like fresh, because I know he has the skills. I'm sure he knows it. His teammates know it. So you made it to top 6 of TI second round. Like you should be happy. So I'm expecting a good match, but I agree that Falcons to me are slight favorites.
And for context, it's because yesterday, even though BB Team did win, he lost all 3 of his laning stages. And there was one game where he even died 7 times in the first 20 minutes. It was rough for him.
It was rough for him. We're going to break down this matchup, but if we're looking at Falcons versus BB Team, we have to look at Falcons first because there is a lot of pressure on these guys. These guys were the best team of 2024 and is still one of the favorites going into this and making it all the way through. And a large portion of that favoritism that people have might just be coming from the position 4 Tigo.
Yeah, and Crit, what a career he's had, right? Of course, ever chasing the Aegis, you could argue kind of the Western uncrowned king to some degree, but when you look at his career, right, in 2015, 2016, he was on OG, able to win both the Frankfurt Major, the Manila Major, ESL 1 Frankfurt as well. In 2016, shifts over to OG. Yeah, sounds great. He wins an instant Tier 1 LAN, wins Dota Pit, Manila, I think 2016-17. 2017 to 2022, I'm sorry, mate, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Moves to Shopify, nothing. Comes back to kind of the European scene and was able to get secure both 2 BBs, 1 ESL 1, Birmingham, 3 Tier 1 lands. But again, it's been like so many years of NA, shifts back, and then when you think about TI as well, he got 3rd place with EG, TI 8, 5th, 6th, TI 9. Falcons, TI 13, when they had their good year, only able to get 4th. But when you look how long of his career he's had, the Tier 1 LAN wins he's got, plus that awkward NA stint, feels like it's inevitable he's meant to win one.
I mean, he's definitely one of the players where you have a lot of people who want him to lift the Aegis, right? Like we just saw, he has so many appearances. He's an incredible player. He's a great person. He's really nice to be around. Like even if you beat him in pubs, like the guy is nice. He always plays for his course. He can play anything. He's very adaptable. So yeah, I think this guy, he's definitely got what it takes.
Yeah, it's just odd to think about because in that 2015-2016 era where it felt like OG were winning every major, it feels like that's where he should have had his Aegis. He's one of those players that you look at and you expect to just have an Aegis. So this must mean so much to him because last year, like T mentioned, that was their year where they were the favorites.
Yeah.
This time around, they aren't the favorites and they've peaked. Like they're playing so well. Maybe that's what they needed, the surprise factor.
Maybe it is what they needed. They also do have a lot of TI experience under their belt in regards to championships because there are TI winners on the side of Falcons, one of which is the carry, of course. It's also the support. It's Snaking and Skeeter. But in this case, I want to talk about Skeeter and potentially talk about him in relation to his counterpart in Pure Effie because that is a pretty stark difference, especially if you take into consideration yesterday's results.
Yeah, we wanted to just put emphasis on the carry-to-carry matchup in the series because these 2 players have inherently different styles, but if you look at their average numbers, they're way too close to each other for having separate styles. When you think about Skeeter, he's always been not necessarily sacrificial, but not the real carry of the team. He's not expected to deal damage. He's just there to like be the stunner, win his lane, play utility, do whatever he needs for his team. He'll even give up farm for his other 2 cores sometimes. Whereas Pure, he is the greedy player. He is your carry that you take into the late game and puts you on his back. But his averages are not what you would expect out of a playstyle like that. And if you look at the hero pool comparison, there are a lot of common heroes, but both of these players have different styles. As I mentioned, you look at Pure, he's got that Void, that LD, that Ursa, that TA. He's playing for the late game. He wants to be the one dishing out all the damage. Whereas Skeeter, he picks what you need for the lane. You need an Abaddon? I got you. We need a Weaver because I gotta dodge some slows? I got you.
I feel like you have the miracle type of archetype carry player on your left with the hard carry traditional stuff. You have your Matumba man on the right, so with like more the I play for my team, I make stuff happen. I would say that these players generally get overlooked and overshadowed quite a lot. I think that Skeeter is very crucial to Falcons, both with his pick, the way he plays. He enables Malrine, he enables Amar, so I'm like really happy to see this because I think this guy, he deserves a lot more, in my opinion, than what people give him credit for.
Well, we're going to give him some credit right now because we have to, of course, start this matchup very soon. And for that, it is time to get the players on stage.
And we're back.
Photons!
A lot of people would have said and would have agreed that Team Falcons has had the hardest road to get to this upper bracket semifinals. They played the longest games, they had the most clutch comebacks, and they have made it here. They started learning from that and adapting from that. Then yesterday when we saw them in action, it was a whole fresh team with tempo behind them, and I'm sure they want to prove that they still got that tempo against their opponents, BB Team.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. BB Team! Choose wisely.
They have shown that they have what it takes to make the tough decisions and come back after being down yesterday. They were the only team to push a series the distance and take that victory after the fact. It was rocky, but it happened. And the tenacity that they showed yesterday against Enigma Galaxy, they will prove to show again against their opponents in Falcons. There is one big question mark that I'm gonna pose towards my panel here regarding these two teams, because one thing that stood out yesterday, Kezu, was that for BB Team, their rocky situation was always those first 15 minutes.
No, for sure. And I hope that today we can see something, well, a little more stable, because what we saw from them, it's not normal. It's not what you expect, especially not from a tier 1 player, because, yeah, we have to go back to it. It had a lot to do with Pure. I want to see, you know, the prime Pure of like last year, because in the last months, he has struggled, but I have also seen very good performances. It's just that he is a little more inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to hope that, you know, today is the day. Sometimes that's what TI is about. You show up in top form, boom, you get this upset win, and you're good to go.
We also didn't really see much from BB. Even though they were to win, we saw 2 puck games in a row, playing into nature's profit. Like, GPK just dominating, going 8-4-23, 5-1-18. Like, Nigma didn't really change up the drafts to show us new styles of BB having to react. It was just, oh, thanks, we're going to do that strategy again. So, yeah, I think for BB at least, we are going to see something new. Are they going to get puck against Falcons? I think that's a really hotly contested hero at least.
It doesn't necessarily have to be new, so long as they're doing it better than yesterday, because they can definitely improve upon it. But we did mention Pure had a rough series yesterday. I want to talk about the other 4 players. They played impeccably well. If they weren't playing as well as they did, that kind of start for your carry is really hard to come back from. I think Save in particular really stood out to me. He was clutching these lanes, you know, hiding in the trees, Phantoms embracing Morphling, getting kills where he shouldn't have to. Later in the game, he gets some ags, soul binding. Like, this is a player to look out for. If your team is in a rocky situation, your support player clutching games for you is what you need on the main stage.
Yeah, for sure. Like, those 4 guys, they really stepped it up. Like you said, the Grimstroke from Save, like 2 games in a row. Like, he just had incredible performances. You also had Miro on his offlane, like, great. We talk about the GPK puck. You have the Disruptor or Naga Sirens on Kateomi. They're great. I just hope that what they look for is not like, oh, my carry player didn't do great, but more like, imagine how strong we can be when things come together. They fall into place. We just play well as a team like they know they can, and then you can just make it happen. Because here, we need to talk about the heroes that will be very contested or are very important for the team. So here, on the left side, you see how often Falcons take the hero, and on the right side, you have BB. So Hoodwink is going to be... It's going to be picked or abandoned this season. You have 5 times and 7 times on BB Team. You have the Sand King, the Grimstroke we just touched on. Mars for both offlane is incredibly important. Naga, Pugna, the teamfight controllers, the healers, they allow you to play forward. Incredible heroes. And then we also have the undefeated heroes. Because when you get to this stage of TI, you want to be in the comfort. You don't want to be pressured. You want to play your S-tier stuff. The Snake King Chen, undefeated. 3 games of Pangolier, the flex between mid and offlane, incredible. 2 games of the Earthshaker on Marine, they always stack, he always gets his game going. And now for BB Team, maybe you want to give, you know, the Troll to Pure. Keep him confident, you have the GPK puck and the good old Bristleback on Miro. So a lot of these heroes, we might be seeing them in the series.
Or the Lycan on Miro.
Absolutely.
That one was a big standout too. Maybe it goes up in priority this game. But for Falcons, I feel like every hero is a priority for them.
Yep.
We even had Mallory yesterday all chatting, give me Sand King.
Yeah.
He was given Sand King. He's daring the teams to leave this for him because he's saying he'll carry the game on his back.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, he's, in my opinion, I mean, I want to say that every player on Falcons is underrated, so maybe this is also my bias, but I do think they have very stand-up performances. You can throw Malrine in like the absolute most XD lanes, Primal versus Monkey King. He'll match the net worth, he'll make it happen. He's very versatile, so yeah, to me, one of the best mid laners of the tournament.
But the way that I see the heroes, right? The Graphical and Grimstroke having 2 for 2 contested, that's 4 games. There's only 9 games total. When I look at Mallory's hero pool, do you really want an Earth Spirit, a Pango, Ember, a Primal, any of these heroes hit by a Soulbind? Like, we've not seen much of it TI, but I feel like this is kind of like the hidden gem as we progress in the final couple of days of the International. Both Crit has played it and Save. It really breaks a lot of the playmaker. I think Soulbind is the reason why this hero is good. Nothing to do with like Inkswell or Stroke. It's just the ultimate and Phantoms. So yeah, I'm hoping to see that hero more.
I think we're more likely to see that top row of heroes coming out from Malrine than those Spirit ones. A lot of teams have moved away from the Spirit heroes as this TI has progressed. Also, with Snake King on the screen, I want to talk about him as Pugna, because he has been putting games on his back also from the position 5 as Pugna. He plays the dead lane, he builds tanky, he's always pushing out waves, he's being a nuisance for the other team. He's telling them, you have to catch me. We didn't even talk about what if instead of the Pugna, he gets this Chen, right? You have 2 problematic picks now that you have to think about. He is one of those support players that it feels you can't really ban. And if you even move away from Chen and Pugna, do you want to give away a Bane or a Naga Siren?
It's honestly hard, because I think also what he does very well is like he's very good about like using his HP and his body, like where he goes. Ench does this very well. We saw it yesterday on the Pugna with the Essence Ring going to the tier 2. Chen helps everyone and he's really good. His expertise, they have AY as their coach, they value the map a lot. Where do you go? What items do you buy? So yeah, it is just incredibly hard. This is the hardest part against Falcons. What do you give them and what do you end up taking yourself?
It's why they go in and out of being dominant, right? 2024, they're heroes. You could list 6 heroes per player and how they were the best in the world, and you want to try and ban them. In 2025, it kind of was shaky. They didn't have their heroes. Sometimes they did, sometimes they didn't. As we progress in TI, like you look at their heroes, I feel like we're returning to that 2024 moment of every hero you talk about on that top row of that graphic, you have to ban. And they're just not that many bans.
And we talk a lot about heroes that you have to ban basically almost against Falcons because they are so good in the hero-player combinations. What heroes do we want Falcons to ban? Because are there any hero-player combinations apart from the guy we just saw, Miero, on his Lycan? He was the key player in yesterday's series. Any heroes we want to ban out against him? Do you really want to ban out the Puck? Do you want to try to counter it one of the games? Because it is a Puck and they pick it up first. There is an opportunity to counter it.
I think Miero Lycan and Miero Beastmaster cannot be given away. For GPK, you can maybe let the puck through if you have a really good idea for it, and Falcons are one of the better teams at addressing pucks, I would say. But there are other heroes that come out later that we've forgotten about GPK, like the Invoker. But as we can see here, Kazu, Alpine heroes are up.
Yeah, I feel like also like Centaur has really been rising in popularity. I don't know if you want to ban it first stage, but like you need to keep it in mind in like the second stage and overall like also the Bristleback, just like anything for Miero to play forward, allow your team to like come to you, you help GPK maybe on some rune. This team has a lot of heroes like in their arsenal as well, like Save on his post 4, whether it be the Grimstroke, he busts out some Lion every now and then, or a Hoodwink. Like they've got a lot of it, but I do agree, these Spirits, they don't really do it for me from the mid lane. They don't seem that strong anymore.
Yeah, they really don't, but GPK, he's famous for his Spirit heroes, so it's unfortunate for him, but he's found a replacement for that in the Puck. And also the Shaker had a lot of consistent performances. The Void Spirit is probably the only Spirit that feels good right now because of how popular Puck is and it as a counter. And also his ability to play Sand King from mid himself can be well contested here. Instead of banning the Sand King, they just first pick it for themselves. That's an option that they could choose to take.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talk of cause, and I feel like we need to put some respect on Katomi's name, right? Like, how many times have we seen him outplay a long team fight on a Disruptor, or hit a clutch song like on a Naga Siren, you know, echoing Snake King's performance on a Pugna, right? Like, he feels like a critical building block in other players shining, and we just don't really give him as much light as the others. But yeah, I think if you can, I think they're going to have to look at Katomi as well.
I mean, we did see Nick McGalaxy put a lot of respect in banning out the Bane. That was definitely a good strat coming out for them. I would not be surprised to see Falcons going for the same route in the upcoming game. I do want to touch a little bit upon the team's playstyle, taking it a little bit away from the heroes they'll play with it. How do these teams match up in playstyle? We've had so many different routes to victory. We talked in the previous series about how we saw Extreme being a little bit slower. And yes, they adapted against P-Vision, especially in that second game, speeding it up a little bit. On the other side, we did see P-Vision with a high tempo later on after, after the farming was done. How do we describe what's coming our way this time around?
And for Falcons, they're a team that do play longer games, but not at the expense of their early game. Their lanes are strong, their macro movements are strong, their net worth game is very strong. They love to play for scaling on all of their heroes. They love to play the map, get these early objectives. And for BB Team, their strength in the past, not this TI, but they were famous for their lanes. They would stomp their lanes, snowball out of that, and play an aggressive game. What we saw yesterday was when they aren't winning these lanes and they're playing from behind, that aggressive playstyle does get diminished.
Yeah, I'm hoping that BB Team have an answer to this Falcons. I always talk about the 10 to 15 minute collapse. They're gonna break open the map, make sure that everyone has the space to farm. Because to me, BB Team, they're more maybe on the side of the traditional, 4+1. You have your hard to carry, you play on pure, you hope that he can enable the game later and just take it for you. Whereas Falcons, they don't always play hard carry. Skeeter, he's gonna play faster.
But it's not even a matter of Skeeter playing hard carry. I think during TI, he's actually shifting more towards heroes that want farm as well, to some degree. It's the fact that Falcons, they look at an objective in the early game, and they bring the correct amount of heroes. Like other teams, you might bring 3, you might bring 4, even 5, but on paper, you don't need 5. Falcons, every time, if they want to take a tower, contest a Roshan, contest a Wisdom, they bring the perfect amount of heroes, hence why they feel like they always farming. Because if you take too many or too little, you don't win, your farm diminishes, right? So for BB, if they make a move in the map, they have to respect that Falcons are going to return with the correct amount of heroes to kind of rebuttal that aggression.
And the ability to make moves on the map, to me, that will boil down to the laning stage. I look at the series, and this is just about the lanes for me. Because if BB Team play the lanes like they did yesterday, they're going to get a lot less opportunities on that map than Nigma gave them. Falcons will capitalize completely on the lane advantage they get and take everything. So BB Team have to take it back to basics and make sure they're coming out an advantage from the laning stage. Look at your safe lane. How can you fix it? How can you make it easier for Pure and Katami?
Yeah, I mean, luckily for them, it used to be one of their absolute biggest strengths, this laning skills and all their players' individual skill that they bring together. So if they can just, have a normal, stable game, these two teams will match up quite well into each other. I think the games will have quite a bit of duration unless Falcons really get this early lead with their stacks going on. So if your BB Team also is something you can look towards, play into the enemy triangle, take some of those stacks away from Malrine because he is the tempo controller for Falcons. If you shut him down, their game slows down quite a lot.
Now, there is a mental factor to this series that I still wanted to highlight because for people that watch Dota 2 whole year round and follow both of these teams, last year, you would have seen BB Team lose a lot against Falcons. To be fair, everybody lost a lot against Falcons, so no harsh words there. But a lot of those series were in finals, and BB Team was basically always the bridesmaid, never the bride. And it definitely got to them a little bit, getting a little frustrated potentially. Leading into BB Team's first victory only at the start of this season in Copenhagen. And the thing that Save said after that finals was it was great to have the finals, but next time, he hopes he does it against Team Falcons, because for him still, and for BB Team still, it is Team Falcons that is the team to beat. They haven't played yet in a grand finals. I'm sure they would love to have Falcons as their opponents if they make it to the finals here. But I do want to take a moment to also respect the fact that BB Team does make it to top 6, because for Falcons, we kind of always expected them to be doing well and not just be top 6, but move further. For BB Team, we always have the same stories,
50-50.
Can they do it this time around? We know they have the player skills, but can they pull it together at the right time? We're going to find out if they can here in this upper bracket semi-finals. Winners of this best of 3 will be top 3 guaranteed at this year's international. And we are going to start with step 1 of this best of 3.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 1.
Here we go for game 1. We got Falcons on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side, and the first pick goes the way of Falcons. And that means good news for BB Team. They got 4 bans. That's a lot of bans, and that means you can basically control maybe a little bit more what is coming your way from Falcons. So a couple of poisons removed in the Naga Siren, the Pugna, the Chen, and the Monkey King. It seems like Snake King heavily targeted here.
Oh, he's so targeted, but are they just doing what Malrine asked and giving him Sand King? I mean, he all chatted it yesterday.
But if you know it's coming, I'd like to think if you enter a game 1 and you know teams like certain heroes, let them have the hero, prepare a strong draft. So I don't mind giving Sand King, but then I need to see BB utilize that knowledge of they're going to take it with a really strong draft. And one thing that we have forgotten of course, it is Skitter's birthday today. Is there
True.
a birthday buff? Does that make a player better, worse? Like,
It depends how much he. It depends, I think, how much he imagines the arena singing for you, because then you just might cringe into the ground.
okay, fair enough.
But like you said, I feel like there was some Sand Kings, maybe some Beastmasters up in the row, but they take out the GPK puck. They get the Malrine Sand King, most likely. So, like you said, the BB team, they knew this was coming. What's their response?
And some teams like to react to Sand King with a Shadow Fiend if they have two strong SF players on either their carry and their mid. Other teams will react with a Doom, and other teams will just react by Triangle Invasion. That's one of the easier ways to solve him.
Does this count as Triangle Invasion?
This is simply respecting the lack of bans they have. They have one ban. They already know that Sand King Hoodwink is a potent combination for Falcons. Take away the Hoodwink, progress your own draft, and then you have that one ban to focus maybe on a core or another position 5 to prevent snaking feeling comfortable in the game.
This is also respecting crit, because as you mentioned, T, you only get one ban, or you can't double ban the Snap plus the Hoodwink. But if you give either away to Falcons, it gets way too hard.
Yeah, and I also like that you mentioned the Triangle Invasion. I do think it is incredibly important against Sand King. You know it's going to happen. You know crit from the offlane or snaking. If they put him there, they're going to stack the triangle. Having good lanes makes it a lot easier for your 4 to leave their offlaner. You go into the safe lane, you place an early ward, you make it in there, and you try to invade it a little bit. So overall for BB team, I like this pick. They were going to pick out of the next phase as well. So let's just see how they start building from here.
Yeah, on the side of Falcons, focus on Miero with obviously Lycan removed in the start of the ban phase. We got the Centaur now removed as well. It's all up to BB team how they want to go from here. Is it going to be that Snapfire ban into picking something, or is there something else that they'd rather remove?
And it's hard because Beastmaster is still in the pool. So if they're not planning on picking it for themselves, they have to take it out here. But I would rather they pick it for themselves. It gives them a really easy map idea who to play around.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't mind it at all. I think other heroes that they should respect still, especially with what they've banned. There's no snaking Inch, there's no snaking Chen, no Pagna, no Naga. There's likely that he's going to look at heroes like the Enchantress next, or maybe that's why they wanted to Hoodwink. So they don't have to break against this hero, but you need to be aware of the heroes that Falcons have. They're not as diverse in what they play, so you kind of know what's coming your way.
बाकी सब गया और ये शायद खाने गया लूमा का तो भी खाने गया अभी तक आया नहीं
I mean, you could run a Queen of Pain later if you want, also on BBT. Most likely the Sand King is going into mid. I think trying to shut him down early on is kind of cool for you. So I just hope that they have a couple of ideas what they want.
Wow, they're just going in an entirely different direction. This looks like it could be a Falcons draft on BBT.
I mean, I know GPK has had some banger DK performances like not long ago. I'm sure they can also play it on Pure if they want to. I don't know if they want to kind of show this early on, but another strength of second pick. You can pick your core here, you can flex it until the end, and then decide where you want it to be.
This is just layering the idea where Hoodwink, you can scurry through the trees. You've got DK as well, naturally quite tanky. You itemize to be tanky. If Falcons want to try and play a pickoff game, if they don't cleanly execute on the pickoff, at least these two heroes have a way to do it. Of course, Hoodwink, Epicenter +1, you're going to die, right? Yeah. But the elusiveness and the tankiness is what BB might be leaning towards.
There's something else that's kind of cool. I saw this a bit more in the last days. When the enemy team has Earthshaker, you know he's going to go Echo Slam, the Ancients, the first time. So he's not really much in the mid lane. I saw a lot of teams try to go hit the mid tower. 3 different guys, 3 different lanes, minute 5, minute 10, you pressure. And yeah, Ringmaster, another hero we've seen too often, but I feel like Falcons, they know how Hoodwink works. Hoodwink wants to go somewhere, you have a Blink Stun, Sharpshooter, so having a save, having some counterplay, and also helping your Sand King with teamfight, I'm all for it.
Ringmaster, I believe, has only been picked 4 times so far at the International.
Twice in the hands of crit.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that with Ringmaster, I believe the weighted pie actually kills Hungry?
Yeah, it kills Donkey.
It kills Hungry.
Falcon prepared
Fog was telling me it's the one way.
Falcon prepared board का है.
I still don't think you should get that.
Don't do
facet,
it.
Though.
Don't do
it's
it.
Just not as
Don't
good.
listen to OD Pixels and Fog's suggestions of how to counter Dom.
But that aside, it is very cool to see that BB are picking pretty much every hero the Falcons played before, right? In 2024, the dominant era, these are the heroes, right? As we already mentioned. Ringmaster with Escape Act, you jump a person, Dragon Tail, Bushwhack, anything, Ringmaster will combo break that with the Escape Act. And the heal from the Enchantress, the vision from the Creep. You're trying to pick Falcons draft against Falcons, they're going to show you the ways to beat it.
Yeah. And it's also just nice to have that percentage damage that comes from his daggers, because he has a lot of talents that buff up his daggers, where they could really pack a punch in that late game. It scales really nicely against heroes like DK.
So how do they deal? Yeah, I was trying to wonder, how do you deal with the Ringmaster? Because there's most likely the guy you jump, Crit is going to be there to save the guy. Do you want to like try and get a nullifier? Do you want to have a secondary jump? I was thinking maybe you want some silencer to global when you go, but they're just going to go with the Bane for now. I think Bane matches up quite well against Ringmaster in the lane, I would say. It's not the strongest laner early on.
You're going to have to sacrifice one stun for then the next stun to feel good. Because whoever initiates first, Ringmaster will stop, will combo break, and then the Bane will have to come in with the grip, or the DK will come in after. But you can see that BB, they're going to make sure they have multiple ways to initiate, and then it's going to feel okay. But I kind of hope that Bristleback goes for Snot Rocket and goes for Pipe.
Oh God.
Just mitigate the damage.
Not a fan?
No, I hate Green Bristle.
Well, Green Bristle is very good in the correct hands, and I think with auras, it will really hurt Falcons a lot. And you get Goo going around the fight with DK right-clicking, another core as well. It's going to be really good, but again, it takes a good player to be able to master it.
I just feel like Green Bristle has been nerfed so much that you pick it, you feel like it feels good, you buy a couple of items, and then you fall off so hard. I mean, we've seen Miro go 3-0 with this hero on Red Bristle.
I mean, what I like a lot is this Mars. I think, first of all, these two supports don't like this hero at all. Also, how Mars interacts with Bristle. When you spear him, he's going to face you. So his passive, absolutely gone. You have a lot of damage also going into it. I think Ench loves the longer the game goes. People are locked down. Instant Arena, bam, bam, bam. You have some impetus coming through. Pure damage against BB and DK is no joke if this game does scale on.
We have quite a couple of beefy boys on the board at the moment with the 8 heroes that are picked so far. Is there any sight on potentially damage issues coming out from these teams, or are we kind of okay with the balance we have right now? It seems fairly similar, if you will.
It's going to be back and forth between tankiness. Both sides have it. Both sides could have issues where if you initiate and don't 100 to 0, there's going to be a heal or a turnaround or a way to just kind of brush off that first wave of fight. So yeah, I think it's going to be a problem for both teams, but when it's a problem for both, then it just becomes an exciting game.
An issue that I see is if we're assuming that whoever's getting gripped is getting escape acted, then the key play that BB team will have in that early mid game is DK blinks in, Hoodwink provides the follow-up damage, and if that's not enough to kill a target, they can easily reset the fight. If Enchantress isn't burst in that duration, she'll just turn on her wisps, right? If it's not the Ringmaster, he will be saving people in that backline. And Bristle, while he does a lot of damage, he does it over time. He's not a bursty hero. So maybe they can look towards securing that burst from their safe laner instead, and then you run around with that DK and the knowledge that whoever you go on will die.
The problem there is BB, if they want to reset, they can't reset when they're in an arena. So if they initiate first and Amar's in position, you throw down an arena, you're going to have to try and survive through that moment because, Falcons will be ready to punish any initiation from BB. And it's a very scripted initiation. You know, if DK's missing from the map, if Bane's missing from the map, you know they're probably making a smoke move or they're looking for that fight. And if Falcons can shove the waves with the Ench or the Sand King, Amar's probably going to have to be in the right place at the right time.
And from the perspective of Falcons, usually these Sand Kings, after the Helm, they'll buy an Ags, and that usually corrects for damage issues. But if the damage is purely coming from the Agnum's epicenter, then it's kind of solved with the pipe as well. There's not that much damage coming out of Falcons either.
It's true. I do think that the auras will be quite important in this game, like especially the offlaners, because they're mainly the teamfight controller so far. Sure, Falcons do also have Sand King, like All Marine later, who can make stuff happen. What do we have here?
That's a Nature's Prophet. The Faceless Void was the final ban, and the Nature's Prophet there. This is one of the heroes that's been very successful for Falcons, and during the road to TI, this is one of the heroes that was picked actually very early on, and also banned oftentimes early on.
It is still a very, very strong hero. I would say it's pretty good in this game. I would say it's better for their own draft. Like, you have Ench, she's gonna want to go through the gate, you're gonna TP somewhere, you have this early collapse play, so BB team support's not really the best at turning stuff around. Like Bristleback also, if he TPs in, oh cool, you're gonna goo me, you're gonna quill, I'm gonna stick and walk away. So Falcons, this is their recipe.
It's, more wave shove, and also a carry that isn't afraid, to buy Skadi, right? Because of how quickly you farm Mjolnir into BKB, you get a Skadi hitting it onto a Bristle or a DK with the containment of the Sand King and Mars. That's a really good recipe for fights to go your way.
So what's the answer? What is BB team lacking, and what one hero can solve that entire puzzle?
I think they need a hero that can just focus on this backline, take out the Ringmaster, buy an early nullifier, and provide you with more burst damage, because BB team are lacking in burst. They're only getting it from Sharpshooter right now.
And they had no reserve time.
That's a life stealer.
I do think it makes sense. Like if you see double strength core, you see some Sand King, you see the Mars, you can get in there. I would say it's nicer for you if you have two guys you can go in with, because it's kind of still all about this DK. But the cool thing is you can buy a nullifier later, you can split your radiance. You're pretty nice, so I would say it's pretty good and it's within like his comfort.
It also means that GPK and Miro don't have to be the ones to go in first. When Pure's online, he will happily walk up and try and tank the arena, try and tank the epicenter, right? If he can get the rage off, then everyone else can follow. A problem that BB had was they can't disengage from the fight. Lifestealer easily can with Infest or Rage. So once they get online, Falcons have to be careful that their finite control of the finite team fight, is used on the correct heroes. Because if they waste it on Pure, don't kill him, then BB will just run through the entire engagement.
Yeah, I really like this Lifestealer and what it provides for them in the game. I like that it contributes to the Infest bombs, and like T mentioned, that ability to kite in and out will be pivotal. The question is he going to have better lanes than yesterday? Because if they come out of their lanes doing well in BB team, I strongly believe in this draft, if their Lifestealer gets shut down on lane and has late timings, they're going to lose everything on the map.
And what's the laning stage going to depend on? Where does the if come from?
If Skitter presses TP.
Okay.
Not like Sumo.
I mean, it's like the way that I see it too, I expect both teams to have pretty good laning stages with what's going to be happening. But also, to me, it's a lot about the first move. Are Falcons going to be the ones that take over the first move? They go to the Lifestealer lane, they shut him down, maybe take his tower, or Pure? You, with the Gore Storm, do you go through the gate? Do you make the first move? How do you react to the first move? Because BB team, I think they would prefer to be the aggressors themselves. You have DK, he wants to hit the mid tower. Maybe you can invade the triangle. So Falcons, try to shut them down from this first move, make it unsuccessful for them.
There's also the Nature's Prophet. When you're playing against Nature's Prophet, you have to assume there's +1 in each lane that can join at any time. And you have to be ready to react to when the Nature's Prophet is going to be TP in. So the supports have to be freed up almost all of the time on BB team and ready for those moves.
Okay, well, it is time. Time to get our first game of the final best of 3 on the way. Before we jump into the game, though, we're going to check in with the coach on stage and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. I am joined by bulk of BB team and Kinda High helping me translate. You were down to the last second there. Lifestealer was picked. All the reserve time was used. What was the discussion for that last pick?
При пике Лайфстиллера... При пике Лайфстиллера вы тянули до последней секунды. Соответственно, очень интересно, что именно вы обсуждали перед этим пиком.
Мы не то чтобы слишком долго думали над этим героем, просто больше обсуждали, что мы будем делать по игре, потому что просто сэкономили время.
We were actually using this time to discuss our game plan.
Okay. Well, it's a strategy time as well. How about the very beginning of your strategy, though? You guys pick a lot of Hoodwink. It's your most picked hero of the tournament. I was wondering, why does Save like this hero so much?
Вернемся к началу драфта. На ваш первый пик залетела Худвинг. Вы ее, очевидно, очень любите. Что именно Сейв в ней находит?
Это просто один из его любимых героев, и ему комфортно играть. Плюс это очень хорошо подходит под наш плейстайл.
It's just one of his most favorite heroes. Really fitting for their playstyle, so that's why they go for it.
Well, I hear the horn off in the distance. Barclays Arena, you ready for the last series of the night? Then let's get into it. Game number 1.
And we're going to start things off with a good old-fashioned first blood. Falcons will take it. Not only are we going to have some action immediately, we also have some action in the server one form of some all chat. Avery, of course, with some outgoing members on both sides. You know there's going to be some trash talk going on between these two.
Man, I wish I could have put all chat in my fantasy.
Ringmaster उठाया भैया ring.
Players in this series, I would have made
First time,
every day.
Ringmaster.
Really interesting series. These guys know each other.
हम लोग ग्रुप में कोई नहीं खेलता ना Ringmaster.
क्यों हम खेले थे तो पहले खेलते थे
एक दो बार
हम एक्चुअली हम और संदीप बहुत स्पैम मारे थे बीच में Ringmaster जब आया था तो सब खेलते अब नहीं उसके बाद भी हम लोग खेले थे उसके बाद तो किताब हो रहा था ना उसके बाद कोई कुछ रिस्क नहीं लिया हम लोग हम तो और रिस्क नहीं लिया क्योंकि हमको पता है साला लोड़ा लगेगा मेरा
And on the flip side, I think Save has quickly made an argument that he belongs in that echelon.
हम खेलते ही है उसको हम ही अभी तो आई थिंक हम ही बचे अकेला प्लेयर तो क्रिश्चियन भी छोड़ दिया आप लोग भी कैरी ही उठाते हो
हाँ नहीं कैरी नहीं उठाते ऐसे हीरो उठाओ जिसमें तुम कोई भी रोल खेल सकते हो
उल्टे तो कैरी ही हो तो
नॉट नेसेसरी कैरी
स्नाइपर टैंक कैरी सपोर्ट
वो अलग करेगा रुको एक मिनट हमको डिस्कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा
Now connected to desktop 71 PCDTJ.
आ रहा खाने गया था आप पता नहीं ऊटी को खिला रहा होगा
हाँ 70.
threats in team fights.
It also seems nice when your fours have like the follow-up damage, and I would say it's Falcons that kind of brought back the rushing shard on Hoodwink with like this follow-up damage, spell amp, get it into your core. But there's something interesting that happened here. BB Team were the ones that banned DK going into this phase, so now Falcons, they didn't have to. They take out their TA, they get their Sand King again, so we have a very similar setup.
Yeah. And interesting, with the TA ban, they still are, enabling potential life steers and all the things that we just saw previously. But they want the Sand King, they want that pace of play.
And the Bristleback Disruptor coming out as well, so we most likely have our offlane set. Depending on where the Bristle goes, I'm gonna assume it's Miero's hero. That's the only player that has picked it up so far, but we know Pure can do that as well, and Disruptor cannot go wrong with that either way.
Hoodwink and Disruptor both thrive when you have any hero that likes to aggressively position, and Bristleback is probably one of the top offlaners at happily running into fights, not caring. Even if he does get 100 to 0, you're probably using multiple heroes, multiple spells, and yeah, very solid draft so far.
I think they've doubled back for the Sand King because BB Team ended up banning the DK themselves. And maybe what they didn't want to play against was a potential Hoodwink plus DK again versus what Sand King does. But this DK ban indicates that maybe that GPK puck is coming out anyway.
That's true, especially with these supports that you're seeing come out here. I like the SD. Again, having like a save is very good. You get the break later, you help your Sand King who goes in. And most importantly, the post 4 that Falcons pick, Crit, he always has an ability to stack the Ancients easily. You tag one, you spell the other, double stack, easy stuff done. So if you're Falcons, you're most likely picking the Skeeter hero here because you don't see too much, at least you do see the offlaner.
There it is.
Very solid. Sven and Ench, they lane well together. Sven is someone who you can leave alone. Ench can move, another stack clear. You have armor against Bristleback, you have overwhelming damage too. I'm a fan.
You also just need to respect Shadow Demon with Promulgate, Facet, plus Disseminate. You put it on a Sand King, even put it on a Bristleback, put it on anyone. They're in the middle of the fight, damage we're getting returned. Aggressively, defensively, it is really, really potent when you have jumping heroes.
Yeah, there's a lot of value coming out of SD this draft, but also there's Disruptor and the Static Storm and the Ag Static Storm that will come out later in the game. Shadow Demon's one of the better heroes to play against this. If he's not caught in that backline, he can save against one of the big win conditions that comes from a Disruptor team fight.
Falcons only a couple stuns to the name. Of course, as mentioned, the puck kind of expected for GPK in this position. Will Falcons try and get one final stun to be an answer towards the puck? That is going to be the question.
I will say, statistically, it's looking pretty good for BB Team.
Yep.
100% win rate on the puck, 100% win rate on the Bristle. Surely they can't lose.
This is super high comfort for them, absolutely. Yeah. And also they had full reserve time going into these bans too. They should be feeling good. They do pick out of phase. Do you guys feel like they are going to run back the Lifestealer? Should they look for something else? It is still a double strength core. Sure, there's an SD. Do you want something else?
They have free choice though. Like there's an Ursa if they want to be tanky and kind of soak up the jump, you don't die. There's a Lifestealer as well, like we just saw with the Infest. You don't care as long as you don't get 100-0'd from the Sven jump. Like, yeah, so many options for Pure to pick up.
Yeah, let's see which ones Falcons is gonna eliminate, and it is of course BB Team that will be banning heroes that most likely will be played from the offlane with the Mars already removed.
I'm just looking at this puck plus Hoodwink and comparing it to the DK plus Hoodwink of last game that was really instrumental in their comeback. While GPK is undefeated on this puck right now, I don't think they're going to have that pacing that the DK gave them. They're still going to struggle versus the Sand King. The issue is still there.
And they're... Okay.
That's a troll removed.
How are they going to make it through that early game?
Both teams are relatively equal in their pacing, where it's like Puck can make reactionary plays, Sand King wants to be proactive, but Sven still needs to farm, Bristle wants to farm an item or two. Like, it's not as if there's this perfect core plus mid lane completely break the map. There is a bit of greed here. That's why I think Falcons might even look towards, a last pick Doom potentially. In a slower game, you're chilling, you can buy Helm of Dom, buy some Midas, you Doom Bristleback, delete one hero, the Sven, the Sand King, they focus on the puck. There's some options for Falcons to try and slow down the game and hit their stride of farm that they like to do.
BB Team, I'm also looking, you should look for a way to do something against the Sven. Like if I'm looking at minute 20 to 25, Sven is gonna have like Mom, BKB, Blink, maybe an Echo Saber. There's nothing that really like stops him. Are you gonna burst him with those heroes? No, not really. If he jumps you first, he's gonna BKB and run through all of you, hit you down with an Ench running in, SDs behind Sand King as well. So BB Team need to find a way for the early game, like Effie already mentioned, could look a little bit iffy there as well, but also just to have this answer for Pure that he can feel good and that the scale is on their side.
mean, to me, the issue of lanes still exists. If
Yeah.
you look at Miro's lane on Bristleback, he's playing it into Enchantress +1. They're going to have Warcard, they're going to have Sustain from Edge.
Yep.
They're not really going to be killing or diving anybody. He's going to be dependent on farm to come back. But if that safe lane goes well, they're running into BB Team's triangle early on and taking it. They're also going to get their pick of the litter for a last pick here on Falcons. Like, what can you pick for Pure that can give him a strong lane blind?
It would have been Ursa. They did ban it out.
I mean, it depends. I'm not too sure what else is like in his arsenal. The TA would have been nice. It's also out. I'm still kind of looking at maybe the Lifestealer because it does give you the matchup. It is blind, which, you know, it sucks. You might get like Slardart on 24. But the problem is you have to pick blind. You're gonna have to suffer somewhere.
Yeah, we see the Faces Voids as one of the only heroes that we just saw of his most played that is still in the pool if he wants to go for something like that.
It's something I can see, but it's also it is volatile and slow. It takes a long time to come online because I do see a potential damage problem, and Void, he doesn't deal damage until like a couple items in.
I mean, there is one option with like a Morphling. You don't really die to the Sven, you can disengage. Sure, there's an SD to take clones of yourself, but SD's probably focused more on saving.
There's also Mercy. She's been ignored. You could just play for kills. You can pick her blind quite comfortably.
That's true.
She doesn't have the scaling that Pure necessarily wants to play with, but your Bristle can do that for you. Your Puck can do that for you.
It's something we've seen Tidebound do. Like, I would like it a lot if they're looking more at like their own draft. Disruptor, Marcy, again, it's a combo I love a lot. Strong lane, go together, you can double gate, you can make stuff happen. I'm maybe a little worried. I would say SD is kind of annoying, but you can play towards like with the rest. So it depends a lot on what do they value more. Is it like, do they want to counter Falcons? Do they want to worry more about themselves? Do they value the scale? Do they value the tempo?
Do they even know what they want right now? They're using all their reserve time on this ban. Because of course this ban is to then protect your blind carry pick into the Namar seeing absolutely everything.
I will say I do love that they had the almost full 2 minutes to think about
like
that. They ban out the Slaughter and they insta-lock an anti-mage. Now that was not
Anti-mage.
at all.
No, I honestly just always forget about it.
Anti-mage.
Sure, I think with Helmet Dominator it does have a bit more life, right? If this was a non-Helmet Dominator anti-mage, then it's kind of awkward, but because of the pacing that you apply, the map kind of pushing, scaling into the game, yeah.
Anti-mage.
Is it time for the Ahmad Elsie? We haven't seen
That
in
would
a long
be,
time.
it's actually a really goated
Good game
pick.
for it.
You're against Bristol, you lane well into AM. I mean, I will say one thing. AM is good and he buys Dom. He's good against tanking. You can sometimes maybe not get stunned by Sven, but I don't think you stop Falcons from what they're doing. So yeah, you're playing for your own scale. I personally don't love the anti-mage. Of course, it can work. It has been banned a lot, but it also depends on what do Falcons have here on the slot to counter it.
Well, I do know what they don't.
Hopefully
They do not have any time. Is the Huskar, the anti-mage versus Huskar. I'm sure it crossed a lot of people's minds.
Let
But
us go.
everybody's like, nah, surely not. And then it does come out. But this is actually a classic team.
I was 3.5 seconds away from talking about it, I promise you. But yeah, offlane Huskar, just delete the lane, go aggressive, make sure Pure has to think about the jungle, make sure you think backwards. We saw in game 1, all right? What did Amar type in all chat? Rank 50 laning incoming. Now he last picks a Huskar to show the rank 50 that is Pure, that his lane will not be fun. He will be looking at a comeback game on the anti-mage.
I love this pick because to me the issue with BB Team right now is their laning, and if you build another net worth advantage, BB Team do not have the same kind of draft they did last game that allows them for the same comebacks. They have to come out of lanes a little bit better because they're still facing the threat of the Sand King, and now they've got an anti-mage who's going to play pretty slowly.
Yeah, I didn't like the AM pick that much to begin with, and I think this Huskar makes it like 40 billion times harder for you to play. I'm looking at BB Team to do something like creative and cool, start 3 people top, look for like some early TPs. In my opinion, you gotta change something to AM's game, because if this goes default to what it looks like, I don't like their chances at all.
Are you going to dodge the lane? Are you going to lane shenanigan it?
I mean, maybe, but then you gotta do something. Whether it's lane shenanigans, triple top, I don't care, do something.
But also if the game gets to later and anti-mage has like butterflies and abyssals and Sean, all this stuff, then yeah, it's gonna be great. So
you gotta get there.
You gotta get there.
You could try lane the Huskar.
Yep.
I mean, Miro's not going to have the easiest lane anyway. Might as well just bank on him to make a comeback through the triangle, make sure Huskar doesn't beat up on the anti-mage too much.
Do we think at all that this Huskar was still on the radar for BB Team? Or do we think they completely forgot about it?
I would never have this on my bingo card. 24 pick offlane Huskar. Sure, Amar maybe, but no. This is a really tough one to read.
Any final thoughts, T? Shaking your head.
I just want to watch a Huskar absolutely batter a lane and then probably lose the game potentially 40 minutes. Who knows? I don't know. It's offlane Huskar. It's kind of cool. It's that TI. That's nice.
It does seem like my panel is kind of unanimously thinking that this Huskar might just push us to a third game of this series, and I think that will make a lot of people happy. But we're going to find out what's going to happen in game number 2. But before we do, we're going to jump to the stage and see Tsunami with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, where we had a very exciting end of that draft, but we'll go step by step. You led through GPK Puck. This guy's got a 100% win rate with it. What's the idea?
I mean, honestly, we're pretty confident against Puck as a hero. I think GPK is playing Puck the best in this tournament, but we felt like the other heroes were more deserving of bans.
Makes sense to me, but then some of the other heroes who maybe don't deserve bans come through. Anti-Mage, 23rd pick. What's their plan here?
I think Pure just wants to carry the game because I think like the lane's weird into SD because he burns your mana. But honestly, I don't know. Like we picked Huskar last. I also have no idea, so we'll see.
Yeah, I know you're a mechanics nerd. Huskar, no mana. What's going on in the right-click situation?
Well, I assume his mana doesn't get burned if he has none, but I don't know.
Nothing gets past you, Curtis. You're a real authority on the case. All right, then. I just gotta say, when Amar demands a last pick Huskar, do you ever push back? Are you ever like, I don't know if this is the game for that?
And the thing is, he's clicking the buttons now, so you can't stop him. Like, we're just like, Amar, just pick your hero, and he just clicks it. We're like, oh, we thought we were picking Pangolier. Okay, it's a Huskar now. So, you know.
Amar is unchained. Let's see if it'll bring him to success. Good luck in game number 2.
It seems Falcons have themselves a rogue offlaner. He has picked himself the offlane Huskar, and I can't really blame him for it, Avery.
The man's feeling himself. He wants to get some revenge in this game to play his signature hero. The Huskar Masters have arrived at TI. Or is he's against a Sven who might have a lot better time and stacks to go back to, and the all chat is just raining in.
Oh yeah, Amar starts it by saying he's gonna end the game by 20 minutes. Pure saying that Amar can only play cheese heroes. He's not good enough to play real heroes, apparently. It's quite the back and forth, and I'm sure we'll see more of it as the game progresses. But I cannot believe that coach interview. I thought, okay, Falcons are insane. Why are they giving GPK his Puck? And then when they picked the Huskar, I was like, oh, okay, it all comes according to plan. The Huskar will be able to provide an answer to the Puck after the laning phase. But apparently that wasn't even the idea at all. Amar just went rogue.
You can't stop him doing what he wants.
I guess
if
not.
If we learned anything, that is the reality. I do kind of agree with AUI's assessment. Like most of the cores, as Save will go down to snaking quick first, but most of the cores that Falcons have in their arsenal are innately good against Puck. It's a lot of beefy heroes, a lot of heroes with stun and disable, a lot of initiators, right? You think of Skeeter's hero pool. It's all these carries that go in, stun, lock heroes down, give you some utility on top of the damage. These kind of lineups can be really difficult for Puck to play into because he has a trouble bursting them. Yeah. He's constantly getting jumped. I agree with that assessment, but it is a scary hero-player combination to give away. He has absolutely salvaged some horrendous early games on this hero.
Yeah, he certainly has. I think Maureen's hero pool as well, right? I mean, hit the 3 heroes that come to mind right now for him, Beastmaster, Sand King, Earthshaker, all great answers against the Puck.
Seeing this laning phase already heat up for Falcons, they absolutely want to push this to a game 3. They are hungry to get that game 3.
They may have gone even in series against BB Team this year, but last year at TI, Falcons were the ones to eliminate BB Team from the International. Now, this is not an elimination match. We're here in the upper bracket, but revenge
Pure
is still on the table for
Pure
BB
was the one to eliminate them.
That's true.
Do not forget that detail. So there is definitely some year-long revenge on the table here. He is working his way towards Helm. These early waves have not been pretty. Burning spears, nothing you can do about it on this hero, and no mana to burn. Very little defensive potential, no offensive potential. It's not even skilling it. Just get your helm up and try and evacuate this lane before the real damage is done. Rely on your other two cores to pick up the early game. I did agree with the panel. Like, there was a tri-lane potential. You tri-lane Huskar, it's really rough for him. The hero needs experience. He doesn't function that well in the 3-on-3 fights. I think that was an option. BB teams say, nah, it's fine. Like, we have played a lot of games where Pure's laning phase is really difficult. We believe that, I mean, they have a lot of experience here, right?
I mean, there's difficult, and then there's flat out impossible. What is going on? Pure is gonna gank the Sven with a Bushwhack Blood Grenade. They slow him down and they will get that kill. And now they might get sinking as well. No, too many heals, and Pure's gonna die for it. Wait, one more hit for the tower and he falls. Was it worth it, Pure?
Kind of. He couldn't buy out the helm. He's very close to it. He just cannot lane bottom anymore. You have to do something around the map. I like the creativity. If you can soak XP down here with Kataomi, I mean, this is what you're going to have to do in this game. It is an unlaneable lane. The Equilibrium got pulled back very quickly. Crit knows how to play these kind of lanes super well. He's going to block the camps. You're not going to get pulls off. You're not going to be able to reset it. And ATF, he will hold this here forever. And now you're mid, looking for, you know, you're just looking.
He's looking.
What's up?
He is looking for sure.
I'm sure
not finding it.
You know, this is like what happens in pubs. This is where GPK is like, bro, get out of my lane, man. You're stealing my experience.
He's hitting neutrals as a level 3 Animage. I mean, if Pure makes a comeback from this, it's an all-timer for sure.
This is not fast. Not fast at all. Well, GPK, you got your signature hero. Let's see what you can do this game. It's going to be a carry job for the ages if you can pull it off. Is this where you just lie, you know? It's like, you know, if you're GPK mid, hey guys, how's bottom lane going? It's going great, man. Yeah, we're owning. We're getting solo XP. Amar suffering.
Yeah, Kataomi's like, I'm doing great on levels. That's going really well.
He's getting a little leech down here.
Yeah.
Let's just not look down here for a while. You know, that lane's over. AM's into the jungle. We've all been there in our pubs. Just 5 reports on him. Focus on the mid lane.
And hope GPK can carry BB team through the mid game once again. Crit, I was going to say, he's the one who's kind of freed up in this game. He can run around and do what he wants, and that's extra disgusting because if he ever runs into the AM, it gets a disruption on him. Animage does not like facing his own illusions.
Crit has the most freedom here. Sometimes you have too much freedom. It can kind of be hard to decide what to do when your lane's just empty very early. You can try and harass the support out. You can go for stacking here as well. They have an incredible stack clearing lineup. Shadow Demon, one of the best in the game. Ideally, you give solo XP to Amar.
Ooh, Amar, half a second too late to stop the Lotus from being grabbed. That seems like an unforced error there. Blood Grenade gonna be used on Miro. They are
not getting him. And
that was optimistic, but maybe they still catch him. Burrow Strike and the stun. Okay, chaining up the disables a little bit, not great. Miro will be able to walk away from this.
Too much damage. Gotta respect the Quill Sprays coming out here, even with some Sven armor. Way too much to commit on to. Failed rotation from Malrine. ETP top for that. Does have the regen rune, so these moves are not costing him too much in terms of resources, but time for GPK to farm. Puck top net worth out of the laning phase. Despite Huskar having an empty lane, this Puck is up there with him.
Kataomi, a Hail Mary, hoping that he will be able to glimpse the support off of this Wisdom Shrine and take it for himself, but he is sadly going to find that he is being sandwiched in this situation. Teleport away though, smart, so he will not be ultimately punished, but that does leave Pure alone in lane, which he was already kind of alone.
I mean, he TP'd down. He TP'd down here just to get the 1 CS before the Huskar came back. And that is all he's going to get because he's about to get ganked.
No, he's been burrow struck, and now he's going to be silenced, and the spears will finish him off. That Helmet Dominator, it may have unlocked Animage as a hero, but what happens if the Helmet Dom is just far too late?
He needs to find 1,000 gold somewhere, and that is going to be a difficult 1,000 gold to find. This bottom tower is just going to go down here. No one can come and defend this. And it's also the inner fire silencing you now, right? Really nice interaction against this AM for a lot of the early game. It's one of those matchups where losing that disarm doesn't hurt you too much if you can continue to hunt him and just build an insurmountable lead. This Huskar is off to the exact start Falcons want.
And that's why it's also going to be a good answer to the Puck going into the mid game.
Right. Nice rune snag. Yeah, it's going to be great against the Puck. I mean, honestly, not even bad against the Bristle. This might be a lineup you rather have the silence than the disarm for a lot of this game.
Yeah, they were talking about Legion Commander being a great answer to the AM and also an answer to the Bristleback. You have the duel. You can force the Bristleback to look a certain direction. That's an opportunity the Huskar has later on to the game when he builds an Axe.
I think the Huskar is giving you everything the Legion gave, plus an absolutely free lane. Whereas the Legion, you could have played that lane with the AM. You would have lost it, but you could have gotten more XP. You would have gotten to your helm off the lane. The Huskar just prevents that entirely. It gives you a 3-on-2 in terms of the core battle here. A lot of stacks coming out from the Hoodwink. Maybe they can give him the Pure, you know?
Yeah, win. 30 minutes from now?
Just keep stacking them up, you know? He's getting beat up by these Marsh Mages, man. Good news for him is his tower dive. Normally not good news, but very good news for him because now he will at least be able to grab some CS under this tier 2. Little harder to push him out of that area.
I'm sure not for lack of trying, though. Amar, I'm sure he's going to be quite aggressive. Level 7 Huskar, totally free farming. 4,400 net worth. An armlet done. Tier 1 already taken. Guess the question is, when you succeed this heavily in the laning phase, like I sometimes feel a little lost after I take the tower. Like, what do I do here now?
It can be awkward because the game progressed faster than you're used to it normally progressing. You don't really interact with heroes in the same way. You almost wish they would have stayed on lane longer so you could have killed them a couple more times or whatever. You know, the stacks might not be ready yet.
Yeah.
Amar's definitely going to have to keep the pressure up, keep playing on BB's side of the map.
He just uses Blink. That's a little dangerous. And Amar will punish him with a couple of spears to the back.
You are on fire. That is what the tooltip says.
That's very helpful, very helpful. I mean, fire is kind of self-explanatory. You should know what comes with that.
Getting XP on the Hoodwink, GPK continue to just sit mid. It's going to be about this mid tower to me. Like, that's the next pressure point for Falcons, particularly with this Enchantress. They're currently swarming it. This is a tower you want to defend in this game if you're a BB team because it's going to hold the map together. You lose this, your AM is just going to have nowhere to go in the long run. But your outspam is really limited right now, and nobody was set up here. They're going to keep this catapult alive. This is good, efficient damage. What's the response?
The roaming anti-mage. That'll be the response. GPK does actually sneak in and teleport here, but he does not go for Snake King, who is already level 6. So they can't even attack him, really. You one hit in, there goes the Epicenter Burrow Strike, and Pure almost dies to that much, and Orb goes out and does a good amount of damage with a double bushwhack, and the ult from Save, he got his level 6. He was left alone in lane, and what a turn! A jump in silence from Amar catches GPK. It's not entirely free for BB team, who cannot fight back against this Amar Huskar.
That's a massive win, though. You defended the tower, you got Pure involved. He got so much off that fight just in terms of experience and gold. And you brought down the Sand King. A huge win. He's the big tempo setter for Falcons here besides the Huskar.
हम भी जा रहे हैं भैया.
ठीक है.
Helm done for the AM. I mean, that was probably the lowest impact Mana Void I've ever seen in my life, but it got the job done.
Yeah, he did get there. And right now, what an amazing amount of space the support Animage is creating. Got himself a Lotus.
Also, like, he went in that fight, instantly helmed the Enchantress creep, insta-died to Sandstorm, plus 100 straight to them all. Wasn't the greatest usage. I mean, his early games have just been rough, man. I feel for him. Like, he has been targeted. He has been last pick, counter-picked. It's not a skill issue. It's just you're put in rough positions.
You know, I think my favorite part about this situation, there is somebody out there who's 3K MMR who is an expert on this exact situation as Animage.
Oh, there goes
Staking.
Somebody out there has hundreds of games on this.
They're like, what is this guy's doing? His map movement is terrible. This is not how you're supposed to play jungle Animage.
I mean, that was the expert they should have consulted in preparation for this game.
It's true.
Another Dom creep kill. Added up here. The lead is building. The thing is, it doesn't look too bad right now, but I mean, it does look bad, but it doesn't look as bad as it will soon if this Sven gets away with what he wants to do for free.
Yeah, they keep on finding kills, thanks to largely GPK and the supports. Another Mana Void attempted, but now he's going to be silenced off of the disruption. A lot of damage comes in. He will burn out again.
Nice patience from Crit. Gets that counter spell out of him, throw out the disruption, set that easy kill up. No mana void to come.
They're going to try and break up the Huskar. Burst it down. Amar thinks that he is untouchable, and he may be true on the one-on-one against Pure. But now he's drug Crit into a bad situation as well. Looks like they will both fall to the GPK puck.
You gave this man his signature hero. It's gonna do work. Malrine trying to counteract the play.
Do manage to get the epicenter right on top of GPK. This is gonna be a decent amount of damage. Bushwhack pulls him away, and GPK with the coil and an orb will be able to escape. Snaking is here on the other side. GPK does have enough mana for TP out. Oh. No! Malrine catches him right on the tail end of it. What a hit from Malrine. And now to run down Save as well, who's going to stick himself in the trees, but that's Scurry. It'll only last so long, and the Sandstorm surrounds him.
Oh, what a sequence from Malrine. Turns that fight around completely, puts this amp damage and Blink Dagger to use. The push will come from the AM, but not enough to secure this tower.
He's got a haste rune. He's got mobility for days to relocate around the map. At least Miro's getting some time to hit the tower as is chasing too much at this point in time.
It does feel like that a little bit. They just want to shut the AM down so much, they're committing a lot of resources for it, but there's easier kills to snag here.
Malrine will hold the tower. Amar has made the call. He doesn't want to be the man to do it. His BKB is flying out now. Did not want to risk getting picked off before that is in his hands. Now that it's here, I would imagine some of Falcons would love to be able to take a fight, but initiation is a little bit awkward unless Malrine is the one to do it. If Malrine is trying to clean up lanes, they don't really have anybody to start it.
Sand King shows you know where the catch is. That's the big issue right now. He is pushing towards the Ags. At that point, you can easily force a fight. You can also just put this Huskar into the Roche pit and let him clean it up. Dare BB to contest you.
I was a little bit surprised that Amar didn't go like the Glimmer Cape or the Blink Dagger build that we've seen some of these Huskars go for.
Could have been interesting. A lot more aggressive early. This is going to scale a lot harder and give you the Roche confidence to just solo it up.
Crit will be found by the smoke through the gate. Was unaware of the situation because he had that ward on the Tormentor area. Still though, Falcons will still look for that fight. Trying to get a silence on him. Burrow Strike. Now the silence attempt, and they got him. The puck is going to be controlled, and despite the bushwhack, can they take away at least Amar's life? Not quite. They are super clumped, but no punish from the BB team.
Nah, just nothing you could do to capitalize on that. No good mana void target. And that'll be Amar going into the pit. He came to this part of the map for Roshan with this BKB timing. He will leave the part of this map with Roshan, do or die.
Yeah, this is the part where Falcons may start really escalating that network difference, right? You take 100%. This Roshan, Amar sticks up here, he starts taking some of your Ancients, he takes the Tormentor, it's gonna grow and grow unless BB team can find a way around it. Certainly not gonna be through contesting this Roshan, it's gotta be through ratting out the map, which BB team have shown they've been able to do time and time again, particularly Pure on some of these more annoying carries.
It's gonna be a tough game. Malrine Galarian looking for the setup.
Pure, does he know what's happening? He does not. Burrow Strike hits him. Demonic Purge as well. He will attempt to teleport out. The Demonic Purge, though, and kills him inside of the fountain.
That was so close.
That extra bit of epicenter damage that found him as he was teleporting away, I think, spelled his demise.
Yeah, he got hit by Searing Signet off the Shadow Demon plus level 3 Disseminate. Little bit of extra damage boost to help you push through that.
True.
Nice pickup from them. I mean, every time you take AM out of this game, you gain another 5, maybe even more minutes that you're going to have to push that high ground. Second Roshan, that window's going to be a lot better for you.
Sure. And then, you know, it's even worse because then you still have the problem of Sven versus Animage, which, you know, is still a matchup that Sven can take to the lake.
Oh, yeah. Skeeter can just take this 1v1. No problem if you get super far. And great Silver Edge fire. Slime surprise stun that AM if the counterspell's thrown out early. Huge burst damage, huge physical burst.
Miro trying to draw attention, but he's going to draw perhaps too much attention as both Amar and Skeeter double down on him and will take away that tower kill they were hoping for, denied.
This feels like game one. Falcons taking an early lead off of a lane victory. This time they did it with a little extra cheese.
So in that case, do you think BB team is just as capable of making a comeback as they were in game one, or are they in a worse position? Got the bushwhack and a lot of bursts. Skeeter,
huge kill if they can get it.
Static Storm, they just need a bit more. They're going to dance around him a little bit, but look at the heal coming out from Snaking. It's keeping Skeeter alive, and if they miss certain things like that orb, it's not going to go well. They actually go back into it. Now that Amar's here, Skeeter goes after the kill on Nakatomi. They claim that, and an extra one. Crit in from behind, gets the disruption. And the Demonic Purge on save to end his life. 7-13 and 8,000 net worth lead now for Falcons.
This game is not going to be as easy to rat for one big reason. You can't BKB TP out. Like, your heroes are just not going to get it online super early. I mean, you can theoretically. They have no BKB Pierce, but you're not going to build it early on AM. You don't have the Lifestealer Rage that's going to let you rat around super early, right? You're not going to get it super early on the Bristleback here. Puck's not going to want to buy it this game. So you can't play as confidently super deep in the lanes. The Helmet Dominator is going to have to give you the same type of action here. That's what Pure's trying to replicate, but it does make it a lot more difficult. Falcons should be able to find more here. They can play on BB's side of the map and constrict the lanes, particularly with how strong this Huskar is. He's just going to be able to push lanes in and show. You have the Hoodwink Sharpshooter for some burst damage to try and bring him down, but these are tanky. And we saw how much the two supports as well. They're both saving supports. The Enchantress can run in and tank the sharp shot. She can heal the target you're trying to burst, as we saw there. You have a disruption to play around this game as well. And I think Falcons are going to feel a lot more confident scaling in this game with Shadow Demon versus the Ringmaster. Just a way better hero at that 50-60 minute mark.
I think also the how strong the Bristleback is going to come into question when you're matched up against double Dispels, right? You've got the Demonic Cleanse and you've got the Cauterize, thanks to the facet on the Huskar. Yep. So the goo is just not really going to be too impactful against the Huskar most of the time. Run into the Enchantress. Again, the Hoodwink.
Yeah, I've seen this one before.
Yeah, but they do get it because Falcons they're not going to back up from the map position that they're in right now. They want to stay on the Radiant side of the map. They're going to take these tier 2s. They do not want to go back and try and bail out their 5 position.
If I'm Falcons, I don't want to turn this game into trying to catch the AM. I want to turn it into we buy Pipe and go high ground behind this Huskar with Pipe, Solar Crest, something like this. Buff him up, give him a little extra sustain for the burst, and just force BB to respond to you time and time again. That's the type of gameplay that's going to feel great if you can get there.
I was going to ask you who was going to go the Pipe, but then I see it. Snaking is so farmed. He's got Solar Crest, Drums of Endurance, and is working towards that Pipe.
This is the power of Enchantress. Spells, not always that impactful in the Pipe compared to a lot of other 5s, like a Phoenix or something, but you get to farm so much more. You can contribute a lot of utility. And this can be something that helps you go high ground early in this game, way before Pure is ready to take that engagement.
Pure he's getting there. He's got the Battle Fury. He's working his way towards his Manta. Once he gets to the Manta, you've got full rat action. I mean, even more disgusting than traditional Animages because he's going to be ratting with both his hero and his illusions and his Helmet Dom creep. But Mana Void on the creep. Goodbye.
That feels real good if you are Falcons right now. That feels so good. Skeeter has a full BKB, by the way. He is mega farmed. Level 18 off that kill. Level 3 God Strength already available. You're looking at level 13 AM. The problem with the Dom ratting is you miss a lot of the experience. You get extra gold, but you're not getting XP there.
Sure. There's that disruption. They still will be able to land the shot on the Huskar. The BKB, Demonic Blades, they've got a lot of options. Just beautiful Burrow Strike with the epicenter on top of it. There is no chance.
Where's
of
the all
BB
chat?
team.
Yeah,
Where's the all chat? Where's the tips is what Malrine is asking.
This is going to be a very fast game by the looks of it. Falcons, they got him in the draft. They got him with the last pick. They said you ratted us in game 1, but never again. They're just going to force the issue. Huskar completely out of control. He has heals behind him. He has saves behind him. You just don't have the time.
And Amar the Friendly, he might be a tad bit tardy, but he did promise a 20-minute victory. 24 minutes in, and it feels like it may already be over.
I don't think you can ever come back to these base defenses of Pure either. Unless they completely overextend into your tier 4s or something. Like, you just don't have good mana void targets. It's really only the Sand King that you can turn around, and that's 870 mana right now. This is not Leshrac. It's not Storm Spirit.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what he can do.
Another quick smoke from Falcons. Just looking to jump the Sven in. He'll take anybody here.
They've got to try. Go after the Bristleback. Bristleback does get jumped, but oh wait, maybe. They got the coil on him. Any more damage? Anybody? Anything? Nothing. Cauterize heals him up. A disruption goes out. BB team was close. They really were. But it slips through their fingers. And now that high ground push is coming. Falcons, they don't need to wait for an Aegis. They can kill you without any of all that.
You just don't have damage. You can land all your spells perfectly. It's not going to matter. You maybe bring down one hero if you're lucky.
And Pierre's hitting the tier 3 like he's really a threat, but he doesn't have the damage to actually hit buildings yet.
This pick just completely backfired with the last pick counter pick. That's why that slot is so hard, because you have to pick a carry blind there. You're worried about all of the laning heroes that ATF has that can ruin your day. You will always find one. It's really difficult to find a carry.
I did like GPK just rushing straight to the Parasma here. It's the only chance that they have to be able to burst down the Huskar, right? Like, he gets that hit on him, amping up some of this damage, the hoodwink with the boomerang and everything else. They really have come close sometimes. Not that they would, I feel like it would change the game too much, but...
that's the issue. You could go in a fight, you bring this Huskar down, you still might lose the fight.
Yeah.
That's the scary part here. All that execution can count for nothing. You have to go for that route, though. I'm not even sure he can afford to go something like Aeon Discure that he's looking at. I think you have to just go full damage, full throttle, try and go for that kill. Pray that's enough. Full Daedalus now online for Skeeter. He is looking to double up his opponent's net worth in this carry matchup if he can get there. And level 20 as well. Very nice timings for him. You're looking at second Roshan, guaranteed spawn in the minute here. You get that, you go high ground again. This game is just over.
Might be over even sooner if they stop what is one of the only high ground defenders that they have. Miro, he's spotted. He activates the blade mail. Mars gonna wait out the blade mail, but Skeeter, he doesn't need to wait so much. And they've got him controlled. He's just gonna put himself in a corner, beg for his life. But Falcons give you no mercy.
Nice.
Disruption there. That was a close call.
I mean, Skeeter blocked the shot anyway.
Oh, he did.
Falcons on point. Maybe still looking for something.
They don't want to let these supports just take the outposts like this, but you can't jump. And Skater has already jumped you, Kataomi. Second one down from BB team. Back to the Roshan pit they go.
I just don't know where the damage is going to come from. Has to be third item on Pure, something else on this Bristleback so he can survive. I mean, this Roche is just gone. No way to contest this. Rat bottom lane. Creep has done a pretty good job continually pushing it in, forcing somebody back.
Yeah.
Plus 100.
Tower's not really in danger of falling anytime soon, but he can draw their eye.
I feel like you have to go for this.
Yeah, they might just try and contest it. It's a really tough contest, but you give up Aegis here, it might just be the game anyway. Falcons have the read.
BB team, their last stand. It's going to be on the offense. Boomerang goes out. Amar, he's already gone out the BKB, so it's too late to get that kill. Miro, he'll run after the supports as best he can, but Skeeter is making short work of him with all that extra damage. 3 down on the side of BB team. This is truly a hopeless game for them.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just in the books. I mean, you tried to go for this crazy play, you didn't get the angle. Falcons were ready for it. You jump the AM in, hoping you find an isolated Shadow Demon. Guess what? The whole team's there. There's the Enchantress pipe. This will break the high ground completely. The only question is, will there be any more all chat in this game too?
I think that's what we're all waiting for, bated breath here. Because I think we all know the outcome that's coming. A 5-man push from Falcons with 4.5 minutes on the Aegis. Yeah, at the pipe. Hard enough to get through that as is, considering BB team's entire focus right now is this magic burst. And the Anti-Mage, he's just not ready.
The one point of hopium here.
Okay.
You do have Kataomi rushing Ags on Disruptor, and he will get it here.
Okay.
He has just absolutely gone for it. Always a powerful item. I don't know if you have damage to bring the heroes down under it, but Falcons might confidently group into it because they've done it time and time again, and they've just shrugged it off. Might not expect this Ags to come out in this game, given how one-sided it is.
Yeah, there's a real chance if, like, the Enchantress gets caught inside of it so you don't get the pipe off.
Yeah, the issue is you have Shadow Demon, can always bail a hero out under it anyway.
Yeah.
But hey, maybe you land a 4 or 5-man here.
I mean, Falcons, he hit a 4-man Static Storm earlier. Falcons have not been shy about clumping up. If they could burst down the Enchantress at the start, that would be beautiful. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite work. And now Miro, now the Epicenter goes out. There goes that Static Storm. The BKB is already activated by Skeeter. It's not good enough. It would never be good enough. Falcons, they'll stay healthy. They'll stay up as 5. They will not lose a man as they push into the high ground to end game 2.
Maureen asked for the tips, and he received a few as this series will go the distance. The all chat's heating up, a little toxicity heating up, and some good old last pick Huskar. I don't think ATF is going to get that again. You catch him once, fine, but you should not catch him twice. That said, this is a scary team to give that last pick to when you have to pick that carry blind. And I think if BB team are in that position again, they're going to have to adjust in terms of what hero do you want that can stand better, because you cannot give Falcons this kind of lane domination. They run away with it. Like, people meme on them for being one of the slower teams to end the game and go high ground, but this is a squad where they will also just push if they feel they have a strong enough advantage.
Absolutely, and we may see it again in game 3, but I think one thing we won't see is that Huskar.
Yeah, definitely. I do think that this one was one of those games where the writing was on the wall from almost the get-go with this Huskar pickup against the Anti-Mage, and I think BB team also would agree with that. That means that maybe the breakdown of this game, Kezu, is going to be quite straightforward.
I mean, it probably could be I mean, we can mention other things also that do matter. So I want to say that this was the best possible last pick Falcons could have gone for. But at the same time, I do think it starts with you picking Anti-Mage. I don't think it was a particularly good AM game. You were already going to lane against SD4. It's going to disrupt you, mana burn you. So I think, you know, it's not just like that you let Falcons have that hero, but also starting yourself. And overall, Falcons, they get their good heroes. The Snaking Enchi goes in, he makes it harder for you to triangle stack. They're happy with what's happening. They're protecting each other. So it's also the gameplay that comes on top of it.
I think another key ingredient to this game being so stocky was also Skeeter and that top lane. That was complete free farm too. Both of their side lanes were doing whatever they want. Miro on that Bristle couldn't do anything because Save was trying to, like, you know, fix whatever he could wherever he could. He couldn't stay on that lane and try to make a play with him or secure his farm. They were chasing this Huskar, trying to, like, slow him down a little bit. And because of that, Sven was also free to just hit his timings without any contesting.
Yeah, I mean, Save was having a stellar time, but of course, you know, Huskar doing such a great job. Even, you know, Maureen asking for a tip there on that highlight, but, you know, with SD and an Enchantress, no matter who goes in, you're going to either have a heal from an Enchantress, a heal and a Dispel from the Shadow Demon, a Disrupt from the Shadow Demon, and so you have this confidence, there's like this ability to not care, and that's what Falcons were lacking in the first game. They couldn't just simply go, they had to kite and team fight and put on like an excellent show. This time around, it is just pure brute force, just full send, in you go, and of course it helps when Anti-Mage is jungling at minute 4.
And they needed like a, I don't know, quadruple like performance from maybe even all the other players to actually like make it work. Like everyone puts in like 3x, 4x overtime. Because yeah, it's not that common and normal, especially in nowadays Dota, that you get like this Exodia last pick where you're just like 90% of people watch this game, they're like, yeah, they're screwed. What are they gonna do about it? And he tried with like some early movement, you know, minute 2, you ganked this offlane. It doesn't look real. That's how hard the game is.
Yeah, I think the only thing you could have made a case for was just Hoodwink starting bottom with that Anti-Mage, like trying to get a couple of kills on that Huskar before they leave him, before you then start bringing your Anti-Mage from the gate. I mean, their read on it was that they could just leave him be, and that wasn't the case. But even if they did tri-lane, like having to adjust that much says something about how much that last pick got them.
Oh, it was honestly, it's the most ruining thing I've probably seen in maybe more than 1.5 years, maybe even 2 years, because it's just so uncommon. Like you usually have like maybe cheese picks that come out with like, okay, but you don't have that many of those anymore. But yeah, standout player, I think Snaking, you know, look at the pipe, the Solar Crest drums, the early gem. It's just when you give these guys like their heroes, and especially too, like we have to say, offlane Huskar is not traditional. You need the guy to even be a Huskar player, and Amar, he does it 617. There's nothing more I can praise him for.
I mean, it's not even that. I think when we heard AUI on stage talking about how this draft went down, he's the one that just clicked the button. At that point, you know, it is all on him.
You can't stop it. Like,
I'm going to play this.
Yeah, like you're in for the ride.
Yeah.
And this is a damn good one. Like he can do this to me anytime.
Yeah, but
if you're on his team.
Exactly.
The amount of times he's done it in pubs, though, to be fair. Like these last pick Huskars, he doesn't care. He also first picks Huskar in pubs. He kind of does it all in regards to Huskar. And the story of this series, though, is whoever has second pick feels like they've utilized last pick really, really well, right? The Lifesteal in the first game had this kind of inevitable timer. The Huskar this time dominates the lane. So I feel like whoever's got second pick is going to have the advantage. I don't know who's won the coin flip for this one, but yeah, second pick just feels broken, at least in this series.
Yeah, I will also say, I mean, they should have maybe thought about it. Is that really mean to say? Because I do remember there was a period of time when everybody played the Huskar against the Anti-Mage.
But it's like all things, it comes in and out of favor, right? Like 7 months ago, Phoenix offlane and Phoenix mid was the counter to the Monkey mid and the Monkey carries. It then disappeared. The joyous thing of meta, it is never set. Meta is able to be set through the players going, I want to play it. There's no like rule book which says you need to do this, you have to do that. We don't have game mechanics that stop you, unlike other games. You know, like we can do literally anything in Dota.
It's true, and this is like, just look, so, I mean, Pure has 100% kill participation at this point because he's like roaming, but just look at the network. This is a 2K deficit, and yeah, I feel like it's not easy to fault them for not banning Huskar. In hindsight, yeah, you can swap out Mars for Huskar if you want Anti-Mage, but like, there is no other player, there's no other team in the world that is gonna do this to you. I think it goes back to the AM pick itself. What do you think, Mira?
I mean, I think that all of this is true, and maybe it's hard to remember things like Huskar, but at the same time, Anti-Mage is wildly optimistic in that position.
Absolutely,
like,
yeah.
Like, it's not like, oh, you know, they should have banned the Huskar if they're going to pick Anti-Mage. Why not just pick Marcy? You had the opportunity to pick something more stable that gets countered by less, but they went for something a little bit wild. I think they wanted to give Pure a hero he'd have fun on and maybe catch them
that was
off
very
guard.
fun.
Yeah, they wanted to catch Falcons off guard, but what they ended up doing was just tripling down on that. If BB team don't have a good laning stage, their games look awful. I mean, that hasn't changed at all from yesterday.
Yeah, this was definitely a rough one for BB team. But hey, it might just be a fan service to get us to a third game, you know? That's always fun. What was not fun was, I think, the amount of fun Pure had in the game. I don't think that was fun at all. And I know we talk about it a lot, and Purge is going to
अब लोग वापिस आ गए
वापिस नहीं आई
what exactly why it is so bad for those of you that don't know exactly.
AM का सब तो लूल हो गया.
Some changes that have happened in the last.
कौन जीता अभी?
If you haven't noticed,
1-1 चल रहा है. दो काउंटर पिक हुआ था AM का अगेंस्ट.
XG और ये में कौन जीता?
You just don't get that bonus damage. That means the first skill you have normally skill here.
ये लौड़ा क्या हो रहा है भाई? ये क्या हो रहा है? और उसका बाद वाला?
वही तो चल रहा है अभी. चला मेरा 59 था, ठीक है, परसेंटाइल 58 हो गया.
बहुत दुख हो लग रहा है
यार को
हो गया मेरा.
यार को तो दुख हो रहा है वो सब है. व्हाट इज दिस मैन?
ये क्या हो रहा है यार? ये क्या हो रहा है?
क्या ही होगा? अरे इतना दिन तो एम पिक नहीं हुआ था, अचानक क्यों एम पिक किया?
यहाँ पे वर्ड वाला सब करो तो लेफ्ट में लेफ्ट
So basically, he gets into the situation
क्या?
where
पहले
he's
लेफ्ट जब
dumping
ये वाला
urine into his body, trying to keep
सब
his
करो
health up enough
करो
so that
ये
he
सबसे
can
क्या
get
होता है?
some last hit.
अरे वर्ड
And
सीख
he's
के
just
रखो ना
struggling not to. He's at 860 net worth here.
तीन
He
गो
needs
होता
to
करते ही
है
नहीं था।
get 1200, and once he gets a boots advantage, it's basically impossible to lane here. So AIM is just
वर्ड
getting
सीख के
what he
रखो
can, which is why he went for that
कभी
quick
इन फ्यूचर
rotation,
काम
which
आना
did work quite well. The fact
ट्रांसलेट
that he assisted in
ट्रांसलेशन
killing the Sven is huge. Him dying afterwards, I don't even care that much because it's going to get him back on the map a bit quicker. But this was the next problem. He's teleporting into lane. He gets a Helm of Iron Will. He tries to drain some mana from Malorine. That doesn't quite work out. And then he goes to jungle. And here's something that basically is net
तुमको
matter in almost any game.
ए
is the
तुमसे
rabble
तुमको
route.
10,000
This is
फेराइट
above
चाहिए
and
फेराइट
Chris. This means that any
फेराइट
creeps
लो लाओ ना लाओ।
attacking your
10,000
enemy
फेराइट है
more
मेरे
damage.
पास
So he's forced in this jungle at an
ओ साला
abnormally
सब।
early time, 4 minutes in.
हाँ
These
लाओ
creeps are now doing
मेटल
20%
ये
more damage.
बनाता हूँ
So
ना।
his life is already almost impossible, and made
यूरेनियम
worse by
से
the fact that
यूरेनियम
there is an Enchantress in the game. So
यूरेनियम फ्यूरेनियम सब
extremely
लाओ,
tough situation for
जो
them to
है
end
सब
here.
दो,
Goes back to lane finally,
चल जाएगा।
and then he just immediately gets ganked as well by Mallory, who probably anticipated this. Based
ये
on the
शिप
fact that he
ठीक है,
so
ये
insanely
शिप
tough
ना
game for him. We'll just have to run it back and hopefully give him a better hero.
I don't think we're gonna run back that anti-phase, that's for sure. And rabble rouser, I mean, not for me. I learned something.
तुम
new.
क्लास देखना
I forgot
सेशन
about that
पहले कि
entirely.
क्या
And
क्लास
because
कर रहे हो
that,
हमेशा
अच्छा।
भूलता रहते
was not really relevant when they gave it to her. Like we
अगर
thought it
बेस्ट
would be
क्लास
game
लगाओ तो
breaking
मत
when we
बेच
first saw the change. It sucked. It didn't mean anything. Carries
ये
were so
गाय
very
लो
temps anyway. Not if your carry goes
तुम
jungle.
रख सकते
मेरा
हो ये
मेरा
अपग्रेड
वाला बी बी है।
Definitely a did own, and right now I'm sure that there's
ये
some
अपग्रेड है
sort of
तुम्हारा
talks happening
वाला
with
सब
both teams about how they're gonna approach game number 3. And while they're talking,
Compare.
so you see loads of people
क्लेम ही
still
करना
around
है
the
स्वैप
arena, and
मत
they're
करना
walking back
क्लेम
and forth, so you're wondering, like, what could they possibly do other than watching Dota here in the Barclays Arena? Well, Slacks
क्या
has
हुआ
found
भैया
out exactly what you can do.
प्रोज लोग का बिल्ड हम कभी नहीं समझेंगे।
तुम भी नहीं समझे
हाँ मैंने बैटल फ्यूरी बनाया था बीबी के लिए।
We are here for the meet and greet session with
हाँ
Heroic.
वो तो बोला ही
Now,
था
you guys might not know this because you're not at the arena, most of you, but if you are at the arena, after
बीबी के लिए नहीं बीबी पे बैटल फ्यूरी
go
बनाया था
and have a meet and greet. We're not talking about a lame ass signing
That
session
too.
where they're away from you. Look, they are physically touching you.
नहीं हुआ
So
नहीं
this
चेंज
is
नहीं
the
हुआ
greatest kind of moments you can have. Let's go ahead and talk to some of the folks in the crowd.
What
Hold on
the-
1 second, sir, if I may.
अब ये कि उसका सामान साला इसमें चढ़ाना है।
They smell like honey.
ये एक
ladies
मेन
and
दिक्कत है
gentlemen.
वहाँ
Get
चल।
there quick, so sweet, so
छोड़ो।
beautiful. Let's go talk to some crowd members here waiting in line. So sorry. Who's over here? Oh, whoa. We have seen you going absolutely ballistic in the crowd. Every heroic game, you're top of the cheering here.
No recollection of that whatsoever. I don't know what you're talking about.
Fantastic. Well, it is so good to see
उसको मत कर उसको मत
their
कर
winning fan meet and greet.
रुक ना ये वाला
इतना सामान नहीं है तेरे से
But are you going to do more of these? Are you going to come every time they win?
Of course, yes.
बहुत कुछ निकालना है साला मेरा शिप से। देख कितना है।
Well, thank you for keeping us alive.
ये सबको नहीं निकाल सकते क्या?
हाँ हाँ डिसमेंटल करो
Hey, all right, well, enjoy. Delete Sniper, thank you very much.
I have a tip for Ice Frog.
Okay.
To make Dota the best game in the world, just delete Sniper.
वो सब नहीं वो सब
Delete
नहीं
Sniper, but put back in old techies. Do you agree? Yes.
Please, yeah.
Hell yeah,
Put
best.
old stacks back.
Yeah.
That's it.
Best of both worlds, baby. Thank you very much. And I did want to say, would you mind if I showed off your cosplay? I love cosplayers, and we finally have a Grimstroke cosplay. I've never seen a
लोग
Grim before.
चूतिया है
What made you
क्या?
want to choose to do Grimstroke?
I haven't seen it before.
पब्लिक लोग को पूछा है कि स्नाइपर को थोड़ा सा ठीक करे या फिर ओल्ड टेकीज को लाए वापस, तो सब लोग बोले कि ब्रिंग द ओल्ड टेकीज बैक।
पागल तो छोड़ दो
चूती है खेला नहीं ना, ये लोग तो नया बचवा लोग है।
अरे लौड़ा।
Every single game, you can come and see one of the players or the whole team. You can see them, you can talk to them, you can greet them.
ओल्ड टेकीज मतलब क्या? मतलब क्या होता है उसमें?
उसमें
रिमोट बॉम्ब्स था उसके
तो
पास
तुम
ओ समझा, हाँ हाँ
बेस घुस के
याद है।
दिखाओ। तुम तो देखा ही
क्लस्टर बॉम्ब्स था रिमोट बॉम्ब्स
रिमोट बॉम्ब्स और ये था
फिर वॉकिंग बॉम्ब्स था
सिर्फ रिमोट बॉम्ब छोड़ो,
रैंडमली चलते रहता है
उस वाला बॉम्ब पे वो जो स्टन वाला वो स्टन वाला बॉम्ब है ना, वो डाल देता तो बहुत लोग होता था ना, उतना मैप कौन देखेगा, जब ही देखा बम फटा, हाँ उसका और पूरा ड्रैग सिलेक्ट, पूरा बम फटा तो ओ भाई बेस जो होता था ना, पगला हो जाता लोग। एक टाइम पे तो इट वाज बहुत इरिटेटिंग हो गया था। को, कोई भी आइटम बनाओ नहीं होगा, बच ही नहीं पाओगे तुम। और उस समय तो एरॉन डेस भी नहीं था।
स्ट्रगल था बम्स।
अरे ये लोग बोल रहे कि ब्रिंग द होटल टेक इज बैक, ओरे लोड़े।
Of the international.
तुम्हारा अच्छा तुम तो बंद कर दिया, नहीं तो पूछने वाले तो तुम्हारा अपडेट हुआ कि नहीं। कल अच्छा मैच होने वाला है एक्सट्रीम गेमिंग के साथ निगमा वाला।
पुराना वर्सेस पुराना, बुड्ढा लोग वर्सेस बुड्ढा लोग।
कल पता चलेगा हम लोग का क्या होने
दिख
वाला।
तो गया, आंध्र बुड्ढा है, दिख गया। नया ट्रेंड नहीं फॉलो कर पाया है। कौन उसको ब्रिसलबैक लेने को?
अरे ब्रिसलबैक ठीक है, उसमें कौन बैटल फ्यूरी बनाया?
Classic Viper voice line.
बैटल फ्यूरी नलीफायर,
Just like that. Thanks for watching, everybody.
ब्लिंग डैगर।
नहीं, ब्लिंक डैगर तो बहुत बाद में किया।
पर काहे? बट वो हमें है, हम लोग नहीं बता सकते, वो प्रो है, हम लोग तो नहीं है। सब ठीक है, वो बैटल फ्यूरी तो चुता दिया। ये मैच में भी तो ओ भाई वो आमर तो टॉन्ट कर रहा है हर मैच में।
worried for them going into this game 3 because in both games, the one that they got crushed in and the one that they won, they also got crushed in at the start. Like, there is something going wrong with
हम
their early
बहुत मन चाह रहा कि साला अमर हार जाए ये वाला मैच, पूरा डिस्ट्रॉयड हो जाए, पर नहीं होगा।
बीबी हरा सकता है और कोई हराया ना हराए।
बीबी हराना चाहिए, बट वही ना। अरे नॉर्मल प्लेस करो ना जो तुम लोग खेलते हो, काहे का वो साला एम फेम उठा रहा है।
कॉम्प्रेस इंडियम स्क्रैप चाहिए नहीं ना?
They can protect themselves from this ultimate last pick because again both teams have shown that they're very good at utilizing this and in game 1 BB showed
ओ बाबा जो हॉपलेस वो वॉर्म नहीं था, वो 1,41,000 का है।
एक 40 का था।
ओ भाई अबे जॉइस ये क्या है? स्टारशिप एआई वाल्व लॉट ऑफ 24 ये का है।
शिप तोड़ने से मिलता है वो सब, तो पता है।
हो गया हम अमीर। आप लौड़ा बोल कौन सा प्लेन किनना है? नैनो केबल्स चाहिए होगा?
सब बेच दो, पैसा वाला जीनिस जो भी दिख रहा है सब बेच दो।
नैनो ट्यूब क्रेट तो है, एक हेल्डिन्स ब्रेन है मेरे पास। हालिन क्या है लौड़ा? प्लेन ए अच्छा वाला प्लेन कहाँ मिलेगा भाई?
हमारे पास वही तो अच्छा है।
Mira is saying maybe they first pick the Hoodwink themselves, but I'm not sure. I feel like they should.
Sentinel ships अच्छा ही होता है।
Incredibly high. It's 2 games in a row where he just rolls on everyone. You know, he has good early game, has the stacks, does his blink dagger. We've seen it again, and we'll see it again if they allow it.
I think you just break.
अरे साला, अरे लौड़ा 4-5 को
solution. DK plus Hoodwink. You either ban the DK so you can comfortably first pick the Sand King, or you pick the Hoodwink, take that away, and then see if you can get that second phase Sand King.
But it's also in the interview in game 2.
नहीं एक शिप आया था, अच्छा चल गया भाई, बहुत सुंदर था।
They're a good team against puck. They liked it. They don't.
पीछे से पूरा लाइन से ये था उसका।
In game 2, they give away the puck, they beat it. So maybe going into the third game, they just don't bother with puck anymore. They just let.
ये सब तो बहुत बकवास दिखता है लौड़ा।
You ban a DK, you ban a Bristle, you ban one element of how a second pick BB was able to pick apart Falcons.
Yeah, I will say the DK was banned in the previous game, but by the themselves.
That's because they were in a position where they could get their puck. So they wanted to ban a puck counter, but when Falcons saw that DK was taken out, they were like, okay, we'll pick Sand King.
So there's
something going on there with like the DK plus Sand King.
No, for sure, and I think it's
और
also
वो
really
मिलता
cool
कहाँ
when
से?
you do get deeper like into these
मार
stories.
करके
Suddenly it's
मिलता
like
है
the
तो
series,
कर रहा
we
है।
don't see the DK, then suddenly you do see it. You see it banned in the next game too, even by their own team, because they're like, okay, if this is banned, we can take the other thing that we do want. So yeah, going to this game 3, I'm just expecting both teams to play in top form. I feel like neither of them have really anything to lose. Like in game 1, BBT make this incredible comeback. Game 2, Falcons kind of get like a freebie win. So going into game 3, both teams should be feeling, I would say, maybe as clean as two teams could going into a third game at TI.
Yeah, I was going to touch upon that, because how do we feel these teams are feeling? Because we've talked about both teams, and the experience is there. But for both, other than for Skeeter and Snaking, the TI experience is not. And it is different still, T.
Yeah, I think Falcons, if anything, probably toned down just a little bit going into the second game. Sure, they're still spicy with their all chat, but you could feel that there was no, cockiness anymore. It was just like disciplined, strong Dota with the element of like the odd, typing here and there. Game 1, you could feel that they were being a little bit more making mistakes, and for BB, I feel like they've had every emotion possible so far at TI. They've had the lowest of lows, the highest of highs. It's like, I don't really know where they're sitting right now.
I know where they're sitting. They're right there.
Wow.
Got him. I'm sorry.
You had to do that one. It was too easy.
Oh, well, that's okay, because we should be talking about this third game. We should be talking about what is coming our way. And I am happy to announce that it is time to see exactly that.
Team Falcons versus BB Team. Game 3.
So we do have BB Team on the Radiant side, and they will have overall last pick, and that means Falcons is Dire with first pick for themselves, and we're in the draft, and we are about to see what changes will be made. There are some things that just don't change though, because the Naga Siren's still getting banned, we see the Pugna still getting banned. Lycan also not a hero we're gonna see a lot of anymore, because today it had great success, even on some of the losing games, but we'll see. There's already bonus time being used right now to go for this ban, and they do respect ban the Kataomi Bane.
Yeah, it seems like it. So they did play into it in game 1. Maybe they didn't really love their Ringmaster response, so like where they feel like, okay, if they do this, we're more likely to pick this type of hero. I'm not sure if there's much else, like maybe they want to first pick a specific hero that also Bane is very good against. But yeah, you're also taking out the Comfort, and BB Team, they're doing the same, taking out the Sand King.
The dance is over. The Sand King, DK, Hoodwink, we're going in a different direction, which suddenly beckons the question of Beastmaster. He's been relatively ignored in these games.
Wow, Chen also. They've left in the Snake King Chen for the first time, I believe, in this series.
Correct.
That's a scary one. I mean, last game, you had Falcons that broke 2 of the unbeaten heroes from BB Team with the Puck and Bristle. Let's see.
And the ignored Marcy is actually banned on the side of Falcons, and we will see the Chen from Snaking in action.
But we did see this in the first game, right? The idea of BB gave Falcons a dominant hero, and then they picked it apart, right? Same thing could be happening here, where Falcons finally get access to their Chen. Again, very strong hero for them. And yeah, I'm interested to see which angle BB's going to go. Against Chen, you can go for like Primal Beast and really dominant, strong offlaners to try and bully through the lane, not caring about Chen. But you have to respect all the auras they're going to bring.
Oh, just go for the Hoodwink again.
Yeah, sure.
3 games in a row, why not? I will say, for similar reasons, Chen is considered pretty good against Hoodwink. You have the mana burn, you're kind of annoying, you can fight back. So both teams, again, should be happy with what's happening. But this is an undefeated hero and a most banned hero against this team for a reason.
I need to see damage on pretty much every pick, though, from BB. If they just go for like light control and scaling, Chen will take over the game. Your 20 to 25 minute important fights around Roshans and towers, you just feel like you won't be killing anyone. So I really want to see if BB want to be competitive against Falcon's best hero. It is killing in lanes, damage in the early game.
What do we think here for BB team? They do have to open up again out of the phase themselves. They have another band that they can protect themselves with.
Could still be DK. I think they're pretty happy with how their DK plus Hoodwink went.
But if we argue that that is picked up against Sand King, Sand King's not in, do you still like it as much?
I think it did a lot for them and it enables their Hoodwink. I mean, another approach they could take would be something wild, like picking some anti-Zoo hero, like the Timbersaw that we haven't seen in a while. Beastmaster still in the pool as well. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to build their own Miro.
Something nice that you kind of want to do against Chen. Chen lineups generally fall apart if you can kill the first guy. Like AoE is not, sure it's good against Chen, but then there's Hand of God, there's a pipe, there's your AoE magic resist creeps, whatever it is, you need to kill this one guy to break this formation. So if you're able to have a single target high DPS hero, or like Effie's mentioning, you have a DK with a Hoodwink and give it like another DPS guy that when you jump this first guy, he just gets blasted out of the game through the heals.
Heroes like SD still being available for Falcons. If Falcons identify that's
scary.
That's a route BB's going to be taking, Crit's going to be able to pick up another hero to try and combo break that.
Has Miro played much of Pangolier? I know that people, this is a hero that tends to be liked, it can be flexed, it's like okay team fight. I'm not saying they will pick it, but I'm looking more for something like this. I would say there are other heroes like Bristle. They feel like okay early on, but there's a lot of auras and physical like armor that the Chen gives to his teammates where I feel like Bristle isn't actually that amazing against the hero.
Miro has not played Pango so far at this.
Okay, then I feel like that's just not happening.
And are we really just forgetting about Beastmaster? Have they just deprioritized that hero in this series?
Maybe they feel like they will just go for the DK. Why not? Maybe to go back to the Beastmaster, maybe they don't really want to play it into Chen, even though you can still play with, you know, the Axes and the Aghanims. I don't really think it matters.
Well, what if you play it with Chen, because it's still in the pool?
Oh, you mean 4 Falcons?
Sure.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it would have been good for either
No, this
team.
is yeah, why not?
I mean, we mentioned the DK, but yeah, it's just half of their duo that allows them to play make, lets them set up for quick kills around the map, always have some kind of potential to make it so that Falcons don't farm for free.
Yeah. I mean, you have, in my opinion, one of the two approaches. I like what T mentioned, where you could look for a save with like the SE. Here's the hero that you want with the Beast. Yeah, I was saying you can either go for the save against the DK, or you just give yourself enough damage that you kind of lacked earlier. Against the DK with like the long range, you don't have the Hoodwink, so maybe there's like Grim, there's Snap. Yeah, this looks super chill.
I prefer it with the fact that Malreen's been playing it mid more than offlane. I think in the way that Falcons are playing, I don't want to see Amar take it to offlane. I want to see it still go to the mid, still be the pick-off style of play, and kind of give life to your game. Because Beastmaster will always activate a Snap or a Chen. And then it opens up for both Skidder and Amar to be farming a lot.
Ooh, a main stage favorite. It's always fun to
Magnus
watch
is like
in action.
iconic TI hero. You've got the scaling, you've got the displacement, you've got RPs, you can flex him, he lanes well. This is just an amazing hero.
Doesn't have the win rate though, but that's okay.
That's okay.
And what if their idea is that because you see a Beastmaster plus Chen, you know there's going to be early tower pressure, you know there could be early attempts at high ground. Magnus is a hero that's good at punishing those attempts. Maybe they want to have them 5-man into like skewer isolations, maybe forcing them to go a little bit too far out into the map and punishing that with Magnus.
Yep, not opposed to that at all. So like Magnus is a very good insurance policy to have. They just need to make sure they have layers of the fight with it, right? And for Falcons, when we talk about the killing that one guy, right? Keza, you're saying about bursting that hero. When you have the Snapfire with the Aghanims, you get a good enchantment with cast range, you get a Blink Dagger, you're going to be able to stop that DK Hoodwink initiation on a hero. Sure, if you get hit by an RP, you're also going to be dragged back and killed, but there will be so many moments in this game for Crit to shine and to give more life to the fights.
Just a nice combo, too. Mortimer's into Roar, like you've always got some kind of play to make.
It's also something that Falcons have in like every draft. It's like this 1+1 kill combo, sometimes even on multiple people, like 1+5 or 2 with 4 or the offlaner with the 4. We get a Warlock. It's not a hero we've seen too often, but it's a very good hero. He has good laning, can have an early ultimate, can also buffer people. Makes it easy for your carry also. It's most likely a last pick pure. You lane with Warlock. I mean, you should be chilling.
Warlock's the support which gives life to any carry against any offlane combination. Because of the heal, the Fatal Bonds, in a difficult lane, you shove the wave. In a good lane, you find the kills, right? So Warlock's enabling Pure to utilize that last pick in the draft and go, no matter what you want, we will try and give it life. You're not going to be an anti-mage in the jungle because this Warlock will fix every problem.
Yeah, it also just lets them play versus the Zoo in the sense that you have the Fatal Bonds for the early group up that's going to happen on the side of Falcons. It seems like they have this idea that they can just punish the early group up with their big team fighting spells. I don't know if I personally believe in that idea. I think playing against Beastmaster plus Chen feels so overwhelming and so exhausting, even if you think you can out-teamfight them.
It does, and they're proposing some very strong lanes. Like, you still have most likely Amar's here that's going to be picked later, but Chen plus Troll is a very strong lane. Like, you've got the creep, Chen is hitting you. Troll is one of the most aggressive carries in lane. He will always help his support on the side. You're going to get 2v1'd over and over and over again, and it's a lot of buffs too.
He's also not a carry that if you skewer back, that means that you've killed him successfully. Yep. Unless you chain it with the RP and you have enough burst to kill him during that, he's going to live through it, turn on his ult, get healed by the Chen, and then the team will turn the fight. It breaks the idea of wanting to skewer back a carry and kill them.
It feels like every core that Falcons have at the moment is the same recipe, right? They're independent cores that if snaking is a second late with a heal, it's not that much of a problem, right? A mid Beastmaster, he goes for Aghanims, BKB, early refresher. Like, as long as he doesn't die in the RP, he's going to be able to turn it around. Like you mentioned with Troll, the same thing. Yep. So Falcons, no matter which core is offered up to the Magnus, there is a chance that the fight can kind of be extended, dragged to the new position, and they can still take it. It's not as if the one person who's dragged away, I'm really sorry, it's not like we're seeing like a sniper or a Drow, like these type of heroes that once they're caught, they are just deleted from the game.
So Falcons...
Dead heroes, by the way, at TI. Don't know why
it's true. Like, so Amar has to pick out of phase. Generally, when Falcons play, they like having this double team fight, like the double jump. Like, so I'm assuming that they're gonna look for like another beefy guy that's gonna go in. You have a strong lane with Snap, unless they want to run the Beast offlane, which I feel like they're probably not going to.
They could play Pango, and then they'll keep it open. Pango could go either mid or offlane.
That's true.
It does seem like Falcons, with the ban of the puck, they still keep it very open as well, where that Mag and the DK are going.
I still do quite like Pango for Falcons, but what I need, regardless of what comes out from Falcons, is a wow factor pick for this overall last pick for BB team, because I think their idea of just punishing a group up early by out-team fighting them is so hard to pull off. Like, you have to play exceptionally well to do that, and you know one of your side lanes is already losing because you see this Troll Warlord.
It's definitely not that. I mean, these picks, as always, like the last two picks in the draft, they're very detrimental to both teams. I would say for now, I see a slight ease of execution for Falcons. Luckily, what's on BB team's side is that they are the second pick team. They're supposed to wow us with like the very last pick of this entire game.
The thing with Falcons is they just need additional team fight, right? That one way to start an engagement, right? The Pango that's already been mentioned, the Mars, just if I'm here, we can fight around it.
Team Falcons.
The respect.
The Huskar band coming out. Gotta appreciate.
I mean, I guess
that.
it kind of makes sense. Like, if you're a BB team, you most likely want a melee carry in this lane or DK, because you do have the Magnus offlane to play with the Empower.
If they don't care about stuns in regards to Mars and Pango, then going back for like the Underlord from Mars could be an option. Just another hero that can quickly jump in. When Mag grabs a hero, you just pit right on top of them, TP in, throw down whatever auras or buffs or right clicks that you want to provide. Again, there's a lot of options for Amar. Again, we've listed 3. He might even just probably pick a 4th different one, but
yeah, he's got plenty of good heroes or like signature ones available. You mentioned the Mars, they banned the Ursa. There's some other like even dead heroes. I mean, we don't need to like go down the list. He's got a lot of options that are all very good.
Let's see which option Falcons go with for themselves.
How often has the Melon Man been picked at TI?
Not very frequently at all, I'll tell you
That's
that.
a bit sad.
That's Tidehunter.
Yeah. Well, let's see.
Would be pretty cool. Outside of the break of Hoodwink, other than that, yeah. Strong, independent Tidehunter.
Well, let's see. The one other good thing for BB team, they have a lot of reserve time later.
I don't know if that comes through on the microphone at all, but a couple of very happy people here.
As they should be.
As they should be.
2 seconds.
And
just the
and
Mars.
that's the Mars.
Yeah, they go for the Mars. Like,
Oh.
Pangolier.
Instant.
They don't even think, they wanted it. Of course, the pressure of the Chen, if he goes to a tower, you want a bit of wave clear. BB didn't really have that hero to just stop snaking from running around the early tier 1, tier 2 towers, and GPK now on the mid lane from Pango, he can be that force to give time for BB to scale into the game.
This Pango pick gives me more comfort as well in their ability to play into this early zoo, this early group up with the Beastmaster, because the reliance on, okay, Magnus and Warlock are going to have big ultis and pop off, That's way too hard. Pango, on the other hand, he can always play into them. He's always going to give you that AoE damage and the means to like fight into the arena as well with the Rolling Thunder.
I like this quite a lot. It's quite good against lane, like in the lane against these two. You're physical against the boars, you can kill them. Like you were saying, the team fight against the Chen, against the Snap, against the arena. I like it quite a lot. I would also say Pure DK takes me back like 1 or 2 years. I've seen him own on this hero quite a bit. To me, this is the most even draft that I've seen from the 3 games.
And that says something, because if we're looking at Falcon's draft, I feel like that is comfort all the way. This is a lineup that you could literally hand pick. If this was what Falcons got to this place to begin with, it would be these 5 heroes.
And this is what this series feels like it's becoming, right? After the type of games that we had in Game 1 and Game 2, I feel like we're expecting the Game 3 to be a lot closer for both teams to show that. And yeah, I think Falcons will be very happy, BB's going to be very happy. I'm interested to see, will Skiter and Maureen ever combo a Raw plus a Troll ultimate to kill off the Pango during the roll? There's a lot of cool little things that can be happening in this game.
I think Falcons got almost everything that they wanted, and I have a lot of faith in them when they're playing these heroes. For a BB team, what I like that they have is a safe lane that's not going to get completely destroyed like we've been seeing for a while. So maybe their entry point into the mid game will finally be comfortable for once, because DK should not die on that lane. I'm saying he should not. With that being said, I do think this Beastmaster plus Chen, that's tough to play against.
Yeah, overall, I'm also leading. I would say Falcons, maybe slight favorites. I'm looking for BB team to maybe invade a little bit. You've got the Pango, play to the safe lane, make it happen, but I'm expecting a long, even, close, and hype game.
Oh, we want that. That's what we come here to see here in the Barclays Arena, and it is time for that third and deciding game. Which team will be top 3 guaranteed? Find out with Cap and SVG.
That's right, there is a podium finish on the line for one of these 2 teams, but there's something even greater on the line here, Avery, a chance at revenge.
Ooh, that is sweet, especially on the TI main stage. There is no better feeling in Dota than knocking out your nemesis, someone who's been trash talking you, someone that's been saying we're gonna do it to you all year at the biggest point of the season. This would be a very sweet victory for either team if you can take it here in the last game of the day. Give yourself some momentum going into the rest of this event. And boy, do we have another draft that is scary for a BB team to go up against, because you are looking at so much tempo coming out from Falcons, and you gave them a Chen, a hero they've just not lost on, a hero that gives you so much pace, so much scalability, and Snaking is a master on the hero. You gave them the Beastmaster with incredible scaling with the double roars going into your hard carry potential. You counteracted a little bit with scale from that Magnus and Warlock, but this could be another game where you just get run down on the towers, and it's all on GPK to try and control any of that, right? Like, he has to bring some pace with this Pangolier.
What'd you think of the swerve here? We're going to see the Dragonite moved over to the safe lane, and instead a different pickup for GPK. Did you like this adjustment? Because either Falcon saw it coming a mile away, or they just didn't give a damn.
I think it's just pure saying, I don't want to get punished on lane anymore. I'm going to construct a safe lane that I know I'll be able to farm with. Skiter maybe getting run down?
Yeah, maybe the punish comes Skeeter's way instead. Does not happen here for First Blood, but perhaps laning phase will still provide that opportunity.
Not the best chase down for that First Blood you've ever seen.
No, not great, not great.
I think this is BB compensating. Like, it's really hard to fix gameplay in a series compared to draft. And they're going to try and fix the laning issues by just building a draft that cannot lose that safe lane. That was the biggest pressure point teams have exploited. That was the biggest pressure point in that game too. They got that last pick in the draft, so they were not counter cheese picked. That's a big component of it. But Warlock DK, I mean, if you can't farm the lane with Warlock DK, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true. Now looking at it that way, they really did put a heavy emphasis in making sure that Pure actually got to play Dota in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, he will be able to lane. He will probably have more CS at the 3-minute mark than he had at the 6 or 7 last game.
Yeah.
And this DK was a very successful hero for them in that game 1. It gives you a lot of scale. It can be a tough hero for Falcons to just power through because it has some extra sustain, armor, scalability in the late game fight. I think it can be a pretty nice matchup against the Mars as well. Some cool things going for the BB in this draft, particularly if they can get the bonds and the Empower online. I mean, their team fight is insane with Warlock Magnus as this game goes later, and they have a lot of BKB Pierce, which has been a factor in this series. That said, Falcons also made sure they had some. They do not want to get BKB TP'd out ever again in their lives, I think.
What about the Pango itself? A hero that has been nerfed so many times and yet still comes back for TI. GPK, is he happy about the matchup that he ended up against? I mean, the Beastmaster obviously has the counter to the Rolling Thunder later on, but Matt, like laning phase-wise, it's actually pretty good for Pango, right?
Oh, he's chilling here. Especially if you can get some of those power runes. If you can ever invade and steal stacks away from the Beastmaster, you come online a little faster. The mid beast can be slow. If he loses lane, if he loses some stacks, he can fall into that I'm trying to farm for that big item for a long time. GPK can drive the pace of this game. He's had a really good series so far. I think even in that puck game, he played it well. That was just a hopeless game too.
Yeah,
and here he's
sure.
starting off really well in lane. 15 and 6, leading that CS chart. Really nice start for him. And on the flip side, Skeeter up there on that troll. Not having the best early time despite having the Chen. Having issues CSing against the super high base damage on this Magnus.
Do you think that over time the Troll wins this because of the impact of the Chen? Like he's just going to start burning through all this mana? Like eventually you're just going to chip him down, right?
They've already used a lot of resources on the Troll, but he gets Lotus, so this is actually a big win. He got all CS under the tower into the Lotus. This will refill the mana pool for those axes, continue winning this lane. Try and delay the Magnus Helm as long as you can, because once that's up, these heroes become way harder to kick out a lane. Nice bonds on this bottom lane for the Mars, as Save also taking some harassment. These lanes are heating up. I mean, there's going to be a kill here soon, because nobody wants to abandon these lanes as you try and race towards the Helms. Don't want to be giving up free CS, and at the same time, there's a lot of harassment coming through.
First blood is still on the table.
This mana burn is just insane. I don't know what you're supposed to do against it if you're Miro. Just get wand charges and spam for some range creeps, but this lane is getting really difficult. Strong start, impossible lane to win over the long run.
Oh, Cookie back, and the spear into the tower, not quite good enough. They do have the God's Rebuke to push him back under the tower, and even a blood grenade to try and slow him down, but Amar taking too much damage, and they didn't have the burst anyway. If it was just a little bit longer, they would have had the pin, and maybe that would have served to be enough damage, but as it stands, the sustain on this lane, it's pretty overwhelmed.
I mean, again, they built this lane to say, I don't care what you do, I'm not going to have a bad laning phase, and this DK will be guaranteed a good laning phase here. Bonds is super good against Mars. It's just painful to fight through. So this will be an even laning phase for once in this series, by the looks of it. And if you're a BB fan, that's got to be a nice sight to see.
What are the adjustments that you think Falcons made in turn?
I mean, let's be real. This team doesn't really adjust, right? They just play their game. They're gonna pick their heroes.
Yeah.
They're gonna do what they've done for 2 or 3 years now. You know what's coming. It's just a matter of can you out execute them in the team fights? Can you outscale them? And can you survive the laning phase? I mean, there's not a single hero in this draft that anybody is surprised to see Falcons playing.
Yeah, I actually think the only everybody is playing one of their quintessential heroes except for maybe Crit. I don't really think of him as Snapfire. Obviously, he's played it a fair amount, but
he's super comfortable on any of these 4-position range playmakers.
I mean, if you were planning on picking Mars, obviously this is one of the best combos you can get your hands on, right? Cookie into a spear back like they tried earlier, but then obviously when you get 6, that is also a death trap. Get the arena with the kisses going. It's a team fight victory early on, guaranteed.
Nice bombardment threat against the Pangolier. If you go in and stun this Pangolier, suddenly these kisses start coming through. He might not have time to get the Rolling Thunder out. You might not have time to bail him out with your turnaround in the Golem or the RP. I think that's the big threat it provides this game. A lot of extra magic damage to bring the Pango or the DK down early before they get too beefy.
Once again, Amar, he has to spear defensively. As many bracers as he builds up, he simply does not have the HP regen to deal with all this harassment.
And first power rune goes GPK's way. Maybe not the rune he wanted, but he'll snag it up here, and he's still top of that CS chart by a couple denies here.
Does feel like Falcons have given GPK a lot of runes in this series.
It's just not their biggest priority, right? They're more of a stack, farm-oriented team than a get early power runes and make aggressive plays with them team. It's a stylistic choice. It will give GPK a little more freedom, but then it's up to BB team to use that to build an advantage. Not always the easiest against this team that's very disciplined and doesn't provide a lot of openings. They maintain their resources well, they keep high HP pools, they TP and react very quickly. something like going for a dive play under a tower to kill a troll with a power rune or something can easily go against you. Just want to get that diffusal up and start skirmishing. That's your game plan here.
Well, while BB team are clearing out some stacks, it leaves the troll alone in lane, which the Chen is happy with. Snaking's just been able to play farming jungle.
Build your own Dominator.
That's true.
We're seeing the Chen and Enchantress come back for a reason. This creep shove has been super important this TI. At least this is the honest form of it.
That is true. Now, Crit's play here. This seems a bit of a stretch. If he can get the cookie onto the troll and he slows down the Hoodwink, then maybe, but...
I mean, this tells you how strong that safe lane is for BB, that Crit doesn't feel like he can exert any pressure down there with a Snapfire Mars. That he feels the better play is to go up top with this catapult and the Chen timing.
But GPK he has wanted to rotate up to this top lane already once, and now he finds in time to make that rotation come through. The cookie trying to push away from the Rolling Thunder. Skeeter tries to skirt the edges, gets the other side of the cliff. It gets him away from Rolling Thunder, but still, Save and Miro will pursue. Blood Grenade to try and slow down Miro. Good swashbuckle hit, and they've got it. First blood goes the way of BB team.
Costs them a lot of resources, but they get it. They defend the push. Nice little defensive maneuver for them. You give up an amp damage to Malrine. That was kind of the downside of pushing GPK up there and forcing the reaction, but he's got to be happy about a troll kill this early on. That was an aggressive push from Falcons. Felt like they didn't think there was a lot of places to attack on the map. That was their best choice, but it still felt a little forced that early on.
Especially if Malrine isn't matching the rotation of the Pango. Malrine invested in taking the power rune, which he does get it. It's an amp damage, but it came at a certain cost.
I think there's definitely some mid players that might have tried to rotate up there and play for that, even with the Beast, but it's just not Falcon style with this hero on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that the point of the Beastmaster? You're just supposed to match the Pangolier every single time he tries to get a Rolling Thunder. You just meet it with the roar and
no, your job is farm Ags.
Oh.
I mean, your game does not begin until you have Ags on this hero. You need to prioritize it. You need to get that up as fast as possible. He's going to try and make a move with this amp.
Got the arena on Pure. This is not an easy kill. Managed to get the Dragon Tail, stopping the spear, but there is still going to be that roar and a follow-up spear after that. Sometime, maybe today, or maybe never. Amar just holds on to it and lets Malrine's amp damage do all the work.
The boars are super effective against these melee cores in the early game. Stick some boars on them, hold a stun, nowhere to go, nowhere to run. There's the diffusal for GPK. Still having the best game on BB team. You'll have to make this item work.
Yeah, these are not heroes that have immense mana pools. All three of these cores on Falcons are dependent on mana pools because they have low costing spells. They do not like getting mana burned out whatsoever.
Downside of these, pseudo triple strength core lineups. Your mana pools are pretty lackluster. Your spells can be equally as important. This diffusal can absolutely do some heavy lifting here in the early game. Rune denied from a boar. GPK will have to settle for some tower damage as Malrine pulls ahead off the stacks, man. This is classic mid-Beastmaster gameplay. You got that one nice gank with the power rune that he did get, and then straight in the jungle, clears through all the stacks before any contest comes through. He is giga farmed right now.
You fought and died.
Crit bites out a smoke. We'll see what they do with that, because Malrine has headed back to base, and he's going to heal up right as his TP comes up, and he has another 12 seconds to roar. So I imagine you clear out this mid lane, and then you and the Snapfire go from there.
You have really good single target focus from a decent range. You don't want to go into BB.
Oh, nice cookie play. Crit, he'll get the solo on save, and an extra bit of damage on GPK. Very nice.
Big plays coming out on this mid lane. That's going to finish his arcane boots. Nice little pickup in XP as well. Level 7 3/4 on this snap.
Yeah, massive level difference between the two.
I don't even know where he found all these levels, because he made the one move top, it didn't really work. He abandoned bottom early.
I think he probably shared some of the experience from the stacks, yeah.
I mean, it's a huge level difference. And these are the two playmakers for the squad. Almost level 8, and this Hoodwink is still level 4 for save. Incredibly sacrificial game from him.
It is also part of the MO of Falcons, because they have these strong laning cores that are rather tanky. They've been able to just leave them alone in lane.
Oh, yeah.
And, say the Beastmaster, for example, doing those clears, the stacks, Snapfire sitting in mid, soaking up experience. Snake King will be run down here. Bushwhack tries to give him some extra armor, but it's not good enough. It does give the heads up to his carry, who is able to get away from all that nonsense.
Nice little connection for the Pangolier. I mean, you got to remember this is an Empower lineup, and they have good Empower targets, not the pseudo Empower ones.
They do. Yeah.
This Pango Magnus duo is just nasty. It's a combination OG love to run. Channel your inner tops in here on the main stage. And just make top 3.
Malrine, a regen rune, and 1,000 gold left to that point booster. Meanwhile, Pure, he's having a great time.
Oh, this is the best early game he's had.
Seriously.
It's amazing for him. And he's just going to pick up the farm pace from here. And the flip side of that is, I say this very rarely, but it is ATF coming out of lanes the poorest.
Yeah.
Not something he likes to see, not his usual play style. So he'll have to make it up with some cheap utility here. He's looking at like Yule's Blink. He can play the fights for his other 2 cores and catch up that way, but it's going to be slow from him. Smars really got punished on that lane from the Warlock pick. That was its job. It did that. And now you get to hold on to its ult for the right fights. If
they really want that Pango. This is where that smoke was going to come into play. The Arena into a GPK. Can he get ahead of it? The Spear, it stops the Rolling Thunder, sure, but now you don't have a stun to stop it the second go around. GPK will slow down Amar, do a little damage before he rolls on out of there. So the Arena Kisses combo does not come out.
Didn't get the cookie connection they were looking for. That's a tough kill regardless. You just don't know where that Warlock is. You can drop a rock, interrupt if they really needed it. ATF's game continues to be a little slow here.
Well, Skeeter, he's got to his Battle Fury, so he's feeling fine, and he will likely start pulling ahead of this Dragon Knight if things stay calm.
I mean, it is always scary to go even or lose early game slightly to the Magnus lineup.
Do you think that's scarier than going even against a Troll lineup?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Magnus at TI, man, this hero can do work. People play a little more scared. They get caught off a little more easily. How many games have we seen Magnus pull ahead, right? I don't even have to name the players that have won that Aegis on this hero for everybody to know who I'm talking about.
I guess the way I see it, though, they are such a stun-oriented lineup. If this game goes late, I think the Troll is kind of unstoppable. Like, he's going to have that Battle Trance strong Dispel, right?
It's a strong Troll game. You are right. There's not a lot that prevents the Troll doing what he wants to do in the fight. It's just a matter of can you survive it and push through it with the scaling on your cores. I will say Skewer in that high ground defense. Like, what is there to stop the Skewer play? It's pretty much the Roar interrupt. You have to be really on point. There's no Rubik in this game. There's no one dying to just drop a
Amar, he's immediately going to break the smoke. He's got a shield rune, too, to help tank the damage. Immediately uses the Arena Spear on Amiro. And with the kisses, try and take him down. He actually used the RP to try and protect himself. That final glob, it's not going to do it. They've got a spear. The Bonds is great. It hits a lot of these heroes. Can they put the damage in, though? Especially with the extra life on Malrine. They do not want to be fighting into this Beastmaster with the Ags. That means GPK, he's going to roll on out of here. They've already lost one hero, and they've given up the Roshan. These were heavy losses to BB Team. They cannot afford for GPK's game to slow down much more.
That could have been an amazing fight for them. 4-man bonds off that flank in the river, but the Roar comes out of the Pangolier, stops all the damage in its tracks. The counter is working for Falcons right now, and Malrine, he just had such a fast game. You're able to push.
And the Troll, he already used his Battle Trance, plus he wasn't the one to take the Aegis. A cookie saves him.
That is close to ticking out there, 70 HP. Malrine looking for his own maneuver back here. But no Roar available. Pretty limited catch potential. Get the D-ward around the pit as well. Very successful objective-based move for Falcons. They're not completely snowballing this game like we saw previously, but they are controlling the pace right now. You still got to get this tier 1 bottom. I can't believe this tower's still up, actually. I mean, that shows how poor of a laning phase ATF had. This tower is normally just gone by default. You have to use this Aegis to clear out the junk down here.
Yeah, Pure has been able to just Dragon form off cooldown and play in both on the tower and farming those Ancients, but Move to the other side of the map. Falcons will finally take the safe lane tower. They also took the mid tower at the same time, thanks to the Chen. I mean, the Chen's start going to be impactful. He's got the drums. Once you get the mech, it's going to be a lot of early game. BB team, they're going to be reliant on Miro to separate the big team fight that Falcons has. He needs his Blink Dagger badly.
Especially if the towers start getting sieged. That's your best defense mechanism in combination with the Pango Warlock team fight. Be very interesting to see when Falcons decide to group up this game, because grouping up can cost you a lot if that fight goes wrong. You almost rather just split the map, but then you're splitting the map against the Empower farmers, which feels a little bad in itself. You really have to make these moves count when you combine the Beastmaster and the Mars here. Try and take away PvE's space. Like, that's the biggest factor right now. If you can take camps away from their Empower farmers.
Amar, he still gets the arena on Pure. Kisses, roar, so much damage, man. Pure doesn't stand a chance. Still though, BB team, if they could get some sort of skewer RP, they have a chance to punish, but no. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit. Amar is able to blink it out. And that was an Arcane Rune use too, so the arena is not going to be on cooldown for long.
GPK just messed up the roll in there. Just didn't get in there in time. Awkward space to fight for that Pangolier, and your DK is dead no matter what. This is not a lineup that really wants to react to Falcons jumping one of your big damage dealers. You have the blink on the Magnus, so you have a little turnaround potential, but that's the strength of the Kisses in this early game. Once that hero's pinned, once he's stunned, he's pretty much dead. Even if you go in and counter initiate, the damage is going to be done.
A lane ward, Miro. He could have gone for that Snapfire, opted against it.
This lineup's picking up steam. This is where Chen starts to feel really scary.
All right, just flat out RP him. They do finally pull the trigger on that one. I'm sure Crit realizes, yeah, there's some sort of lane ward. He's already pinging it out.
That'll get the job done. There is an RP connection. Slow this pace down, take at least one of these heroes off the map.
I think there is a lot of weight here on Miro's shoulders. He's got to continue to find pickoffs like that, and not just with an RP, but Amar, he's already struck first. Got the pin right next to Skeeter. You could not ask for a better setup if you're the carry troll.
I intercepted that move perfectly. I think they were heading towards Pure, but they'll take the Magnus for sure. ATF, he's not done.
Amar's crazy, man. He's just blinking into 1v2. There was no upside to that. He just wanted to taunt Pure.
I mean, the upside is you send a message. Maybe they start thinking they have vision there.
The real vision is in the triangle. They do know about it. Dragon Tail stops Amari. Doesn't actually hit the spear into the trees. But they do have good control of the area. The tower is fall.
This is how you're going to build a lead. Take the camps away from BB's cores. There's a little rat action happening off the Helmet Dominator from the Magnus, but that's about it. They cannot afford to lose too many of these ancient spawns before you just have to take the fight straight up. That's what Falcons want, fighting into the Chen, into the BKB troll. This Chen is going to give you a lot of auras to play with. It's going to buff up the EHP across the board. And an easy Tormentor cleanup for this troll.
And Crit, who already bought out his shard,
Yeah,
so Akor had an opportunity to get it. And Falcons, they roll real well on the 50-50. Amar's going to get the shard. We'll see if he can hit the two-man spear.
Absolutely can find some two-man spears in this game. I mean, this Pango is a great target, no BKB. The Magnus BKB is going to be a long ways away. Especially if you can catch some of these supports in the arena.
All right, BB team feels like it's about time for them to strike back. Pure has his BKB. So he could deal with the overwhelming damage that Falcons is throwing his way, as long as he doesn't get chain stunned. He can stand up to the troll, but what about his backline? The two supports, and there it is!
Beautiful.
He got the shard, and it immediately pays off with a two-man spear. Now they're gonna catch Pure. No, wait. A skewer back into the tier 2. RP to lock him down underneath this tower. Amar in trouble. They can try and get what heals they can. Not good enough. Skeeter, he pops his ultimate, but that's a Dragonite. It's a pretty tanky hero. The help of Malrine, though, the BKB does not allow him to stand tall. Malrine gets through that BKB with a Primal Roar.
Once the Beastmaster there, that fight is over. Nice connection with the RP on the Mars, but that's the downside of using it on one hero. Falcons play these tri-core lineups. It's going to free up the fight for the other two. You just go in, pick your mark, find the big kill on this Dragon Knight, first BKB usage not netting a positive result for Pure here. Starting to lose some map control with this Empower lineup as Falcons build a substantial lead. And again, a lot of it's on the supports here. Just so much utility coming in to back up his front line. This is exactly how they like to play and build an advantage. You have to either match it or find ways to kill their supports first. And so far, it's just been the other way around. It's ATF finding your backline, taking your control out of the fight. I don't think GPK can do it alone. I don't think this Pango can go in, find the Chen, and just bring him down 100-0 in a timely manner. Especially against the Roar. Maybe later on you have some Lincolns, some nonsense like that, it's a different story. But right now, this Beast protects the backline, and the backline protects the front line. Formation from Falcons is hard to break.
Well, it looks like BB team is going to just have to play defense for the foreseeable future, which is fine. I mean, they've shown multiple times on both the road to TI and here on the main stage itself that they are more than capable of making comebacks.
It's only so much defense you could play, though. I mean, this series has felt like 3 games of defense.
That's true.
At least with Magnus, it's, you know, it fits the setup of the hero. This hero is very good at playing a defensive style. Gives you scale confidence, gives you high ground defense potential, but that also means potentially giving up a lot of Roshans.
Yes, and Falcons did set the pace very early on. They took a super fast Roshan.
Already up.
Radiant side, 23-minute second Rosh.
Yeah, this is why you take that early. So if BB are just going to turtle, if they're going to play a strong defensive game, you just take the biggest objectives away from them and you accelerate out of control. Here's a smoke designed to get that pick off into that play. Would love to find GPK here.
The scan behind the tower doesn't find GPK. Falcons still go looking anyway.
Surprised they didn't jump the pace there.
Don't find him there. Now another ward placed behind the tier 2 to see if he'll poke his head out in the mid lane. Somehow GPK is dodging all of these plans from Falcons.
He has not died in this game yet. He has no plans on dying right now. Could just go straight into the pit, though. Like, you don't need a kill to force this objective. You have BKB on the Mars. Amar has recovered really nicely in this game. This gives you the confidence to just force the play. It's unlikely BB contest. You would have to get this Magnus somewhere close in the vicinity and find a big RP. I mean, your lineup is great around the pit. There's no denying that. It's very tempting to contest this.
Rainbow TPs, all a BB team. They're going to come down here. The Roshan roars, and Falcons will back away after the roar. They smoke up. They want to get that initiation first. It's going to break on Malrine. GPK with his fresh Blink Dagger. He blinks backwards, trying to deal with the boars. But Amar, he found the spear. No way to get interrupted. The roll goes out, and GPK has a chance. Can he get off the Rolling Thunder? Can he roll away out of this? Now with the goal being dropped. No, he got knocked down by Skater. He rolled right into the troll, and the troll locks him down.
What can Pure
do? Down. Another arena. Amar, he's trying to protect against Pure. Against the right click. Skater dodged away from it. Wait for the spear. Now the stun is there, and they can finish him off with ease. Falcons kite away from the big Dragon Knight beautifully. Thanks to, in part, Amar's initiation, the follow-up there from Malrine, there was just not much GPK could do.
Rolled right into the hands of Skeeter. That's a death sentence. This troll during BKB is so good against your lineup right now. And he has the sustain to back him up. You're just never going to burst him down. You have to be able to win that long fight. And that means landing an RP on multiple heroes. That spear just forced so much chaos out of this BB team lineup. Miro feels like he has to throw it out based on the troll running in, but it's just not the best target you want because he's always going to get spells off here.
Yeah, GPK, I mean, what beautiful reaction to get the roll up there in the first place, but it's just, he's stuck in a situation. He's countered by too many heroes. There's 2 different BKB piercing disables that are going to go through that Rolling Thunder.
Just no way to take that fight when Amar gets the jump. Like, that's what these fights are coming down to. You have to either land a massive RP or get the jump of your own, and Falcons are always one step ahead of you. They're playing really well right now, really fast.
A second Aegis, and this time a banner. Potentially for a high ground push, but as you said, BB team, you're going to be pushing into a Magnus.
Yeah, but look at the auras and the utility they're getting up right now. Mech, Vlad's, Drum, Cobalt Cup, done on the Chen.
Okay.
Solar Crest plus, well, Blink Dagger flying in for crit.
Got a little ice armor in there, plus
all the creep auras.
If you could get the pick up of the Magnus, if you could just get a free high ground push, what a world it would be for Falcons. Ballerine finds that opening. Will Falcons push it?
This is escalating too fast for the pace that BB want right now. And the push is coming. Falcons are not going to wait. They are not going to extend this game. They're going to make you find an opening.
23 seconds left.
Just harassing Pure.
Yep. Seeing if he can get a BKB out of Pure, seeing if he could slow him down. But with the banner and another 12 seconds, I mean, the Troll is just demolishing buildings. They try and slow him down as best they can.
So many buffs behind him right now. And no chance without the Magnus. Miro backup still doesn't have BKB though. So all you can do is give up a rack.
Davis scan on Pure. Pure, a BKB does not guarantee safety. He's gonna be roared up. Now he's gonna be pinned. It's too many chain stuns. He's gone.
What a scan, man. Absolutely on point. Falcons, they could taste victory right now in this game 3.
Falcons knew exactly the kind of player Pure is. He's going to try and push his limits, especially when he's behind in the game. He likes to play on the enemy side of the map. He likes to cut waves. And Falcons knew after he took that mid tower, he was not going to back up. He was going to keep sticking around, trying to play greedy, trying to play for more farm. And that will be his undoing, at least on that life. Still, BB team, they have a chance. That we haven't seen them in a 5-man high ground defense, but we may never see that happen if they continue to get picked off.
Losing Wisdom Shrine to the Chen right now. Rough stuff. Do finish up the BKB on the Magnus. That's your hope for this next fight. All eyes on Miro. He can try and land a big ultimate. They're going to need it. This was a brutal Aegis period for BB team. Such a net worth swing off of this one objective. Falcons just splitting the map, continuing to scale up, and this is why this is why I would never want to play against Beastmaster in this meta. The hero does a lot in the early game, he does a lot in the mid game, he does a lot around the objectives, and then his scale is just insane. You go in, you get to this late game, you can potentially get double roar up with a refresher. You just put both into the enemy carry. You're just going to be sitting there for almost 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel like this hero has evolved to something different. He used to be picked up because, oh, it was an Aura and a Zoo hero, right? And then, oh, maybe this BKB piercing disable is going to be good. But now it's just flat out a damage dealer. It's just carries through team fights by itself. And as you go late, it's still helping out this Troll. This attack speed buff is allowing the Troll to get to those max fervor stacks nice and quick. We're going to see that happen again as he assaults a tier 3 with 70 seconds left on the Aegis.
That's the crazy part. You still have a minute here. This Aegis period has felt like forever.
Miro, he's got to do something wonderful here. And it may have to be more than just getting a skewer back on the Troll. He's going to start with the Troll. Skewer back there. Immediately going to be roared up, though. He's in trouble. They can't afford him to die right this, but it's just going to be a chain stun. An easy follow-up from Amar. And a second life now for Skeeter. GPK rolls through him. But when the Rolling Thunder is down and you don't have the Magnus, what is going to stop this Troll?
And guess what? Refresher already done for Amar. He has a second arena if he really wants to throw it out here.
The Dragon form isn't going to last for much longer. And frankly, it's not much of a threat as is. And Dragon Tail goes out and a double spear. That is sick. Puts him right into the melee barracks. They drop the Golem in response, and Falcons say, okay, we got something else out of you.
That was a big bonds that landed on a lot of heroes. They are respecting what that spell can do right now.
Another one goes out, this time catching Save, as his ultimate will push him back, perhaps out of danger from Skeeter. But the buildings, there is no retreat for them.
Magnus is back, still has BKB and RP available.
Smoked up, but they can't get there in time. Falcons have already taken the objectives and backed away.
Just so clean. Didn't even end up using that Mars refresher. Still have Troll BKB. So much in the tank.
Two lanes of barracks down by 30 minutes. BB team, they've had some steep hills to climb before. This one's beginning to look like a cliff. Playing up on the high ground. Playing up in the triangle, hoping that Falcons will gift them an opportunity at a pickoff or maybe even an easy team fight, but Falcons will just play to their side of the map, play for that overwhelming advantage that they have played to so many times in the past. This has been Falcons' MO from this year to the last, where when they get an advantage, they are willing to slow down the game and just build that advantage more and more and more. Taking more Tormentors, taking more Roshans, farming more neutrals until a 20k gold lead becomes a 40k gold lead.
Just get the refresher on the Beast. That's going to be all you need. I think the one hope for BB Team is the DPS that Pure can output when he's empowered. If he gets Daedalus up, there's a real chance that he can just chunk these heroes down with Empower on top of the burst damage. But if you have a refresher Beastmaster with double roar to put into him, no defensive capability against that, I don't know how you stand in that fight and output that DPS when there's just so much stun to disable facing you. Unless you jump this Beastmaster first. I mean, that is the dream. And that is something the Falcons should never let happen. It should always be the Mars or the Troll as that point of contact. Still is getting to this Daedalus. I mean, that is going to be your best item to try and turn this game around as Falcons continue to just progress this lead, near 30,000 gold lead. And that refresher on the Beastmaster already done.
Yeah. Doesn't even need his boots. Puts him in the backpack. He's got a haste rune in his bottle. They're going after Pure.
Oh, yeah.
Pure. This could be the game just done and dusted. A BKB might save you from the kisses, but it will not save you from this troll.
I'm gonna push with it. Feel like he could have buyback potential. I mean, Roche can spawn at 30, so if you go, you have to go hard here.
Looking for that second pickoff. They bypass the lane ward. Look to get a ward inside the base. Looking for that opening, and it spots the two supports. The spear whiffs, but the arena, it still lands. And Skeeter, he will calmly walk into the arena to take out one of those supports. GPK does what he can. He takes out the Chen with his Rolling Thunder and does manage to swashbuckle back up to the high ground.
Nice find from GPK to even this out and slow down the push. That was a sick high ground ward. If that spear lands, might just be the game. The fight gets stalled. Falcons get repelled here.
And I don't think Falcons, knowing them, playing into the high ground in the first place when Roshan is about to be up, I don't do that too often. I feel like it took very little. They were always going to back up at some point in time to make sure they secure Roshan. The last thing you want to do is throw on the high ground and give BB Team the opportunity at a comeback.
Especially when you control so much of the map and you know they have to contest this objective. It's his third Roche at 35 minutes.
They're walking into a landmine. There is so many wards around this jungle area.
No Chen at the fight, though. If you take it right now, none of those auras.
Miro, oh, his smoke is the one to break. The one initiator that BB Team has. The opportunity of surprise is gone. They're going to have to play for the Roshan on the other side of the map. Fortunately, there is that. It will kind of reset. They can play on their outpost. Don't think they're going to have too many buybacks to work with, though.
Well, you also got to keep in mind, both side lanes have been taken here. It's a lot of map pressure going into the base.
Certainly.
Somebody has to show, and if somebody has to show, that is a gank opportunity. Falcons can just be ultra patient here.
Maybe Miro can get to his Ags, though. If Falcons are patient enough.
They're just going to go Roche. They see heroes in BB's base, they're going to threaten the Roche. They're going to make you come out of base to fight them, and that's exactly what they want right now.
And Pure, as always, up to some adventure on the enemy side of the map.
He just wants his Daedalus. You get that, you have a chance. It's not a good one, but you at least have some damage to play with.
Katomi playing the drums for the crowd. Malrine has drums of his own. Four-man smoke up from Falcons. Surprising that Amar is not the one in that smoke. Another arcane rune.
Yeah, this is like a defensive smoke. You're just waiting if they come into you with this Roche sitting up right now. BB are not contesting it. They don't contest it, just go in the pit.
Yeah.
No reason to make this game complicated right now. That's going to be a refresher shard Roche. Downside for Falcons is they're so farmed, they already have the refresher, so all of this will likely just go to Skeeter here. And it will.
Okay. This is not a 5-man squad that is pushing into you. The number of refreshers they have. There's so many heroes here. BB team are trying to play on their high ground ward. Falcons know all about it. They pinged it earlier. They want this outpost first. Before they walk into this vision, they want to make sure they have the opportunity. And they already found Miro. Not good. BB team, they have the buyback on him, and it's going to have to be used here. Amar fighting for his life, does manage to get the arena walls up, and Pure, well, there's the RP. Can it save Pure's life? He's trying to do damage to Skeeter, but it looks pathetic, man. They can't do anything. A second arena goes out, surrounding the BB team, and there is nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. It is going to be Falcons. Witness me, says Amar, as he triumphs in the upper bracket. He will claim a podium finish here at the International.
This team is real scary to go up against right now. They have cheese picks, they have their strats, they have an incredible laning phase. They can play slow, but they can also play fast. They put that on display in this series. You give them the heroes like the Chet or the Beastmaster, they will run tempo on you. They will go high ground early. This is kind of a myth that this team will always just wait for that 60-minute mark.
That's true.
It's just dependent on how well that early game goes. And man, they played such strong early games in this series. I don't think BB won a single lane phase outside of maybe this game 3 you could argue was a draw, but that's because they had to draft to compensate for that. And that has its downsides, right? This Warlock did work in the lane phase, but it's also a very slow hero, and it really suffered against this game pace that Falcons set.
Absolutely, especially if Miro, like, they put a lot of pressure on him because they drafted so defensively on the laning phase that Miro had to give them all of their early to mid-game action, all of their initiation there, and he was not able to get to that fast Blink Dagger, and even then, when he found the openings, they were not big consequential ones, right? The pick off on the Hoodwink, that was the first reveal of the Blink Dagger. It's not going to get you going.
Just an uncomfortable series for BB team. I think
Absolutely.
we all felt it watching this. There was probably some more potential in there, but they just could not find their footing outside of maybe that one fight with the Lifestealer that they turned that game around. That was the only moment in the series where it felt like they were in control. It was Falcons all the way.
It was indeed, and led by their carry, Skeeter, who is on the stage, ready for an interview.
Thank you, Catman SBG. Top 3. Skeeter, tell me the story of this series versus BB.
I mean, we had gameplay problems in game 1. Fell behind a little bit, made some crucial mistakes, but I'm just very happy we pulled through and we took it to game 3 because all the other series were 2-0, so I'm very happy for that.
Yeah, I think the crowd's happy for that one as well. Finally, a 3-game series here. That is what they wanted. What was the conversation like after that game 1? A bit of a surprising comeback, maybe. How did you recover?
Our wonderful coach, AOI 2000, had a speech ready. He kind of fixed what we lacked in the game 1, and it was easy afterwards.
All right, can you give us a bit of insight as to what exactly he said? Well, what exactly did he say in that inspirational moment?
Stop being bad.
Very inspirational, Skeeter. Thank you very much. There was a lot of old chat in that game as well. Can you share, is that a friendly rivalry you have with BB? Is there a little bit of spice there? Where do you sit with those guys?
I think it's friendly, but you gotta ask Maureen. I was not really involved at all.
Okay, you're to stay a side guy, right?
Yeah, I'm too mature for that.
Too mature. Well, talking about mature, actually, I believe it is your birthday today. So happy birthday. I believe you're. Do you want me to say? What's the best birthday present you've been given today?
I mean, top 3 is up there for sure, so I'm very happy.
I can imagine. So, well, you already know who you're playing against in those upper bracket finals. What do you think P-Vision are going to be bringing against you tomorrow?
Just a bunch of dominators, I guess.
And do you have a plan for that?
Nope.
All right, sweet, excellent. Sounds like you're going in with a great mentality. Well, Skeeter, congratulations on making it to top 3 here at the International Ground. Let's hear it for Falcons!
Congratulations indeed. And that also means that they have hereby topped their record from previous international where they managed to get 4th, now already guaranteed 3rd. And of course, the road is still very much open to go further there as well. We're going to break down the game we just witnessed, because kind of thought that we were going to have a little bit more of a back and forth, because it wasn't very back and forth at all.
No, we really didn't get that. It looked like Falcons, they got everything what they wanted from the draft to the gameplay, the stacks, the early game, their movement, whereas BB team falling flat, Pure ending the game 0-7, a lot of fights not really going their way. But yeah, I think Falcons, they just play so well with their types of heroes, and maybe it's just you need to come into TI not being the favorite to like feel more loose and feel more free.
I mean, they're just so clean with it. Like, you see that combo there, you know, the arena into the murderous kisses. They're just so good at like finding their pickoffs wherever they can, getting the good initiations, even small moves. Like, the second Malrine sees a hero on a ward on the other side of the map, he'll TP bottom, he'll roar the DK, get a kill, go do stacks. Like, everything is so textbook that they do, and they've finally hit their stride this year at TI, which is the best time to do it.
It feels like Falcons, when they're able to say, can we make a move? Every player can say yes, that's when they're the most dominant. And when you look at this lineup, if Troll wants to make a move, they'll snap the Chen, they'll follow him, they'll back him up. If Amar wants to make a move, Snap's there, or the Beast is there. Like, every single combination of these 5 heroes, no matter which way you put them, has a purpose on the map.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's like such a big thing that they play for in like all of their strats. Like this 1+1 kill threat here. One guy, you have a good lane, you can go through the gate to the other person. And you can see, right? You were saying they've beat their last year's record already of TI placement. Like top 3 already secured. Yeah, that is some good stuff.
I mean, that's very impressive, right? For obviously, you know, to bring the players together, right? As a, you know, world-star roster, 4th in the first year, 2nd year, they're 3rd. Already kind of, it feels like they're destined to get to the grand finals. Of course, P-Vision will be an incredibly difficult challenge tomorrow. But yeah, if there ever was a time for Falcons to be able to do it, it would be after a result like this and after a showing that they had.
Yeah, we should also mention that if we're looking at Falcons, there's one man that was a little bit of a step ahead of the rest. We have to, of course, talk about Amar, who is our standout player here. This is, I mean, obviously, it was a great Mars game, and he did pick the hero for himself almost at the almost very end there. But I also want to highlight he's the one pressing the button, so that comes with extra pressure. And sometimes players, they don't deliver the same kind of performance with that extra pressure, but he seems to be doing that.
Yeah, he really did. And I mean, it's Amar Mars. Like, this is his hero. This is the one you don't go away. It was banned in that game too. In this game 3, he just took the opportunity to have it for himself, and he delivered. Like, he was just doing the blind blinks into the spear backs. He was arenaing to protect the Roshan even before the Roshan was dead. He just does everything so well. And I think it's also the crit factor. Like, crit is always playing a hero that combos with whatever hero that Amar wants to play. And because of that, they're always going to look good. Like, this is one of the best heroes to enable Crit's hero pool as well.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Crit's hero pool, we got to also talk about Sneyking. And we're talking about both of these players and both of their heroes. They had quite the game team.
Yeah, I just wanted to look at both of these supports together at the same time. Because when you look at the 23-minute mark, you got Snapfire with a shard with the Solar Crest, right? So you can cookie heal, cookie displace. You've got the Solar Crest for physical barrier. Then on Sneyking, you then have his third spell, can't remember the name, who cares?
My favorite.
There we go, boom, boom. Mechanism for additional heal, Drum as well, Cobalt Cup. Like, there's so many buffs, and I'm talking so quickly that production's having to follow me with highlighting them, that at the 23-minute mark, if these 2 heroes are in the same place, killing a core is close to impossible.
And it makes it so easy too for you like to go in, right? There's even like Lotuses on him. So if you're the Mars, you have your Snapfire backing up. Your Troll with these things that he is showing, how do you even want to try to kill Skeeter? Like, sure, you go in with your DK. He's not gonna get bursted. He presses his ult. All right, see you later.
Yeah, and how often did we see Troll get skewered back? It happened a couple of times that game, but that was a disaster. They couldn't burst Troll on the skewer back or the RP. He was getting buffed up healed. He would just pop his ulti, and there was even one of the fights where the Pango was roared right next to him after he got RP'd. He was like, oh, don't mind if I do. Just kills him there.
Yeah, and to me also, I think Malrine maybe doesn't get like enough praise. I think he ended the game like deathless, and in every game, he has stacks. He's gonna make this early game rotation into the offlane, get the kill, help his team. So yeah, I mean, we could sing praises for all 5 players because they played absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, they really did. And to showcase that, there's one more fight from that previous game that we would like to highlight for you, because
oh, like there's so many cool things happening. So in this team fight that we see, I want you guys to, first of all, we just appreciate the spell casting, but later I want everyone to put their eyes on Amar and what he will do. when you use Arena, you cut all the trees. Now let's pay attention later. Skeeter is currently BKB'd ulting and whacking away at opponents. Amar here BKBs, there's a Bushwhack, he immediately Arenas, not just to like help everyone and try to keep Pure locked in, but he immediately breaks Skeeter free, just to make sure that anyone is like fine and chilling. Like these guys, they know their heroes truly in and out, and they're such like masters of their craft and their hero, their timing, their item builds, that this is one of the big reasons why they can win with, well, most drafts where they have heroes where they're high level with.
And I do want to praise Skeeter for the way that he played this game. Like, he was putting himself in positions to be the hero that's getting RP'd, to be the hero that's getting skewered back. Like, he had full faith in his team, and he was always playing the outskirts of the fight, too. Like, whenever he felt like he was getting low, he would drop out, wait a little bit, reset, go back in. He only died 2 times this entire series, not just that game. Only 2 deaths, and it was a full 3-game series. Like, he played really impressively today.
It is incredibly impressive, and if we even look at that draft alone, you'd think like, how did Falcons get so many of their signature heroes? They just have so many. Guys, you cannot ban against this team. This team has way too many signature heroes, so they're always going to play something that they're comfortable on, and that means that the team that they're up against, they really going to bring their A-game, and Falcons brought their A-game today, and that means they are guaranteed top 3. Let's see where all the pieces fall now that this day is done. Because we started the day, TGov, with 8 teams, but if we look at that lower bracket, we dropped down to 6.
Yeah, and also, we lost Taiban, lost Tundra, but I want to talk about Heroic instantly, right? The fact that Heroic beat Tundra, and as it progresses, I was expecting a series to be like, you know what, I'm not expecting Heroic to be able to win it. I feel like their journey is going to end soon, but when I see how BB's playing, I can see Heroic winning. And then the next round after, I see how Extreme played today, how Nigma played. I'm like, you know what? I also could see Heroic doing it. Like coming into the lower bracket, maybe not so faithful, but here it is. I'm like, I'm becoming a believer.
It's also like lower bracket of TI, magical things can happen. SA region, yeah, I definitely got my eyes on them. Like, come on.
SA teams in the lower bracket of TI are notorious for eliminating some of the better teams.
They are not who you want to face on there.
They are
it's
not.
the Wild West, and they're like absolute freaks, and like they make use of this chaos and pressure.
You have no idea what you're in for when you go against South American teams, especially Heroic. We've seen them this tournament. They're going carry Pudge, offlane Pudge, mid Broodmother. They're just entirely playing their own style of Dota. Maybe BB team won't be ready for it tomorrow.
Yeah, they definitely have some chaos that they'll bring to the table in tomorrow's series. They will not be playing up first, though, because this is our schedule for tomorrow. We are kicking things off with Extreme Gaming taking on Nigma Galaxy. Now, that is going to be an exciting one. We'll see if Extreme Gaming can recover from today or if Nigma Galaxy can continue on their momentum. We're going to have another lower bracket match with BB Team versus Heroic. A spicy one, and of course, two of our top 3 teams, P-Vision and Falcons. One of these 2 teams will be punching their ticket to the grand finals on our final Sunday. And at the very end of the day, the winners of the first 2 series will go up against each other to decide who will be third.
If there ever was a day for the 4 best-of-3s to all have 3 games, it probably should be tomorrow, right? When XG or Nigma has to play the first and last, will truly test their might and ability to stay awake after like 13 hours of Dota. So.
Yeah, today was not as long of a day as I think a lot of people were expecting, but it was a very entertaining day regardless. Kezu, what stood out to you most from today?
Maybe XG like faltering a little bit, because I thought they would do better like coming into today. And then the other thing, Heroic kind of blasting Tundra out of the tournament, like looking really good. Those would be my takeaways.
I'm just most curious about XG versus Nigma, because I really don't know how it'll go. Nigma have been powering up. There's also a meme in the Chinese Dota community about Ghost, how good he is when he plays versus Western teams, and then when he plays versus Chinese teams, he's not so good. So I'm wondering if that's going to change tomorrow.
I just feel like at this TI so far, every team has their own identity. We're not in a TI where everyone's trying to copy one thing. Like, you look at P-Vision, what they're playing, what BB's playing, what Heroic's playing. I feel like you could make a case for a clear concept being different in every team, and that's relatively rare at tournaments. So I think that just Dota in general and this patch is in a healthy spot, that it is cool to see.
It is cool to see, and I do know that tomorrow we do not know what the day will bring, but I do know what we're going to do.
That's a big one.
That was close up right there.
Oh, sorry.
Guys, Tomorrow, I know one stable factor that we have got going here in the Barclays Arena, and that is a phenomenal crowd. So I'm counting on you guys to come back here tomorrow bright and early. We're starting at the same time. It will be 10:30. No, it will be 9:30. Ooh, almost got you missing that first half of the day there. No, 9:30. We'll be back, of course. You knew that. We all know that. And we're going to watch some incredible Dota 2 tomorrow. But that was it for today. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you bright and early for more games of Dota 2.